のくこんなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよか明けまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう Oh, every day 心配しないでなかったことに艶やかにそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかにそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかにそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤らか燃える怒りがはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないでなかったことに艶やかにそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかにそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかにそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうか
Welcome. It's 2026. Oh, almost can't contain my excitement. Crazy times, crazy, totally new year, totally new existential crises, which is why we're going through existentialism, nihilism, and the meaning of life in the format of an open panel. We do have a video to be going over but it depends on the quality of the open panel and who wants to join. I have also have some questions in typical religious chaos style fashion. So if we get a good panel to going, I will be asking those questions. People themselves can ask the questions. Super chat questions automatically get asked first because, it's a new year and, there's a lot of bills to be paid and whatnot. So, and we got Big Soda in my back. The one, the only, the biggest of the soda. Big Soda, great to see you. Welcome to the Confluence Show.
Hi.
I can't hear you, Big Soda. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me
Big
now?
Soda, first of all, notice anything different about me? No Timu headset. No, shut up. No Timu headset. Look at that. Little things in my ears. Look at that. So suave.
Look at that.
So modern.
Ooh, look at that headphone dent.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you wear headphones for 10 hours a day. But Big Soda, how are you doing in 2026? I feel like I haven't talked to you in so long, but it's only been probably I guess a few days, but it feels like an eternity.
Been a year.
I don't think I've talked to you since last year. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's probably why it feels so long.
Wild. It's about time we finished this Alex O'Connor interview.
I know. There's a good chance we won't. Again, this is a new one. Let me show you just what's in store. But again, it just depends on if the panels bop it or not. I almost removed Big Soda. That'd be anathema. How do I remove? Stop screen. It's been a whole year since I used StreamYard's, brother. Okay, so you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit. So this is what we got in store for us today. Wait, why is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so the hidden problem at the heart of nihilism. The setup looks the same, so there's a chance that this is just a clip taken out of the longer video that we started watching, but only got barely through. But this clip actually seems to be a lot more interesting than Alex. I mean, I think the other one was good, but it seemed like he was really, really belaboring the point of causality and going backwards and him with the water glass and just a good introduction, probably, if you're not familiar with the arguments. If you are familiar, it felt like it was going a little slow. But
hold on, give him some credit. Give him some credit, because you got to think, since he's kind of representing the more atheistic view, he's got to try and get Christians to, I guess, understand the idea that he grasped the idea, and he's not just talking out of his ass.
That's true. And there is like a, what they call it? They call it something. Here, let me Google it. The curse of knowledge. You ever hear about this? It's a cognitive bias. The curse of knowledge, also called the curse of expertise, is a cognitive bias that occurs when a person who has specialized knowledge assumes that others share that knowledge. So basically, as soon as you know something, you just kind of assume that everyone else knows it. And so, which causes a bunch of problems in a lot of areas of life, I think. Because it's like, there was the first time where I heard the cosmological argument, right? It's not like I heard that when I was a kid. There was a first time when I heard that. But now I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure everybody would have heard of the cosmological argument. But it's like, that's actually not the case, right? Because there's the first time when I heard it. And that kind of goes with all this stuff.
You got to think, I mean, even it's something that we assume, since I guess we've referenced it, a couple of times, that we assume everyone knows it, but there are still a good bit of people who don't know it. Oh,
right.
You okay? Okay, good.
The same thing with words. Like, I notice that with vocabulary. If I learn a word like a year ago, I'm like, well, I've known that word for like a year, so I'm pretty sure everyone knows that word by now. As if I'm on some collective timeline with everyone else. But of course, it's that's not the case. So it's very hard to estimate. So I think so in that sense, it's a good video. It really covers all its bases. And if you've never heard of it, and it's good to lay it out anyway, but I'm more excited about this one, The Heart of Nihilism. So I don't know. Just some quick welcomes. Doomerang, you haven't joined the panel in a hot minute, okay? Meaning of life, that sounds pretty interesting to me. I know I saw Anson here before. Anson, you're here. We do need a resident atheist on panel, hoping other people panel up. But in the meantime, Big Soda, do you mind if I ask you a question about the video topic?
Go for it.
All right. So, not to like put you on the spot, Big Soda, but what would you say is the meaning of life? Yeah. How's that for
Well,
how's that for an intro question?
I mean, obviously, it's to get close with God, but I think that's kind of a cheeky answer because I'm religious.
But I want your answer. So if that's your answer, I think it's a goaded answer. Okay. And anything else, or did you say that's like that can all be summed up in that?
I think it can kind of be all summed up in that. But I mean, I would also say for the flourishment of for my children, not your children, my children.
Okay, so
But
okay,
that's
Ag hit
probably
me with
all
the
I would add.
procreation. That's my meaning to life, brother. At least the act leading to, inshallah. Okay, inshallah.
But just my procreation, nobody else's.
Just your own personal procreation. Got it. Got it. Ag, join the panel. We got like questions about meaning and stuff. Like, what's good? You know, crazy, crazy times. I will say what I would say, and this, I think it all can be summed up in the thing, especially from a Christian point of view of what you said of getting closer to God. But yeah, I would usually say it when people ask me this or when I think of it, I'm like, what is it? What does it all mean? I think, yeah, I would say knowing God, like worshiping God, experiencing life, and then knowing and loving others. So that could there's probably different ways to divide that, but that's what I see as like broad things. I think we're incarnated, I think, to experience life to some degree. Like I think having new experiences is good. Also, knowing other people, I think, is important. Loving other people is important, and obviously, knowing and loving God and worshiping God. And yeah, that could all be kind of summed up in like, I think, yeah, growing closer to God, because I think all those things can extend. And then it's like, yeah, it's hard to know how much to add on top of that, because you could add, yeah, like the procreation aspect, right? Or you could, right, and it gets more. Because yeah, we'd all have stuff that we would kind of include in that, and it just depends how big that umbrella term is of like knowing God, right?
Yeah.
Or like
They're
or
what
you specifically said closer. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Ag said he will hop on. Say hi to Mama Soda for me.
I will. I gotta grab the little one's cup.
And I don't want you to just say my friend said hi. I want you to say Confluence says hi.
A stranger on the internet says hi.
Hi.
A stranger. Not a stranger.
I have no stranger danger anyways.
Tell your wife to hop on panel then.
Disavow.
Mandy Posky says, bow to Jesus and repent. You should really save that message until there's some like more atheists on panel, Mandy. It'll be more. It'll hit harder. But, okay. Oh wait. So Big Son, did you say you're doing something?
With strangers. Oh,
she says she has no stranger danger.
Yeah, that's why.
So I might, if other people join, I might be repeating these questions. So a fair warning to see if we all agree on this. But I was just thinking about today. So I don't know if this like makes sense or not. But I think when we talk about like the meaning of life, my theory is that we almost have, and I think we should have, a two-tiered kind of system of what that means. So when I asked you the question, you gave me a very kind of broad thing. And then when I answered my own question, I gave a very broad thing too. But then there's also kind of like a boots on the ground thing of like that, like some people, if you talk to them, they might feel like, oh, I'm called to do like missionary work, or I'm called to do welding, or I'm called to be a stay-at-home mom, or I'm, and that's what their meaning is. And so it's like there's almost like a meaning in general that, because everything you and me said, we would probably apply that to everyone. Everyone should be doing those things, right? Everyone should be trying to follow God. Everyone should be trying to love God, love other people, experience life. But that it's like, yeah, what do we make of the secondary meaning? Because, even in my life, sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm trying to follow God. I'm trying to love others, trying to get closer to God. But then it's like, but what's my actual purpose that I ought to be doing? Do you agree that secondary usage of the word meaning is valid? If so, how does one find it? If so, what does it look like?
Well, you use the term ought to be doing, and I hate to go all Emmett on you, But I mean, I don't know how you can get an odd without God, because an
No, but
odd means that
even with God though, I'm not taking God out of the equation.
oh, okay, okay. With God in the equation, I mean, I assume if you're being called to do something and you feel that this call is coming from outside you, I would presume that it is something you should do.
Do you think I guess everyone has that call though? Like at different parts of my life, there's been things that I've been like, okay, I feel like this is what I ought to do, you know, like from a God point of view.
Yeah.
But then there's other times where it's just like I'm not really sure, you know? Like
Well, I mean,
just
I would
think
probably say it really depends if you're listening, because I mean, Christians say this a lot, but like to me, it almost seems like uh, you kind of get this urge, this calling to do something, and the question is, are you paying attention to that urge or are you listening to that urge? And generally, what I notice is a lot of people get distracted from that and or talk themselves out of it, and they don't do it.
so do you think everybody has a unique calling? Or at a certain point, do you just fall
Oh,
back on like you said last time on stream, right? So I'm not doxing anything that you work right for a soda
mhm.
company. It's like, is that something? Do you feel called to do that, or do you just feel called to support your family, and that's the job? Or do you feel like how micro do you take those kind of callings, or like what you ought to be doing? You know what I mean? Like, did you just find the job, and now it's like, okay, well, this is my secular life, and then you know I have my higher purpose over here, or are you like, no, I'm also meant to be big soda, you know?
Well, I mean, to answer your first question, I would probably say that yes, everyone gets a series of calls on the question of whether they answer them. Usually, they probably prioritize, family over everything else, and then it's a hierarchy past that. But I would say generally that it's tough because I mean I would say most people probably don't answer the call, but I do think everyone gets that call, and it just depends on whether you're listening or not.
So you think everyone does? Because on one
Yeah.
hand, okay, if I can be honest, on one hand I agree with you. On the other hand,
Mhm.
doesn't it? It kind of hits in the way that like everyone's like a special little snowflake, and everyone will get their own unique calling and stuff. And it's like, is that kind of a Protestant pilled thing to think? Like back in the day, were people like, you know, if you were like born to a blacksmith in like the 1200s, where you're just like, I'm just supposed to be the son of a blacksmith, and I'm supposed to apprentice in the business, and I'm supposed to get married, and they probably weren't like thinking about like what is like God going to tell me about what I ought to do? You know what I mean? Like it's a bit fanciful. I'm not saying it's wrong because I'm a pretty fanciful guy myself in my aspirations or my hopes about life. But do you know what I mean? Is this kind of an individualistic? Because I think you hear about this more with like Protestants than if I was to ask like Emmett or like some
Well, I'm
Catholic. I think they would just give kind of general like have kids, get gainful employment, read the Bible, like go to liturgy. You know, it wouldn't be specific. But when Protestants, or at least on this level, we're talking like specifically like what job should I take? Should I get married? What's my like calling in a specific way to the Church of God?
I mean, just to kind of use an example, I mean, wasn't Abraham playing Xbox in his parents' tent till he was like 80 until he finally answered the call and then went out and did his thing?
That's true.
So, I mean,
But
to be
do
fair,
we all have that, or is that because Abraham was like specifically called, or do you think like out of like the I don't know 8 billion people on Earth, do we all have that? Can we all be Abraham? Like
I
Jordan
think
Peterson
so.
seems to think so because he gives those examples, right, of those people, and he says that we should like find our passion and our what we think are called and choose the adventure and all this stuff. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen JBP live. I personally have, you know, and
I have
it was
not.
very motivating, and I was like, I should go on an adventure. You know, I should
I
do
had
that.
an
And then
opportunity. I had an opportunity, but I didn't. He came to
oh,
Clemson, and that's like an hour away from me, and I could have went, but I chickened out like a loser.
oh, it was good. It was good. It was nice to know that like to be in a giant stadium and be like everyone is on my team. I think I said this before with like the Matt Walsh thing. It's the same vibe though. It's like
Yeah.
probably almost every single person here. I have like some large amount. Like if we all paid like $200 to see Jordan Peterson, we probably have a lot in common. Like probably 99% of the people sitting here have like something large in common about what they're into, which is just a nice feeling.
But to go back to your original point, I would say that a lot of people confuse what they want to do personally with calls of God. So I think a lot of times that is also a distraction in itself, is the fact that they feel, oh, just because I want to go, be a knight, God's actually calling me to actually spread his word. But I have this calling to become a knight, and they kind of confuse the two. They confuse their own personal wants with the calls of God.
Yeah.
So I don't think, yeah. If you get, because a lot of people are like, I want to become the best engineer and stuff like that. But it's like a lot of times that doesn't get you closer to God. It actually gets you further because you become distracted.
Right. So it's like, yeah, that's the hard thing. I think it's difficult to not add some layer of copium in there at some point, right?
Yeah. Oh,
it's
yeah.
like it's very easy, I think, to just be like even like with the kid thing, like as I want wifey, I want children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what God wants, but it's like, but when it's something that you really want, then it's easy for your mind to also be like, yeah, that would be what God wanted, and because there's a lot of stuff. I mean, even Ag said procreation, right? One of the key, biological imperatives. At the same time, Paul, we can't deny that Paul in the New Testament says better for a man not to marry. Paul was like pretty like he let people marry.
Yeah, I was going to say it kind of seemed like I've heard both sides of that kind of that, I guess, verse from Paul, to where it's like it's not that he's advocating against marriage, but that he's advocating that marriage isn't for everybody, and that marriage isn't always, I guess, an answer to get closer to God.
Right, but I would say in that passage, I mean, he basically says in his opinion, and so maybe I think he literally does kind of caveat in that way. So I don't think it's supposed to be like God's opinion necessarily, but he says, I think that, marriage will cause you more pain, and I don't want you to suffer. And so it is better for you not to marry. Better for you not to. Where is this? Corinthians, probably. Paul was like going crazy in Corinthians, man. First Corinthians.
I was going to say, Paul does. He doesn't shy away from his opinion. Well, I think now it was Corinthians written, like, I guess this is kind of weird to say. Is Parentheses written explicitly after Jesus had been crucified? Like this particular verse, like, was this verse when he wrote it, was he understood that, hey, this is after Jesus's crucifixion? I know all the verses were written down after Jesus's crucifixion, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, was this specific verse is it referenced after Jesus's sacrifice and everything? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, Corinthians mentions the sacrifice. Also, the Corinthians is seen as a pretty early epistle, but it's still around, I think, like 80 to 90 AD. Some people put it pre 70 AD because some people put the whole New Testament before the collapse of the temple. But yeah, it is an early epistle, but yeah, definitely we're still looking like 50 years beyond. And yeah, Corinthians actually has one of the first passages talking about the whole resurrection and stuff. Oh, and it looks like we have Alex in the house.
I guess that's not what I'm referencing. What's up, Alex?
Hey.
I mean it like, I'm doing wonderful and just enjoying the first day of the new year, or second day technically.
I skipped yesterday, just as a day fully. So this is my first day.
One. It was day 0 yesterday. Today's day 1. Yeah. It's okay.
Good, because I had to take some time to reset. I'll bring you in a second, Alex, because I have obligatory questions for the panel. But Big Soda, wait. So what are you saying? Just
Okay, so you know how
So
there are
I'm getting
verses
you
that are
wrong, is what you're saying.
yeah, you know how there's verses that are describing the lead up to the I guess the sacrifice and resurrection of Jesus, and it's kind of building a timeline of what happened. I guess what I'm saying
Oh,
was was this verse taught like being referenced after the resurrection? Like, is
yeah.
this
There's
something
there's
Paul said? You get it? You get what I'm saying?
there's definitely no indication that Paul is talking about like a pre and post. There's no indication this is like written to the church in Corinth, about how like they should be acting. So yeah, definitely there's no context that talks about like
Okay.
before in this section. And so yeah, so there is that passage. Yeah, now to the unmarried and widows, I say it is good for them to stay unmarried, as I do. But if they cannot control themselves, if they're Coomer brained, that's in a bit of a more new translation. They should marry, for it is better to marry than burn with passion. So, and then there's another thing where he says that I don't want to cause you pain or suffer. I don't know what.
I think what it was about for him is he thought that like you should spend every moment, like every second, every living, breathing moment you have, like honoring God, and being married like takes away from that because you have to deal with other people.
Yeah, he says that I don't know if this is the same passage, but yeah, he says that the wife has a duty to her husband and the husband a duty to his wife. And so yeah, so they're not as wholly focused. I don't know if this is in the same First Corinthians, but he does say that at some point.
He was a
weirdo. I can kind of understand like with the grievance side of it, like especially if this is something that's weighing heavy on your mind, it can become a distraction, and then you start to live your life toward that instead of toward God. But I always thought it was kind of it. Like it's not that he's advocating against marriage, but that he was advocating against the problems that can come if that is your main pinpoint in life.
Yeah, I don't think he's against it, but at the same time, he does say that it's better not to marry. Oh, and yeah, this is the one. I would like you to be free from concern. An unmarried man is concerned about the Lord's affairs, how he can please the Lord, but a married man is concerned about the affairs of the world, how he can please his wife, and his interests are divided. Whereas an unmarried woman or virgin is concerned about the Lord's affairs, her aim is to be devoted to the Lord in both body and spirit. But a married woman is concerned about the affairs of this world, how she can please her husband. I'm saying this for your own good, not to restrict you, but that you may live in a right way in undivided devotion to the Lord. So, yeah, I don't know.
It's definitely, I guess, to be a religious figure and to be someone who is an advocate for God, it is a very narrow path to try and advocate for, or I wouldn't say advocate for, but to kind of talk about the issues around.
I definitely don't think, I would never say Paul's like anti-marriage, but it does seem like Paul did kind of have like an apocalyptic mindset, which most of like the New Testament writers do, right? And I don't know really how to take that from like a interpretation point of view. It's like, I think a lot of them looked at like, when Jesus says this generation will not pass away until these things are accomplished. And a lot of people took that to mean kind of how it reads, that like the end time stuff would happen before the current generation died. And then throughout history, people have thought, like when you look at like Polycarp and Barnabas, like the second order of disciples, like Polycarp is like taught by John, that it's like they took it as like, well, it's like the next generation. And then once that seemed like that wasn't really, the world wasn't really ending at that moment, then it kind of became this generation, and it kind of became more of like a vague thing about like this people group or their thoughts or the whole like genealogy of the people. Or then some people think that no, all that stuff then had to be fulfilled, and we're actually just reading all of those kind of New Testament end of time things that Jesus talks about in an incorrect way, and all those things did actually happen. But it seems like if you read both the New Testament and like the early church fathers, it seemed like they did have like an imminency that like Christ was going to come back like within their lifetime. And that's something I learned in church history, is that pretty much every Christian, like even in like the 1200s, 1300s, but now there's an argument that we should always be living like that. There's also an argument that like, it didn't seem as immediate as there was a big gap of time that no one seemed to really expect, and no one seemed to think it was like, I don't think Paul in his writings seems to think that it was 2,000 years, and we're still kicking,
It's a sort of Damocles. I mean,
yeah, it is, and it's like, so I guess
Okay,
maybe that's a
explain
good way
that.
to live.
Explain that, like the sword of Damocles, because I've heard it before, but I've never understood the concept behind it.
do you want to explain it, or I can?
Either way, I don't know much about
Uh,
the mythology. I just know about the dangling sword.
Yeah. So there was a king. I can't remember if his name was Damocles or if it was his advisor, but um, basically his advisor was talking about how it must be so amazing to be the king, and so the king said, "Hey, you know what? Let's trade." And he had his guards put a sword above the throne with a hanging off of a very thin strand, and he said that's to represent how easily you can be assassinated or lose everything you have by I can't remember the exact wording, but essentially this sword is sitting above you, you can't enjoy yourself, right? Like, it's not good
Is,
to be
is
the
it,
king. It's unending pressure and um uh anxiety, I guess.
I guess is painting the image like the grass isn't greener on the other side just because you view it to be greener.
Yeah, the more power you have, the thinner of a strand you hang on, essentially.
And I think there's also elements of like what do they call it? The memento mori. You know what I'm talking about? The like the practice where people like remember their death. Where it's like, because I think it does bring about a sense of not intimacy, imminence.
Oh yeah, I mean, every decision you make could be your last.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so with the punt back to the Christian stuff, that it's like, I think that's the thing. There's like that quote that I'm going to butcher, but it's like it's like, live as if Christ died yesterday, was risen today, and will come back tomorrow. I think that's the quote. Not from the Bible, just like from like other things.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting idea because it's like, even if, I mean, we are told to like that Christ is coming back soon and to be like on guard and to wait and all this stuff. And like, so, and yeah, maybe the best way to live is to live always thinking that Jesus is going to come back at any moment, I mean, I would probably do less nonsense if I thought that, so.
That's true.
Doomerang says Paul kind of sucks. Oh, Abdullah says, can I ask you a question? Sorry, I don't know. You said this. Oh no, only 5 minutes ago. I'm not that behind. Abdallah, if you're still there, absolutely. And look, Alex O'Connor's on his way. Okay, he's known to be a little bit late. But I'm confident he'll be joining our panel very soon.
It's okay.
Anson
We
says
got the other
Alexander
one.
sounds like a fool. Anson, you should join up. We have a Schrodinger atheist on the panel, aka Alex. No one really knows for sure what he is, but Anson, you're like a for real atheist. So. Oh yeah, so what's the meaning of life? So me and Big Soda both said things about like following, or Big Soda I think said growing closer to God. I said that, but with like extra steps, growing closer to God, experiencing life, loving people, knowing God, kind of, which I think can all be summed up in growing closer to God. And Alex, as the person who just joined, what is the meaning of life? Can you answer that without revealing your? I'm not sure. Alex is thinking on it.
It's not an easy
Or Alex
question,
is
to be honest.
disconnected. Alex is either like disconnected, he's deeply thinking about it, or he's like, how do I say this without revealing what my metaphysical, the disconnect thing, or the rage quit. Rare Alex rage quit.
It could be. We don't get them often, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah. Man, the sword of Damocles was hanging over Alex the whole time. I didn't even realize. Right over his fucking Ethernet cord, connecting him to the computer. Bam. Internet out.
Alex was like, I can't come up with anything.
Orgasm is the meaning of life. Yeah, Alex was just like, fuck. I didn't expect this meaning of life conversation to involve the meaning of life. But yeah, Doomerang, what do you think the meaning of life is? I hope Alex joins back because I also want to ask him that 2-tier question that we were going over before.
I mean, I guess I should be thankful for God that I've got an easy out on these extremely difficult questions.
That is true. Yeah, it's that makes it. Yeah, without God, I guess that okay. So while we wait for Alex, assuming he's coming back, inshallah, do you think it is just definitionally true if there was no God that then there just is that there is no meaning of life? Because like people like Anson, will try to square that circle. When Anson is inventing that he has to play chess with his kids. I've played chess with Anson. I mean, the kids would be better off just teaching themselves. I'm sorry, Anson, if you're still here.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, on a subjective level, I would say, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of meanings to life, and having kids is a big one. It's just the problem is, I don't know. It gets harder to extrapolate like the more people that you include in that scenario. So if you're talking about just the universal meaning to life, I mean, I mean, other than keeping the population going, which I mean, if you look at America, they don't give a fuck about that. We don't give like most people don't give a fuck about that. They're okay aborting their kids. So I would say right now I don't know if there's a universal meaning to life that I could point to that at least most of Americans enjoy. And then when you extrapolate past that and you look at, well, let's just focus on Western countries. I don't know if that checks out either.
I don't. So, okay. So I want to put a pin in the subjective because I think I disagree with you on that. I think I do. So I'm gonna put a pin in that and welcome Doomerang. Doomerang, good to see you. You haven't been on a panel in a hot minute.
Hey guys. Yeah, it's been a little bit.
So Doomerang, what is the meaning of life, brother? And welcome to 2026.
Yeah, welcome.
Let me be the first one to welcome you to a new year.
We've been waiting. Yeah. The meaning of life. I've heard it as there's 3 parts to it. It's to crush your enemies, see them driven before you.
The lamentation of their women. Yeah. No, that is how I get my jollies off. So I can see that. Interestingly enough, Anson is like being religion coded in the comments. Anson says, no, we need a higher power to function. We're experiencing a mass reduction in population growth directly related to the spread of atheism. Then stop that, Anson. Stop that.
It's your fault.
Then just don't do that, Sounds like you know that you're on the wrong team. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess Anson's answer would be he still thinks it's delusory. He doesn't think it's but he just thinks it's something humans need, even if he thinks it's a delusion. He thinks it's a necessary delusion, is I guess what he would say. It's my guess.
I mean, if it's a necessary delusion, is it a delusion?
Well, yeah, like let's say God didn't actually exist, right? And there is no God and there's no Jesus. But yeah, if we don't believe in that, then we will just all perish and not and have terrible birth rates. It's like, well, it's not like we are able to create a creator, right? So that it would still be a delusion in the sense that there would be no God in that circumstance.
But to be fair, if we need that aspect, could that need itself be God?
I guess, but then it's kind of like a neutered God. That's like not what most of us mean. Like when I wouldn't be reading the Bible or or praying or doing really any spiritual stuff if I thought, oh, I have to believe in God for some delusionary thing that will make my life feel more meaningful and will allow society to continue. But when I die, I stay dead, and there's actually no one that cares about my life, and actually no one created any of us at all. I would just think, that what's the point of it? Oh, good to see you. Good to see you, Lyle/Ed. This guy helped me a lot in Silk Song. Okay, I remember Lyle. I know you said to call you something else, but I can't remember what you told me to call you. So
I'm pretty sure his name is Ed.
Is it Ed? Is that what it was?
Yeah, little Ed. That's little Ed.
Little Ed. Ed. Okay. Okay. It is Ed. It is Ed. I remember you, Ed. And the Gorilla Polo says, "Give your this to Anson. Give your kids' chess game 100% attention or none at all. They're not ready yet." Anson, your kids are gonna beat the shit out of you. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's my prediction. Okay, I got a polymarket bet on it right now, so you got to be honest about the results, brother. Okay.
Yeah. Let me take the over on that.
Okay, so Doomerang, do you have a for real, no cap answer on the meaning of life besides just the lamentation of the women part? You know.
No, the lamentation might be the best part. But I mean, where's the lie?
I mean, hey, it's as valid as any answer. So, I guess okay. So to remove the pin that I previously stuck when I was talking to you, Big Soda. So I would say if there was no God, I would say that we can make something, and obviously the existentialists believe this, but that you can make subjective meaning. But you know, there's like an analogy that William Lane Craig used. I don't think he was the first one, but he said like if there's no God, then it's basically like he would use the analogy of rearranging deck chairs on a Titanic. Then like the ship is sinking, and yeah, you might prefer the chairs to be lined up a little bit, or maybe you want them to sort them. You know, you're autistic and shit, so you want like tall to small chairs or fancy to unfancy. But at the end of the day, ship's going down. Doesn't really matter what order you configure them. You might invent a meaning on how you want to arrange the deck chairs, but ultimately it does nothing. How would you respond to that?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree.
So then, is there any subjective meaning without God? Like, yes, you can find actions that you think are meaningful, but I guess, yeah, are they actually meaningful if there was no God in the universe?
Well, I mean, I guess if it's something that gave you purpose, and I would presume by definition it would be meaningful. Like there would be meaning in doing it.
See, that sounds like okay. So your definition of meaningful, which is it's one definition if it brings you meaning, but then you would say that on a Titanic rearranging deck chairs would be meaningful. And in some sense it might be if it gives you a temporary purpose, but I guess I would say ultimately it's meaningless, right? So maybe it's like a semantic overload thing where maybe the word meaning has two different components. I would be more tempted to say subjective meaning isn't actually that meaningful at all.
Well, I would, I guess, because I mean, if the Titanic's going down and you find purpose in gathering up deck chairs and organizing the way you want, is that not giving you purpose?
It's giving you a subjective sense of purpose, but I don't think I don't think it's giving you like real purpose, right? So to me, I don't know if to me, there's almost a small p purpose and like a big P purpose, you know, where it's like, what are you, like what actually like, what is like real beyond your own mind? Good time for Alex to join back in. Alex loves when we talk about what is real and what's not real and stuff. So
go ahead. It doesn't matter. It's all real. It doesn't matter anymore. You do your thing, okay? Just remember that every time you have to say more real, you're proving everything I've ever said.
The real purpose is throwing me through a loop.
What do you? Okay, Alex, do you actually not agree with me on that though? If there was no God, then it's like, you can have like a small p purpose, but it's like I don't know. It's a self-defined purpose, and you could have just as easily said, "My purpose is to just count marbles at home." But then we would look at that like without God. If someone's like, "My purpose is to like raise kids and to love my family," and the other guy's like, "I'm like counting marbles autistically in my basement." We would judge those two meanings, but if it's all just like in the person's head on what makes them feel meaningful, then what's happening there? Am I wrong for being like, loving others, caring for your family, that seems more meaningful than counting marbles in your basement?
Well,
or is he right if it's all person based?
If you were born with a specific skill set, right? Like maybe you're this like autistic person who can count marbles falling out of the air, right? That could be your purpose, could be something aligned towards that. Doesn't have to be completely subjective.
Okay, but does that still? I'm not saying there's not a way that skill could be used, but I'm saying if me tomorrow, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna start counting marbles for no reason, but it gives me immense purpose and meaning to do that. Just counting the marbles in my basement.
I mean,
One by, would you say I'm living a purpose-driven life? You know?
No, because you don't have any purpose outside of yourself. Like humans are social creatures, right? We don't live solely in our own world. We don't live solely for ourselves.
Not all humans, though. You know,
all humans are social creatures, unless you're talking about sociopaths.
Marilyn, this is the perfect panel for you. There's actually no spell casting here, for real. No psyops. That's a Marilyn guarantee.
Marilyn,
See, well, this is the thing. So to quote Ed,
every person is one half of a magnet, and they need other magnets to make them whole. Okay.
Well, I think
that's fair. True. That's fair.
I actually think that is valid.
That's Maryland coded.
That is Maryland coded.
Yeah.
Ed says the problem with meaning is that it's completely subjective. See, I would say it's not completely, though. This is what I mean. So you're saying like a crackhead homeless person could find meaning in things you felt were pointless. But I don't know. I feel like there's the way we use meaning when it means like, what do we find personally to be meaningful? But then I think there is something we punt to that we feel is more objective. I mean, even Alex is doing that, right? Alex, you're doing that when you're saying that, like, well, we're designed to be social creatures and everybody must be that and all this stuff. And so therefore your life should kind of be other focused to some degree, right? Which I would agree with you, but then that's not just personally defined anymore. Now we're like punting to something beyond just like our own personal, what gives us meaning.
Our own design, whatever, our own mechanics, of course. Otherwise it is purely subjective if you're just choosing it, right?
Okay, so you don't think meaning is, do you agree in the two kind of stages of meaning I'm talking about? Like I would say even from a religious point of view, there's a religious meaning and then there's like a more kind of like personal meaning to you.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's yeah, I guess I would agree with that. Like if you're deriving your meaning from something you believe to be objective, then you're using more like the capital M meaning than you are if you just kind of picking your own path.
Okay.
Well,
I think I agree.
Would an example of this be like if I'm homeless and I want to cause other people problems, would that be the more meaning that you're talking about? So it's not just a personal meaning, but I want to be the problem for everyone else. Would that be the more meaning? Because I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but I still
focused.
Because I think I understand what you're meaning, but I don't. I guess I don't understand the more meaning or like the two parts of the meaning.
Oh, so like if you, it's kind of like what's a good way to express that? There's not like I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'll think about an example, but it's like if you're deriving your meaning from, let's say, God, then you're giving yourself something. You're assigning yourself a meaning that isn't yours to choose. It's kind of chosen for you. Whereas if you're choosing solely based off of what you like to do or want to do, like counting marbles in your basement, then the meaning is purely your own and has nothing to do with anything like objectively true about yourself or about the universe. My third option was like understanding what skills you have and applying them to the wider world. That's still something kind of chosen for you. It's just you have to figure out how to implement it yourself.
Okay. So I guess a quick example would be if my parents want me to go to college, but I want to become an artist, and I decide to go to college for my parents, would that be an example of that more meaning or that different version of meaning? Like
No,
doing
not
something
what your
not.
parents want you to do is not your meaning, right? Let's say you could have
Mhm,
been like let's say you could have been like the Mozart of the 20th century, right? And you decide to go to
mhm.
college instead and you throw that away because you were following someone else's direction. I would say you're pursuing the lowercase m meaning because it's not using anything that you've been you've been given by nature or by genetics or by whatever. It's just choosing a path because it's the easier one to go down. Telling your parents no can be
Okay,
pretty hard. So,
okay. So I guess when you're
but you could
saying
also
something
be
giving you
completely
meaning,
delusional and think you're a really good artist when you're not.
that's fair. That's fair. I guess what you mean it's something that's not like when you talk about meaning, is it something outside of what humans give each other?
Yeah. But it's
Okay.
outside of like pursuing your direct preference just because it's the easiest path.
What? Okay, but would that still not technically fit like the example I gave with the parents? Because it wouldn't be your own preference. It would be a preference
But it's the
outside of
easier
yours.
path.
Okay. Okay.
Like if you're somebody who can easily tell their parents no and you decide to do it, then maybe, yeah, sure. But if you're somebody who chooses it only because their parents told them to and they can't say no to their parents, then I would say that part is probably going to be more subjective and impossible to weigh until after you've like looked at it after it's happened. It's something you'd have to like figure out after the fact, not during, I guess.
Hmm.
But I
And,
mean, so is
and
everything.
it's
You can't
like it's
measure
like
the future, right?
most of the capital M's you would see like from like religious structures. It'd be something outside of you that you follow, even though it could be at your own preference detriment.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're taking
Okay.
up additional responsibilities or you're sacrificing some of your own time or money or effort, right? Those are like more of the capital M meanings in my opinion.
Okay.
Now, do we think lowercase m can ever become, maybe by dint of faith or through
Sure,
human
of course.
experience, an uppercase m? And I'm actually ed pilled on this comment he posted, and I understand it seems strange at first, but the more I think about it, the more I actually agree. He says they might find supreme meaning in taking apart a homeless person. He's talking about they might find supreme meaning in taking apart a VCR for 2 days straight without food, sleep, or water. I actually think that is, and this is why when I was including in my definition, I said experiencing life, experiencing existence, because I do think you could be doing some like nonsense and kind of like achieve kind of some higher meaning through like a conscious experience, even if it started out as kind of like nonsense.
Of
Hmm.
Does
course,
that make
yeah.
sense to anyone? Is that
Well, that's why I said you'd have to measure it after the fact. You can't like you don't know exactly where the path you're on is going to lead you. You could take what you think is like the easiest thing in the world, and it turns out to be one of the most difficult things you've ever done, right? But I don't think like sitting on your butt playing video games for most people is the capital M meaning.
but okay,
I,
I would say there's been some video games that I
Most
I do
people,
think
most
have brought me into meaning, you know?
well,
No,
sure.
normally meaningful video games, I will say that, but
well,
I
I guess you
mean,
could use the example of like, I mean, you start off just playing video games as a
like
preference,
so
and then
it's
you
not.
turn it into like charity streams and stuff like that, where now that small M turns into a big M, where there's, I guess, a bigger purpose outside of just you playing video games.
But okay, but even with that, like I would say there's like movies. I don't know if this is just my own schema of understanding things, but there's movies I'll watch where let's say I'm watching them just for entertainment. But then there's movies I watch where I feel like a part of me has been like changed a little bit, after I'm done. Like it's like maybe it had a really good concept or it made me like feel a certain emotion. And I feel like I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is a waste of time, even though I just sat there, I watched a movie, I didn't like help anybody, I wasn't being social at the time. But there's some meanings that I think can be derived from those kind of the minutia of life.
You're
Also,
referencing the Notebook.
Are you like talking about not just meaning in terms of like a meaning thing, something that is meaningful, but like individual events that are meaningful? Because those
Yeah. So I guess when I wouldn't say like watching movies would ever be my purpose. And I know that everyone probably defines these terms a bit differently. But I would say that, yes, it's like, I think like in each day, I think ideally we should be like trying to find that meaning. And I think that can happen in small ways that can like lead to, but not just subjective ways, but can lead to like actual contact with like actual meaning, but in a small way. You know what I mean? So maybe I would say that like your overall purpose, is going to be like a grander thing about the big decisions you make and stuff. But there's also like most of life is spent in the day to day, kind of the mundane, right? And I think it's harder to like analyze what your purpose is on any given day, but you can still be doing actions that are meaningful in those days, right? In a kind of moment to moment basis. Thoughts? I mean, is that crazy? Is that goated?
It sounds pretty crazy.
But you don't feel that? Like if you
hold on, you're cutting in and out really bad for me. 1 minute.
Am I cutting out for you, Big Soda?
You did, but I think I was able to grasp the concept in which you were talking about. So it may have not have been as bad for me, but you did cut out there for a second.
Well, shit, I don't know. Maybe I was tilting my head a bit. But I was saying like, okay, so like, let's say like, I guess I'm thinking like, okay, so let's say we, I know we both like Jordan Peterson. Okay. So let's say you watch a Jordan Peterson video, right? It's like, it's not necessarily tied into anything social, but let's say you get a lot out of it. Like it really like opens some concepts you haven't thought about before, makes you think. It's like, I would say then that's a meaningful thing, right? That happened.
We talking big M or little M?
I would say it's a thing that is little m, but it can become big M. I don't know if that depends on if God is like speaking through that thing. So but it's like there's like it's the same thing with like movies or like shows or books that you read. It's like there's some things that could be like super. Yeah, I think that can cross the gap into where I feel like I'm having like a God experience, for lack of a better word.
Would it be like there's no real reason to listen to Jordan Peterson unless you clean your damn room afterwards?
Yeah, I think things should be actionable. But I don't know, like, I guess maybe okay, so there's this quote, and I'm going to butcher it like I do every quote. And I heard it from Vsauce originally, but he didn't make it up. He said, like, it's something like, I don't remember the meals I've eaten any more than I remember, like, the books I've read, but still, they've made me. With the idea being, right, like, everything that is me is from, like, food that I've eaten, and I can't remember them all. But in the same way, the books, and I would extrapolate to like movies, media, just like stuff in general. It's like that stuff has shaped us into the people we are. So when I read like Nietzsche, that's like that has shaped a part of me. So it's like that is kind of a capital M meaning in the sense that it is like I found it meaningful. It has stuck with me. It has made me into the person I am. And it seems to punt beyond just like some subjective type experience, you know?
Would that mean that every experience would be capital M in some aspect? Because every experience you've had, it somehow shaped you?
We're treading on like the everything is real. Here, if everything has meaning or could have meaning, right?
Everything is real. I
don't know. I don't think so. I don't know if this is just my own personal psychology, because there is times where I'll read a book and I'm like, okay, that maybe it changed me on some like micro level, but I didn't walk away from that feeling like I am like changed in any way. But then there's times where I read a book and I feel the opposite. I feel like I am changed in some way. And same with like movies. If I watch like some goy slop, am I allowed to say that? But like if I watch like a Marvel movie, I famously hate Marvel movies. I hate all Marvel movies. Okay, I'm sorry if you guys are Marvel enjoyers. If I it's always a waste of time. I always regret it. Okay, but if I watch like a good movie, like actually like a good movie, I feel like I've actually in some small way I think grown closer to God through watching this movie. Is that insane?
Well, just to be clear, is like when you say meaning, are you talking about like one thing that are you talking about things that give you meaning or things that feel meaningful for you? Or are you talking about like things you can do that are meaningful?
No, I would say, yeah, I think things that you know how like Carl Jung has that quote where he says, "I'd rather be whole than good," and it's a bit of a controversial quote, but I think that if you get what I mean by that quote, I think that when I watch a really good movie or read a really good book or have a really good conversation, I feel like I am being made more whole. And the way I take that is to be made more into the image of God in some small way, in some kind of way. I'm more whole after having engaged in this activity, whether it's a conversation, a movie, a book. Ag is flipping me off in the back. Okay, I see you, Ag. I'm bringing you up. Being whole is good. I agree, Marilyn. I feel like you're misunderstanding the Young quote, okay?
Wouldn't that
You
be
agree
whole
with
and
him.
good?
When did you reference that?
I'd rather be whole than good. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's a direct quote or if it's one of those where it's like a paraphrase from something. It's one of those that I've seen floated around, but I've never personally read it in any Young text. Although Young has written a lot of shit, so I'm not,
It could very well be, yeah. I'm not sure what that would mean.
You don't know what that quote means?
Well, with
I don't know
Young,
what
I'm
he's
not
trying
sure
to
I
say by
understand
it.
that quote either.
Okay, let me hit you with how I see the quote. Okay, it's like I think it's like, okay, so Adam and Eve, we're going way back. We're going way back. Okay, Adam and Eve, right? In the garden, they were innocent. Okay, so they were good, right? But their goodness was tied to like innocence, kind of just like a lack of evil, a lack of knowledge of evil, a lack of sin. Then they ate of the fruit, right? And they gained knowledge. They realized they were naked, right? They covered themselves. I would say that at the end of time now, so now that Christ has redeemed us, right? And let's say we're all like, at the end of time, we're perfected beings. We are more whole, and that's a better thing to be than when Adam and Eve were just good. Because they were good, but they were lacking like wholeness. They didn't understand the options available. They didn't understand what it meant. They didn't fully get a chance to reject it or to parse it out. That by somehow going through this whole experiential rigmarole that we've gone through, that we will be whole in a way that Adam and Eve weren't whole. They were good. Now, of course, it depends how you define good and whole, but that's the way I take that quote. To mean like good is just like your kind of stereotypical, like you're just like you're almost like a goody two shoes. You're just doing good, but you're like missing out on like so much of like the struggles of what it means to be human and like the human condition and all this stuff. And then the whole person would be like more of that stuff.
Okay, is it kind of saying like it's better to be whole and then have the option of being good than it is than it would be if your nature is just good?
Well, so looking at it, it seems like what he's saying is that he would rather prioritize authenticity and self-realization over conforming to social personal ideas of goodness. So basically like repressing himself or repressing his thoughts or who he is just to fit within the category of good as society or he himself defines it.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I'd have to agree with that.
On one hand, yeah, Marilyn is saying, being whole is good. I agree. It depends how you define good. It depends how you define whole. But no, I would not say Adam and Eve were whole. I don't think I could look at
incomplete.
Yes, yeah. I don't think I could look at God in a normal way if I thought, because then there would be no point of the fall. There'd be no point of all the shit that we're in now. The only way that makes sense to me is that our final state will be superior to the one in the garden. I can't just see the garden as just like a mistake that like two people literally or metaphorically caused, right? And just threw us all into this. And now we're just trying to get
after all after all his other creations, he said, it says that God sat back and saw they were good. Did he do that for Adam and Eve, though? I don't recall. Did it say after he created Adam and Eve that he sat back and saw that they were good?
I'm actually
I don't
not
They
sure.
weren't good,
I don't recall that. I don't know.
clearly.
That would be something to look up there. Because, I mean, if he
Yeah,
doesn't
I should-
sit back
I
and
should
say they
know
were
that.
good, he saw everything else he created was good, but he didn't see them as good. And
Well,
maybe they
I
were
guess,
old, but they,
I guess, but then I would say, I mean, if they were the closest that humans have been to God, then I guess by definition they would be good, even if they weren't whole.
I mean, if it doesn't say that, though, I mean, it should be pretty descriptive. I would think it would say it or not. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
I mean,
I
do
just
you
figure
think
it's a good
that,
question to ask because
do you
I don't
think
recall.
That is good.
do you think Young would say that eating the apple made them better?
Yes.
Was it an apple?
Well, hold on, though. Hold on. Did that exist before the apple, or did it
It
only
was
come to
forbidden
exist
fruit.
because
We don't
of the
really
apple?
know if it was an apple.
Yeah, we don't know if it was
Well,
technically
it doesn't
an apple.
matter. What I'm
I like to
saying
think
is,
it's a pomegranate.
Yeah, it doesn't. That
if
doesn't matter.
if the fruit infused them with something new that made them broken, or that gave them something they didn't have before, right? Then I would say we're probably talking about something different. But if the apple just kind of gave them knowledge they didn't previously have access to, then that would be a different thing. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I just meant like right after he created them because that would tell you.
Okay, so yeah, it does seem at the end of Genesis 2, or no, sorry, Genesis 1, and this is after the creation. Although it gets a bit confusing because in Genesis 2 we have like a secondary creation of mankind, but in Genesis 1 it still says, yeah, created mankind's own image,
wasn't
male
a
and female, and
secondary.
it says God saw all they were created and it was very good.
Well, then there you go.
It was a descriptive. It was more like describing what actually happened.
That's what I mean. I don't mean like a second new.
Yeah.
I just mean like a second recounting. We go a little back in time.
Yeah, but yeah, kind of going with what Big Soda said though. God, apparently saw that, Adam and Eve were good. But this is prior to them eating from the forbidden tree.
But to be fair, I guess they were good because not because they have the choice to be good, but they were good just because that was their nature at the time.
Right.
Well,
And so, I mean,
were they
come up, Marilyn.
whole or were they incomplete?
I would probably say they were incomplete.
Complete them in some way, or did it break them?
I think it did both.
I think God probably made Adam and Eve just the way he wanted them, but then they ate from the forbidden tree, and so they, suffered the consequence.
Do you see it as purely consequence? Do you agree with what I said that our final state now
it's subjective too, yeah,
will be higher, I think, than Adam and Eve? I don't think this was by accident.
Know.
I know, but I'm just asking what you actually think. Do you think that we're just trying to get back to the state of Adam and Eve? I think we're going to a higher state.
Well,
I wouldn't say a higher state. I would say
chose.
Well, right. So I would say this exactly, and I think the state
would say
now
it gave us the ability to think that we are, but maybe not so much.
But to be fair, didn't God tell them not to do that?
That's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
but it's the only way they could actually hold on. It's the only way they could actually discover evil by doing something evil. If he had told them it was fine if they did it, then there wouldn't be any discovery of evil.
Yeah,
okay, that's
because he told them everything else
There
was
had
theirs.
to be a rule that they could betray or break for some reason, right?
Marilyn,
Yeah,
panel up. Stop negging us from the chat, okay?
Yeah, it could have been eating
Marilyn.
from a tree. It could have been.
Also,
You know what?
Ed,
I think Adam was
description of the video. There's a link.
Was pure positivity.
Wait, so say what?
They were incomplete.
Start over. There was multiple people talking at once.
I'm screwing with Marilyn. Sorry.
Oh,
it's free morning. Well, I guess you could say they had to disobey God. There had to be some essence of disobeying God for them to, I guess, be left with a choice of, do you choose to be closer to God or do you choose to disobey God? And which one would be good versus evil? Good being the close with God, and then evil being separated from God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they
Well-
like the way it's kind of way you're wording it. They didn't have to. It's like they did though, and we know like supposedly if we go off what the Bible says they did, but they didn't have to. Like there didn't have to be even anything from eating from a tree to, don't eat that rat over there or whatever it was, whatever the thing was. But they didn't have to do it. They chose to do it. And even though God told them that was the one thing not to do, they still chose.
Do you think it was a
Well, the
test,
question
though?
is,
have to.
did God
I don't think
tell
they
Eve,
had
or
to.
did Adam tell Eve? So I think Adam may have been the one to screw up.
What's that?
Did
No,
God tell
Eve was
not
the.
to eat
I
it,
thought
or did
Eve was
Adam
the one
tell
that
her?
screwed up.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it
No,
depends on who told her.
Eve convinced Adam, and then
I
yeah.
know, but if Adam's the one who told her, if God did not specifically tell her not to eat it, right? Then she never got that directive. She wasn't wrong for eating it. He was.
Well, I mean, looking at the grand scheme of humanity, that's neither here nor there. Whether like that doesn't change, like if it
I
was
know,
an apple or
I'm-
not, or like a fig, but
Yeah.
either
I'm
way,
making
one
a
of them ate,
joke.
and yeah.
What you think it could have been purposeful for God to only tell Adam but not to tell
Yes.
Eve?
I think it was purposeful that God told them not to, and He knew they were going to.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on what you think the apple is. I personally think it's like it was like a corruption event or something to that manner.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now hear me out. This is kind of my loose interpretation of it. I always thought it was a knowledge of, I guess, death. It's like after eating the apple, we gained
found out they could die.
the ability to die. Yes, which brought sin.
Right.
Well, isn't it the knowledge of good and evil?
I believe that's how it's described. Yes.
It was
Yeah,
just
but now they know
knowledge.
the
I think it was
difference.
just
It's
No,
the knowledge of
it
good
is.
and
It is
evil.
the knowledge of good
Yeah,
and evil.
the ability to die is a consequence of what they did. It's not like it's not the sin itself.
And
I guess
it seems like it is, and this is a bit controversial maybe, but it seems like it's based on the location of the garden, because we already know there was like a pre-Adamic fall, right? With like, hence why the devil is like here in this opening, and they're not allowed to come back into the garden after they eat of the fruit.
That's why I insinuate that it's purposeful, because I mean, why would God tell them not to eat and then put the snake in the garden?
Right.
Like He knew what they were going to do already.
Well, that's what I think. I think that's what I don't know if this is like blasphemous.
I don't know
but
if he did.
I think we were
Well,
meant
free
to
will.
eat the fruit.
To
Okay?
say that he.
Oh, Marilyn is here and Ed is here. So hold
Free
up.
will, right?
Okay, Marilyn, bringing you up.
To say
Ed,
that
are
he
you able
didn't know
to?
is probably more blasphemy.
Maybe.
Am I able to what?
Okay, hold up. Everyone, hold up.
Slow down,
for
one at a
second.
time. One at a time.
Second. Housekeeping. So, Ed, you're in the back. Do you have a camera? You don't have to use it on stage. Can you just cam up for me? You're not going to be on YouTube. It's only for my eyes. And just like give me one of these. It's like a little safety thing we do. Just let me know if you're able to do that. And yeah, sorry, we're just gonna keep going. Sorry for that.
Just let me say one thing and I'll step down because there's a lot of people on here. Adam and Eve, whether they ate from the tree.
That was a briefer thing than I expected.
Yeah,
it was super brief.
You're muted now, Marilyn. I don't know if you know that.
Thank you very much, Marilyn. That was nice.
That's very insightful.
Oh, Marilyn has joined again. Marilyn is on. There's two Marylands.
I don't know if we can handle two of them.
With the good.
My phone, my headset died. My headset died. So
it multiplied you?
I don't know what happened. So listen. So Adam and Eve, if it didn't matter if they ate off the tree of the knowledge of good and evil or if they ate off the tree of life, it didn't matter. If they didn't eat off either tree, they were never intended to die. They were the image of God. Death only came with the curse. So if they didn't eat off either tree, they were never gonna die. Never.
Is the whole point that they can't die if they eat from the other tree?
But even if they ate off the tree of life, like even if they did not eat off the tree of life, they still would have lived forever. There was still no curse on them. If they were like,
made of
our
dust.
voyage is to eat off the tree of life and then we'll live forever. That was never in the cards.
Well, they were made of dust. How are they going to live forever?
I don't believe that. I don't believe
Well,
in creation
where does it
or
say?
evolution.
Where does
I
it
don't
say
Tree
believe
of
that?
life makes them live forever. Right?
We
That's why
are
there's two
God.
trees.
We are God. We always were and we always will be.
Yeah.
Creation and
Okay. All right.
evolution
But
are psyops.
where does it say we all are
red
God?
pilled.
To what?
Where does it say anywhere in the Bible that we are all God?
What about when Jesus
called us
says,
God.
Just show me
yeah,
a Bible verse where it says that
Jesus said, haven't
everybody
I
is
called
I will
you all
find it.
gods? Why do you pick up stones to stone me? He's like, we don't stone you for any good bad
Yeah, but
evil
wasn't he
works,
being facetious?
but for claiming to be God.
John
You, a mere man,
10:34. Jesus
Right.
complaining to be
answered them,
God.
"Is it not written in your law? I have said you are gods."
Yeah.
Well, are
I
you
mean,
gods like owned by
It
God, or are
doesn't
you gods
matter.
and
G
No,
means
no, no.
D.
kind
It's
of
There's
not a
no
does?
apostrophe.
homophone.
We can even go to the Greek. It's gonna be
G is
theos.
not a homophone. G is not a homophone.
Theo,
Big G and a little g
nominative
does not have
masculine
It could
different
be
plural.
a
meanings.
homophone.
It may be if it was a
okay.
whole
Well, then
word.
I guess Marilyn, you're right. We're just all gods.
We
My
are all
goodness.
God because of God. We're His children. What does that make him? That makes we are what our
Makes
Father
him Big
is.
Papa.
We are what our Father
It
is.
also does
Humans,
make a big
not
papa.
Okay, I'll be back.
I
humans,
actually
not
agree with
gods.
Marilyn, to be clear, even though Marilyn herself doesn't seem to think I do, and no one else does. But I actually do agree.
I don't know about you guys, but I needed that. That was a nice little break.
Yep.
I'm so glad that's clarified now.
I'm God. You're God. We're God. She's God. They're God.
We're all
All gods are
we are
gods.
all
Yeah.
God.
It just
Okay,
takes the
we
power
actually
away from. It takes the power
actually
away from God. But okay.
A whole panel of gods.
It's not
Like
about taking the
being,
power away
if
from
we're
God.
all
It's like,
gods, then it's meaningless to be God, right? I mean,
no. I think we're all. It's like what I bring this up a lot, but
so
this
hold
concept I
on.
don't think is as heretical as people think it is. Right, like the whole
I'm
theosis thing in the Orthodox, right? Like the whole sentence, right? Is that man became God, or God became man so that man might become God, right? So in the same way that Jesus became man, and this is something from like the early
yeah,
church fathers, like this is like not a heresy.
I mean, it kind of is a heresy.
It's
yeah,
not a
I'm
heresy.
saying
You know who the heretics ended
you're
up being,
literally
right?
doubting the
A
like the
lot of the
Trinity.
church
I mean,
fathers, a lot of
If
the
you're
church
saying
were
that the Eastern
heretics.
Orthodox Church is heretical, that's
Yeah,
I guess
sure.
that's a
Of
fine.
course.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying it's not some like strange like when I think when Marilyn says that people think she's being all like new agey and stuff, and she is a little bit, but like this is like an ancient theology that was taught in these early churches
I guess
of deification, as I think my screen share is showing. Yeah.
hold on. So what is God then? Isn't God supposed to be all powerful? How are we God if we're not all powerful ourselves?
Well, I think the process of what they call like sanctification, right? When Protestants often misuse the term saved to talk about a singular point, right? Which is more correctly called justification, right? And
Right,
there's
but
other
God
aspects of
isn't
that.
becoming God. God is God.
Right. And we are becoming God. So like right now, am I all powerful? No. That's where me and Marilyn might disagree. I'm not sure. I think I'm in the process of divinization. And I think every Christian ought to be and should be. And so that's where me and Marilyn might disagree. I don't think the process is completed yet, but I think the process of sanctification in the Bible, which we are told by Paul, well, the writer of Hebrews, it depends on who you think wrote Hebrews, to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling. At least I think that's in Hebrews. Right. So it's a constant thing. We're being saved daily. We're obviously not being justified daily because we accept Christ's sacrifice once and then we're justified. But there is a continual process of being saved, and that salvation is being made into the image of God more and more, becoming God himself.
yeah, I was going to ask, like, who's gone through this process that we know of that we can name off that has become that's transitioned fully into God?
Well, it happens at the point of death, I would say.
Well, the only being officially called God was Jesus, and he wasn't really born a man. He was born God.
Yeah.
No,
If you
well,
believe
that's
in the
actually
Trinity,
not true.
yes.
That's
If you
biblically
believe-
that's not true.
If you believe in the Trinity, that's yeah.
If you don't believe in the Trinity, you don't believe in Christian.
Jesus says you don't believe Jesus is the Son of God, right?
Who doesn't?
If you don't believe in the Trinity, then you don't believe Jesus is the Son of God, right?
Correct.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's not correct.
Yes, it is.
So
Why not?
no, it's not. So Jehovah Witnesses famously are not Trinitarian, but they still believe Jesus is the Son of God. They don't believe he's God. They believe he's the Son of God.
Sorry. Yeah, Son of God versus actually
Right. Trinity
God.
would be like
Yeah,
co-equal, right? Like there's like some type of like
So they don't believe in the
equalness
Holy
between-
Spirit, but they believe in God and Jesus.
They believe in the Holy Spirit. They just don't believe
Then-
that they believe Jesus is the Son of God, and they believe he's actually the incarnation of the Archangel Michael for the Jehovah Witnesses
So then
specifically.
he's not.
It's a
That's
little crazy.
He's not
different.
God at all, right?
Yeah, that's
No,
different.
but
Yeah.
they will say he's the Son of God. So I'm just responding to what you said, Ag, about if you.
But what I'm saying
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
we're technically all the sons of God if you go with the Bible, right?
Well, we're brothers and sisters in Christ. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we're
Jehovah
his
Witnesses
son.
would say that. I
So
don't know if
therefore,
Jehovah Witnesses would say
sons-
we're all
yeah.
sons of God in the same way that Jesus is. They do
Well-
give him obviously like special precedence, and same with like the Mormons.
So
But the Mormons are
he's
also
more
not
That's
son of
because-
Trinitarian.
God, but that just means he's not God.
Yeah, but Jesus was like God incarnate on earth,
Yeah,
correct?
That's
Because it's
what
the Trinity
story of Jesus
is all in
says.
one. Yeah. So
that's the. Yeah, I'm just saying there
if
are
you
there are
don't
Christian
believe that
sects
Jesus
that
was God and God is Jesus, then you don't. And like there is the Holy Spirit that's connecting them, then you don't believe in the Trinity, right?
yes, yeah. I'm just saying there's a lot of like,
It's like them
Christian
Jehovah's
denominations.
Witnesses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
can't.
they
I don't
would-
think I can call you a Christian if you don't believe in the Trinity. I don't
Right.
know.
Correct. Yeah.
I think by
Yeah, I
definition,
don't even know if I
Christians
would
believe in the
disagree
Trinity.
with that. I just mean that there are people that will. There are a lot of Christians that will still say, because Jesus says all the time that he's the Son of God, and the Trinity was something that came about in like the 4th century when it was like fully articulated. And so there was a couple of heresies going on before that, and then there's some that exist to this day. Another one is
Right, but
oneness Pentecostalism, where
But you would disagree
they're
that
not Trinitarians either.
you would disagree or agree that to believe we're all gods is kind of denying the fact that God is God, right? I mean,
Well,
because
just you basically
how can we
diminished the
be
meaning of God to
omnipotent
nothing.
and yeah, I mean, you're equipolating God to humans.
Yeah,
When we look
I don't-
back and you just look at the fact that God created us, how can we compare ourselves to that? You know what I mean? Like originally created us, not that fact that females can give birth and create life. Okay, got it, Marilyn. But that doesn't make us all gods, right? Like you're comparing something a God that created like everything to just humans that create another human or a couple or whatever. I don't know.
Right,
It's
but
just like
I mean,
it's formally displacing the power of God, and it's to me that's more like blasphemy than anything.
I don't see it that way. I think there's a lot of biblical passages that talk about this. That
You're
we
denouncing the fact. I mean, you're denouncing Jesus, and in fact, I don't know.
I know
It
you're
makes sense
hearing
in
it
my
that
head,
way.
but I'm having trouble articulating it.
I
No, I
definitely
hear what you're saying. I agree with you. I think.
I just don't think. I think there's a lot of biblical passages that talk about us sharing in Christ's divinity and sharing, and we're co-heirs of Christ. And
Sure.
I think this is borne out in church doctrine. So again, I would say it's the process that we are becoming God. Again, so I'm not omnipotent. This is where me and Marilyn maybe
Well,
we
if you're
disagree on this.
becoming, then you're not definitionally.
Well, it's a process though, right? Like
I think it's
divinization.
I mean,
It's not.
It's
this
human-
is
it's
it's in the
human
Bible.
cope.
It's
That's what it is.
all throughout church history. I don't know how it's cope. This isn't just like me making
it's not
something up.
enough. It's not enough that Jesus came to save us all. That you're going to cope by saying we're all gods. I mean, it's fucking human
That's-
cope.
Jesus
To
saved
say
us
we're
so
all
that
gods
we might
is
become
ridiculous.
gods.
What's that?
To say that we're made in the image of God is in the Bible. We're not
Right,
all
but
God
are-
himself.
yeah. Are angels
I mean,
gods then?
yeah,
they
'cause
were
That's
made by
like
No,
God.
saying an image of something is the original. I mean, you could have the Mona Lisa and have an image of the Mona Lisa. It doesn't mean it's the original. Just because God
No,
made
I
us in the
think he
image of
agrees
Him.
with you. I think the guy who just
Yeah,
spoke, I think he
yeah.
agrees with you. Yeah.
I'm still trying to explain it to Confluence. I
Oh,
think.
sure.
Yeah, I just think I fundamentally disagree. Like, I mean, maybe Alex has the point that if I'm becoming God, then I'm not God yet. I'm not. That's the whole process of sanctification. It's not completed until until after death and maybe even beyond, right? But eventually, I mean, that's what we're taught, I think, in the Bible and in church history, however much we value that.
So when,
I think that
when you,
I mean, it's like the plot of every anime show, right? Like everyone wants to become God, like through a bunch of training or a bunch of meditation or a bunch of praying or something, like through a bunch of devotion to some sort of art, they can eventually finally attain this godhood status. But none of us can ever get there. Like it's kind of like it's like a North Star to aim at. You know, you never actually get to the North Star, but you can aim towards it.
Yeah, I don't think I actually disagree with that. Like I said, it has to, all of the stuff that we're told in the Bible, you know, the ultimate glorification of us, right, happens post-death. So I think, I don't know if it was Ag, but someone asked me if I could point to anyone on this earth that has done that. Well, no.
Yeah, that was
definitionally, we always have the flesh while we're alive, right?
So after that point, then you believe that once you, I don't know, transcend to that point that you are God that you're talking about, and you say it only happens after death. So at that point, you'd be able to just go ahead and come back into reality or create another, you know, planet or Earth, or, you know, create again. Or once you're dead, you're not really God per se. You're just with him.
Yeah, it's more the way I more see it. Like, again,
because I mean, if you can't come back, if you can't die and then start creating like God created us, then you're not God, right?
Well, no. Okay. Well,
you're kind of just with him, which the Bible does say to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord.
Right. And like, I guess
that's
like,
cool,
I don't,
but you're not,
but it's not just with, it's a unification. It's more than that, right? I brought this up before, but the examples that's used commonly, right, is the bride and the bridegroom, that we're the bride of Christ. And we're taught throughout the Bible that, like, you know, from Genesis, where we're just looking at, right, a man shall leave his father and mother and shall cleave to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. And that's the example that we're given of what our experience will be like with God. We will become one with God. And so I would say it's not like we become separate gods, that we're like, I'm not saying in like a Mormon way.
Do a search for Abraham's bosom.
Why?
Bible verses related to Abraham's bosom. Just look it up. Trust me.
Well, I understand. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Like Lazarus story, different one.
I think that's one of them. Yeah.
Whoops. Abraham's
bosom.
Fine,
just tell me where the fuck is Abraham's bosom then? Jeez.
I don't know.
No, wait, what are you asking me?
I want you to read the Bible, any Bible verses you can search. The first few, just look them up and tell me where the fuck Abraham's bosom is.
Am I spelling bosom wrong?
B-O-S-O-M.
Oh, I am spelling it wrong.
B-O-S-O-M.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I think the only part is the Lazarus story, unless I'm crazy. I think it's only in the Lazarus thing.
Okay, all right, maybe it might only be there, but where is it? What does it say? Where does it describe Abraham's bosom is? Or how did it get there?
That the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. What is this supposed to prove?
So where is Abraham's bosom?
I mean, this is a parable that happened before
it's okay.
This happened before the death of Christ, though, right? Like this happened before the whole sanctification. Just to be clear,
this is essentially saying into Abraham's embrace.
Right.
So, like they're saying into Abraham's embrace.
So when we die, if you believe that, then you go to Abraham's bosom. Is that like a pre-context to heaven, or?
Yeah, I think this is best understood in the same way that the Old Testament constantly talks about Sheol. I don't think I'm going to Sheol. Sheol was like before the death and rebirth of Christ. Right, but Sheol is not heaven. Like when you read about Sheol.
I'm talking about Abraham's bosom still. All right.
Right. We're not actually going to sit in Abraham's bosom like for the rest of eternity and just get that deep hug for the next 100
I'm
trillion
not that
years.
attached to
Like,
Abraham, personally. I don't know. He's
Well,
cool
I
and
mean,
all, but
it's just
I'd maybe
well, it's
stand like
leading me to
a few weeks in his bosom. I don't know about longer than that though.
it's leading me to my question about why Catholics don't get cremated.
It's because supposedly when you come back, you're supposed to come back as your.
Well, but how's there coming back
the
if when you die you go to Abraham's bosom?
The inevitable resurrection is that you would resurrect into your own body.
But we're already in Abraham's bosom when we die, right? I mean,
sure, but you can also then leave his bosom and go back to.
I think that's only one passage. It's
so
in a parable.
What do we need the
Christ's
bodies?
resurrection.
Why do the bodies need to be preserved and not cremated then? If we're already there and we don't, you know what I mean? We're already dead and we're already in Abraham's bosom. You know, what more can we do with our physical bodies if after we're dead? Show our belief.
I'm thinking nothing unless we got some like necromancer on call that could like bring us back. I mean,
yeah, but
I can try.
Like, okay, maybe I'm just not making sense. I'm having trouble articulating what I'm trying to ask. Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm on board with it. Frickin', like, what is the body actually frickin' worth? Realistically, like after death, like your heart stopped, you've been gone for say 24 hours now, and you're all cold and stiff and shit. There's no way they're gonna bring you back. Like, what is that body actually worth? Like, fucking, I don't give a shit. Throw me into the freaking fish pond, like, burn me, bury me. I could actually.
Like, it's important to, you know, I know for a fact Catholics, I don't know, there's other religions that, you know,
well, it's important to the family members.
Death.
It's important to the people that are like mourning your death to have some sort of like ceremony. But it's not important to me.
You can have a
it's not
ceremony
important to me.
You can have a ceremony, but and still be cremated. That's not the, you know.
But do you think there's like a theological thing that happens if you get cremated, Ag, or even in the Catholic Church?
That's what I'm asking, because the Catholics seem to believe so, and I'm sure there's other religions that value the physical body even after death. It's like, why not?
I personally. So I'm not a fucking
How long does it stick
Egyptian.
around? Like, even if you had bones, like those get fucking, you know, decay.
Yeah, it all
and
turns
shit.
to dust. You know?
Right. So then, it's like, why not?
Especially if you get cremated, you're already dust in a jar.
What I'm saying,
just because they choose
my previous thing I was saying before that, though, is if we're already in Abraham's bosom, that pretext to heaven, what does it matter what happens to our bodies?
It doesn't.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. I think, but I'm kind of asking everybody else.
In theory, either way, if it's from my understanding,
Maryland, join.
You're supposed to be returned.
You can mummify me and throw me in a fucking museum for all I give a shit. But
that's what I'm saying, bro.
You're supposed to be resurrected in a body that's like yours, but supposed to be in its perfect form or whatever the.
You could feed my body to a giant pool of maggots, and I'd be totally fine with it.
But we're waiting for Jesus to come back for that to happen. But yet there's verses I just pulled up, the story of Lazarus and Luke, where it says we're already there, though. So it kind of just doesn't matter, does it? I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm kind of asking because it's something that's always bothered me.
Yeah, don't forget that. Okay.
What's the question? One more time. That's bothering you?
Well, the question is, like, he already brought up, you know, like Luke and Abraham's bosom, right? But it says in Revelations, we're waiting for Christ to come back. So, like, there's kind of a
is there a heaven to return to if Christ?
Well, I mean, if we're already in
coming
Abraham's
back,
bosom, in that pre-place before heaven, but yet in Revelations it's saying we're waiting for Christ to return. So what does our body matter? Like our physical body, we're dead. We're already in Abraham's bosom. We're already, we're already in that sphere where we're dead and absent from our body, therefore present with the Lord. What does our physical body matter, and why preserve it? Why can't we just get cremated? Who gives a shit?
here's my personal take, and it's going to be wild. So hear me out. I'm a fucking wild one. I've been hanging on by a thread for fucking 30 years now. Just doing stupid shit, having a bunch of kids, freaking doing drugs, doing all sorts of dumb shit. And finally, I'm like starting to get my life a little bit together, and like I'm seeing the whole world right as I get my life together just start to fall apart. And I'm like, fuck. So my thought is, I'm just going to hold strong. Like, I'm on this path. I've been on this path for 5 or 6 years now, freaking, to where I'm like trying to do better by myself and people around me. And you know what? Fuck the world. If the world wants to go to shit, I'm still going to do what I'm doing. Like, if it's going to fucking rapture out right now, then, well, I'm going to keep pushing on what I'm doing, and I'll face the consequences later. Fuck
That's
'em.
Never stop the
based.
grind.
I
Never stop
I
the
think I'm gonna
grind.
die before that. You know what I mean? So like, it's kind of like how much money do I don't know. I'm not severely worried
Dude,
about this right now, but
how
I'm just
old are
saying.
you sound like you're like 31.
I'm not 31. I wish I'm 41, but I'm
You're 41.
probably
I'm
yeah. But I'm
40.
in very bad health.
I'm 43 myself.
I'm going to 47.
Shut the fuck up.
I wish I could go back about 10 years.
Who said that? Was that Doomerang?
Bum,
Yeah,
bum, bum, bum.
Oh,
But that's
shit.
I don't know. All right. Well, maybe made me
Well-
kind of feel like that's meaningless to ask. Never mind.
No. What I'm getting at is like, live shit the way you want to live it, dude. It's your life. As long as you keep good fucking morals to yourself and you do the right thing, you know what's right and wrong. Like, do the right thing. And like, maybe you're not like perfectly aligned with scripture, but like you know exactly what's right, and you can do that. Frickin' everyone can. Yeah, that's what I try to do. Like, I just always try to do right, and sometimes I fuck up, but for the most part, like, I got a lot of friends.
Well, yeah.
And
I embrace my fuck ups, but I just worry more about my kids more than anything. I mean, single parent of 3 kids, and
Oof.
I mean, I still got like 11, 12 years until my youngest is at 18 and out of the house. If she's
Damn.
18 and out of the house, so I mean, someone like me who's kind of running into health issues more and more, and I hate it because I'm fucking young, but I feel like I'm old, and every time I go to the doctor, it's fucking something else. So that's all. I kind of worry, but it's just something I like to ask people because it's always bothered me. And then when I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, we all fucking die. We all should make preparations before we die because it just makes a huge hassle on the people that are left behind to handle it all. Because I've seen so much death in my life, and I've had to handle so much of that shit. I like dread leaving that behind for anybody, let alone my kids. So,
that's the
You guys are
freaking.
triggering the fuck out of Marilyn. I'm just saying. I could just feel Marilyn's energy, even though she's muted. I could just feel
our
it.
physical bodies die.
You
and
should-
I'm sorry, but it's true.
You should unmute
we can't
her just
deny
so we
that.
can hear it.
Death cult.
Well, she muted
I don't think
herself.
you
I don't
can
want
unmute
to.
someone. You can't.
I
unmute them.
can unmute her, but if she muted for I don't want to,
No,
All right.
expose her if she's
yourself.
about to.
She said she'll
Marilyn?
be back, but no, yeah, like I mean, our physical bodies die, and Marilyn, like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mean any offense by it, but we do know our physical bodies will die.
Don't cast
eventually.
a spell, Ag. Don't cast a spell.
No, me
Casting
of all
a
people,
spell.
I love man. No, I love life, man. Trust me, dude.
All right, are we
Oh,
done
fuck.
with the
I'm
trauma
gonna shut up
dumping?
now.
No.
Are we done with the trauma dumping?
Wow,
No,
wow.
Marilyn,
Mean,
we're not.
Mean.
Yeah, we're done, man. We're done.
Harsh, Marilyn. What the fuck?
I know it's
Super harsh.
a full moon and everything.
I got
But-
at least
Christ.
another like 10 minutes of
See, I look at it as
So
spells. Like I know what you're going through, and it's a repetitive cycle, and it's just never ending, and every generation's just going to go through it or whatever. But like, we have got to grab a hold of ourselves and possess our spirit, man. We have got to know that we are gods. We can heal in an instant. Are supposed to do greater works than Christ. We are not supposed to be casting all these spells of death and stuff. We're not supposed to be giving power over to
I try
death.
not to. I try not to, Marilyn. Okay.
So
I
Marilyn,
know.
one time my grandma,
Also, sorry, hold on one
she's
quick. Voltaire, DM me so I know it's you. DM me so I know it's you because Voltaire's in the back. Pretty sure it's him, but yeah. Sorry to
Oh,
interrupt
that'd
that.
be cool.
come on,
I love
Voltaire.
him. I love him. He should totally come up.
Dude, if I
Okay.
can figure it out, you can figure it out, Voltaire.
Oh, it
You
is
got
him.
this.
Okay, bringing him up. Bringing him up. Oh, good to see you, Voltaire.
Hey.
Hey,
Hi.
Hey.
How y'all doing tonight?
ayo.
Doing great. We're just casting a bit of spells over here, though. Is the thing.
Basically.
Never a good
We're
idea.
casting a Paul.
Death spells.
Yeah, trying to like summon like a fertility demon.
No, don't do that.
Oh, I love the
Why?
fertility
Are
demon.
you trying to get pregnant?
No, I already have fucking 3 kids. I'm good.
Oh my goodness.
No, don't be summoning anything.
No, I was trying to be facetious, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Marilyn's not. She wants
Sounds
to do
demon coded to me. I don't know.
She wants to summon everything, right? Right, Marilyn? You want to be the summoner of summoning.
No summoning at all. No, I'm trying to get up here to stop the summoning. Like stop the summoning. No darkness. Like
Marilyn, what are we
Unless it's
summoning?
madness.
I know, but just remind me
But Marilyn-
what exactly are the spells and the summoning that's happening?
well, when you're dwelling on death, when you're dwelling on illness, when you're dwelling on what's going to happen to your body, when God thinks your body is precious, it's not coherent. It's not truth. It's not based in truth. You have to know that you are of design. You're blessed and called very good, and be able to have the faith of a mustard seed to be able to tell that mountain to move, and it has to move. Like
What?
it should be very easy for us, but we are too much in dwelling on all the negative and what could go wrong
But
and what will
Marilyn,
go wrong.
when you say dwelling, I do agree with Egg in this
Dwelling.
comment here. I mean, people were taught. I don't know if we're necessarily like dwelling or like
Dwelling.
fornicating with death, if you will. I don't think. I
Listen,
feel like we're just
we're all in a-
talking.
We're all in a dwelling right now. Like I got a roof above my head. Got a roof
All
above
day.
my head.
Never considered fornicating with death before, but sounds fun.
Okay,
You
don't
should
laugh
think
that
about
hard.
it.
Don't laugh that hard. No dwellings at all, she says. Get back out there in a fucking cave.
No,
you fucking
actually,
medic.
I'm in a garage currently.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's a dwelling.
Oh, good to see you.
Yeah, it's
They
Long
didn't
time
think of
adjacent
ago.
to my dwelling.
They defined the dwelling.
Yeah, so no more dwellings. I mean, we need to get back to the
Everyone
forest
get out from underneath the roof. Go ahead and enjoy the sunlight or the rain, hail, whatever
or the
it is
moonlight,
outside
the
right
snow, whatever,
There's-
the freezing cold temperatures. We need not
freezing
care about
cold
dwelling
rain
anymore.
Currently outside. No. I'm in a heated vest in my garage with the heater on and the door closed.
A heated vest.
What?
Yeah, so
Like a Milwaukee one or what?
Yeah,
You're gonna,
yeah.
like,
Milwaukee
start
makes
on
like a
fire.
$200 like heated vest where you
those
can
are actually
plug
pretty
the fucking. Dude, it's
Those are
sick.
key, actually.
I think
It's
I need one
sick.
of those.
Like it's fucking so warm, bro. Like you'll
No,
be out
I
in
worked in the-
freezing temperatures and just
I
be
worked
like,
in the patch
yeah.
for a while, and that was a lifesaver because, like, you just fucking, even though you got your coveralls and like everything, you're wet, but this thing still fucking works and it still warms
It's
your
just
core up.
roasting,
It's nice.
dude. It's just cooking
Yeah.
off the water. Like it's sick. It's so good.
Okay, Ed, I hate to do this to you, but someone in the chat has taken a liking to you. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. So if you can,
No,
you can just read
that's
that message
smoky.
on screen.
In what
So
sense?
special. Well, that's not cool.
Like on screen. Do you not see it?
On screen, like on YouTube?
Yeah, okay, I'll read it to you if I have to. Okay, so Smokey Swiss says, I'm in smocks, that's you, Ed's garage, on the rack, BDSM style, got a tennis ball in my mouth. So
What kind of
So you,
gooners do you have in your chat? Coomplins, what the hell?
it's mainly Smokey Swiss. Okay, he'll come in and he'll like really attach to like a random male. You know, today it's Ed, I guess. So,
Mamma mia.
take it as a compliment, Ed. Take it in stride.
Don't do that.
Consequences also count.
Hey, I gotta go, but stop the death cult stuff and no more dying. Dying is bad. Life is
I agree,
good.
dying
Dying
sucks.
is
Um,
an
we all
idol.
agree
Fuck
that
shit.
dying is
Fuck
bad.
that, for real.
No,
Fuck that.
like,
I actually agree with you,
okay,
Marilyn.
it's an enemy. The Bible says it's an enemy. You can look it up. Look it up, the verse.
Hold on,
The
hold on.
Bible
How could
says
It does
death
say
is
that.
an
be the
enemy.
It's
to
the
God?
You know
final
what?
enemy, though, Marilyn.
It is
It's the
written.
final enemy. Why is it the final
If
enemy?
we're God, then
Because
we
y'all
need
are
to death.
retarded and I'm trying to fix you. I'm trying to
That's
fix
not an
you.
answer. Why is death the final enemy? And why only in
Because that's
Revelations is death put into the lake of fire with everything else
Because space is the
Be-
final
in a
frontier,
future
so death
state?
is the final enemy. Come on, man.
But Jesus
Exactly.
already
So-
died and defeated death. Y'all are just really slow. Your mom took too much Tylenol. Death
Yeah, but
has
how
already
do you-
been defeated.
Faced.
How can you
Death
think all
has
this stuff and
already
honestly
been
believe?
defeated.
How can you think all this and still believe that we're gods? It's like, hey, yeah, God, Jesus, and all this stuff, but yeah, we're gods as well. I don't understand.
See-
It's kind of
Yeah,
hypocrisy.
Marilyn, how am I a god if I'm like constantly casting spells, you know, and
There's a
and
small
death cult
few.
rituals? You
There's a
actually,
small
Marilyn, I'm
few.
still a bit angry at you because you said I worship the devil the other day because I call myself a Christian. I remember that. So that was crazy.
Jesus would have said the same thing to you.
Hey,
He would have said
Dingus.
the same thing
Maggie,
for being a
I don't-
Pharisee.
I don't
I
think
hope,
so.
I'm
Hey,
part of the
Dingus, God bless,
Jesus
brother.
would not have said that, and I don't think he would have. But
Hope you're well.
Hold
hey,
on, hold on.
Dingus, hope you're doing well. Heard you were without power. Was praying for you, brother. So good to see you're back on the flip side now. Okay, I just want to say that.
It is, if you're going to be a Christian and choose these against those and say these are going to go to hell and then you're a Christian so you're saved so you won't.
When
That
have I ever,
is
Marilyn?
the
I
epitome.
rebuked you. I
The
rebuked you
epitome.
last time on this.
No, I know.
Don't
Stop
cast
rolling your
spells with your-
T's in a weird
Stop
way.
calling
Don't
yourself
cast
a
spells with your rolling
Christian.
tongue. You don't
Stop
You're
calling
mad,
yourself
you're
a
mad that I'm calling
Christian.
myself a Christian, but then you add all this shit which I've never said. Like
She's
everything you
casting
say
spells with her
about
tongue.
me.
I
If anyone's casting spells, it's you, Marilyn. The one who's rolling every letter that ought not be rolled.
all I do
okay?
is ask
It's
you a
fucking you.
question. How is asking you a question a spell? That's crazy.
It's 'cause-
I'd have to be like,
Marilyn, the
I
amount of
don't
things
know.
that I get accused
Marilyn,
for
I'm
I'm
spells
asking something from
could
like
be
I'm
opinions,
not
could be thoughts,
a
could be
spell.
anything, really.
Marilyn's
Listen,
the
a
one that ate the
spell would
fruit.
be a spell would be giving something to someone. I am asking for
You told me I
something. I am
worship the
asking
devil,
you a
Marilyn.
question.
How is
Then you're
that not
taking
a
away.
spell?
You're sucking her soul with that. You're just like, is there something going on? There's something fishy going on.
I feel like some succubus energy every time you roll those fucking T's,
Like
man.
if somebody said "Have a good day," but they're like "Have a great day," I'd be like, "That's suspicious. That's fucking sus as
It's
fuck."
kind of two magnets clicking together.
That is sus.
Very true.
Listen, stop with the death stuff. It's an idol. You're giving it more power and authority than
Well,
you're
I
giving
wanted to have
God's
power.
promises over us.
I
Are
wanted
you
to
not
have
giving the
power.
devil authority when you say I worship the devil because I call myself a Christian? Is that
No,
not
because
giving the
it's
devil
just-
a lot of
it's-
authority?
No, it's
From
just
your
to
own
shake your.
logic?
Listen, no, because it's the kingdom of God is not in words; it's in power. You know exactly
Oh,
what I
I
mean
say
when I am
words.
saying
Wait,
that.
You
hold
don't
on,
my
hold on.
words.
Isn't he saying words?
Paul
Yes.
said that. Paul,
Your
look it
problem-
up.
Your problem is with
Look it
him
up.
saying words. You think he's
Look it up in the Bible.
Guys,
Look it up in the
guys,
Bible right
Listen to
now.
Alex. Listen to Alex.
Kingdom of
I really
God.
Look it up in the
wish we'd
Bible.
start dwelling. I really
In the
wish we'd
kingdom
start
of God,
words.
the kingdom of God is not in words; it is in power. Look it up; it's in the Bible.
Oh, yeah, but your problem with him is that he's saying words.
He's idolizing words right now. It
How are
doesn't
you not
matter.
idolizing
I don't
words when
trust
you say I
Marilyn
worship
reading
the
the
I'm
Bible.
devil?
trying.
How is that not idolizing words?
Okay, we'll put it into perspective. What was I telling you? You worship the devil because of? What did you say? Oh, because being a Christian.
Yes.
Because being
That's
a
what you said.
Christian. Because being a Christian is separating these from those. So if you deny one, you deny God. So if you're denying God by being a
What?
Christian, yes, if you deny one, you're
That's the
denying
most
God.
retarded thing I've
It is.
ever
It's
heard.
true. It's true because
What's one? Denying one what?
you don't. We are all the body of Christ. We are
Okay,
all
but what
one.
are
Listen,
you
hold on.
If
denying?
the
One what?
majority is going to believe
I
a
can
certain way,
I can also talk Maryland. So don't look at the sun, because when the sun, it's cold, the cold with the winter, the ice, it's not good. Fall in, ice gonna kill you. Bad, sun bad. All right. That's how
what?
Maryland talks. Yeah. That's how you talk.
What?
You talk it. You talk in. You put so many words in a sentence that don't even
I thought that was
don't even
Maryland.
correlate.
Were you not just talking about the sun right now? I actually thought that was Maryland.
Your
Holy
words
shit,
don't
I
even
thought it was
correlate.
too.
Like you
That's
don't
crazy.
even make proper sentences.
I do too. It all goes together. Y'all are just slow.
I don't think so.
Guys, I
What?
feel like we're really dwelling on this.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we ought not
Way
dwell.
way too much.
Dwelling is a
We
good
don't
thing.
be, we don't be dwelling coded.
We must undwell.
The point is, death is an enemy. It is written, and we have
I
got
agree.
to start
Death
trying.
is not the enemy.
Yes, it is. It's in the
Death
Bible.
is the
It is.
enemy. That
It is
actually
the
is in the
enemy.
Bible.
It is
I
the
actually
Hold on,
enemy.
am Maryland coded.
wasn't it defeated by Christ?
Right. It was. It was.
Well,
Then it's not really the enemy
So,
anymore.
No, it's
so
the
we
final
should.
enemy.
oh, for
It's the
fuck's sakes.
final enemy.
So we should be harnessing the energy to
Boom.
live forever.
Check this shit out.
But hold on, is it? Shouldn't your enemy be something to be defeated? Can you
It's
defeat
already
death?
The last
defeated.
enemy
Can you
to be
defeat
destroyed
death?
is death.
Can you destroy death?
In the final
Yes.
times, inshallah, yes.
Oh, you could only defeat death by killing death, and the only way to kill death is to
Oh,
die.
didn't see back there, Ag.
No, it's not. That is serving a death cult. That is serving a death cult. Just saying
Why
that.
are
if
we?
everyone,
I
hold
just.
on.
Why
If
are we
there's
still
no more
dwelling on this?
life, then there's no
How do
more
you defeat death?
It's definitionally true.
I think Christ defeats death at the final time. Okay, we're gonna
But
look
did
at
he?
the context.
Did Christ actually die though?
Corinthians 15.
Pretty sure Christ died.
Listen, Linda.
I think we've dwelled on this long enough.
Linda, listen.
We should be harnessing the energy to live forever. We should not be acting as
Oh
if
my
It is
god.
Christ
Paul. Wait,
didn't
Marilyn,
die. We're not
Marilyn,
Jews.
is Paul casting a spell in his passage? He says, "I face death every day. Yes, just as surely as I boast
Hold
about
on
you
a
in Christ
second.
our Lord." Is he dwelling on
definitely
death
casting
here?
a death. He is
Because
definitely
Paul
casting
does
a
talk
spell.
about death an awful lot and throughout his epistles. Like he does
Well,
mention
see,
death a lot.
you're
Actually,
you're
hold on,
comparing a spell
doesn't
to
Christ
a
talk about death too?
dwelling. Yeah.
Christ does as well,
Wait,
yes.
sorry,
But
I
I
had
guess,
to take a phone
Christ
call.
defeated death at
What
that
did we
point.
just read?
Well, did he defeat death
That
before
was
he
the
talked about it?
shortest phone call on the planet.
Yeah, that was a very brief call.
That's good. We like brief calls.
Mhm.
I'm listening. So what's the problem?
Well,
All of it.
I'm saying like when Paul is saying I face death every day. So
Yeah, we're just-
is Paul casting a spell right now from First
No.
Corinthians?
No, he's
15?
speaking
Trying
as
to
Christians.
he's
Go ahead.
he's trying to soften the blow of the Hold on.
Of the death of our
headset
physical
just
body.
died.
Yeah.
Can you hear me still?
Yep.
When Paul does it, it's
He's-
different.
Go ahead, Soda.
But he's trying to stop the psychosis.
Oh my god.
I can't hear y'all. I have to come.
Yeah, I'm trying
Oh
to.
no.
I'm
Damn.
trying to spread more psychosis.
No, like you were making complete sentences. Go ahead.
Someone named Daniel
wasn't making
entered the
complete
studio.
sentences.
Daniel, I'm not sure who you are. Say something in chat. I'm not sure who Daniel is.
Yeah, you were.
Is that the Daniel?
Who's the Daniel?
The one that fought the lion.
You don't know the Daniel?
Oh, like that? Yeah, maybe. I mean, hey, death is gone. So
I'm
I
getting
feel like
more and
there's
more
something.
big soda.
I feel like there's something we're missing here. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. Well, that's not fucking possible. There has to be a different meaning to this passage.
wait, why? Why do you think
Yeah,
that's
there
not
has to
possible?
be more context to this.
Hold on. That's
To
the
be
whole point.
fair,
Like, when you
I think they're trying to say like when you defeat death, like you don't resurrect afterwards, and to defeat death is to rob death of taking your life away. So I think Maryland's taking
Well, if
kind of the idea of resurrection and
maybe
applying
if
it
you see
physically.
death as taking your soul,
If it was the truth, then why would it not make sense and be truthful in every single aspect?
See, that wasn't even a real question.
because
But
nothing
so
can be
you're saying
taken
that, go ahead.
face. Nothing can be taken at face value with the Bible. It's been translated so many fucking times that it's this is the best that we could do at this point. So just to be like, oh yeah, last enemy to be destroyed is death means like, oh, we need to last forever, and death is just something that humans need to just be rid of. Like it's just
Yeah, the sun is hot
Well,
because
we
it's
have to
hot,
we
and
have to destroy
therefore
taxes first before we can destroy death.
Voltaire,
Is this the other
I agree with
universal
your
canon
conclusion.
system?
I think the way you got there, I think, is not great. I will say that.
Who?
well, what do you mean?
Voltaire. Well, like the whole like Bible's been translated so many times. That's just a common misunderstanding of how biblical translation works. But I agree with you that it doesn't mean what I think Maryland thinks it means.
Well, yeah.
I would say that
Well, how
this
else am I supposed to explain it?
none of this means what Maryland means.
Hold on.
For Christ's sake.
How would you explain it? Confluence. How would you explain it?
Well, I would just say that the translation point. I feel like this gets repeated almost like every one of my streams.
Well, just don't
The
use that.
Bible-
I want to hear your explanation of the passage. Then.
Of this. Okay, so I think this is in. I think to me, the way I've always understood this passage, I think the way I think it's meant to be understood, especially looking at other scripture and like Revelation, would be I think that it's talking about a future state. So at some point, right, Christ comes back. Depends on now all the events that happen. Depends on your view of eschatology and stuff like what happens at the end of time. But eventually, yes, death will be cast away, right, into the lake of fire, right, along with Hades, along with all that shit. It'll be gone at a certain point.
No, that's not what look, this
That's
says
not-
that when the zombie.
That's the Revelation passage. I'm not saying that's in this passage. I'm saying that's in other parts of the New Testament.
This
So hold
one
on.
says
But
when
it's
the-
still not what it's saying.
Can I
Yeah,
First off, I was speculating
How is that?
why it might have came to this place, but I don't like your explanation of it either.
My idea is actually like the correct one, though. That's the problem.
What?
Oh,
What?
yeah.
It actually
that's,
is.
That's what everybody says.
I am interpreting
No,
this
this is
better
like-
than anybody
mine is
else.
like- Mine is
Yeah.
like this is what like everyone would mean. Would every scholar would take this passage to mean that?
Oh,
It's
great.
not my personal interpretation. This is like
Well, I
people
want
see this as a future tense thing because eventually there will be no death, right? Like think of it once Christ comes back, right? And again, it doesn't matter if you're like premillennial, postmillennial, amillennial, whatever the fuck, right? We know that Christ will come back if we're Christians, and then at that point, death is
mind
gone.
chips,
So
What
what?
the fuck do we do then?
mind chips. Like
No,
Elon Musk.
What happens when death is
No,
gone?
no,
What do we do on Earth?
Well, I don't. Aren't you guys Christians? I'm so confused right now. Like, so
I'm just
okay,
asking
hold up.
questions.
Let's.
Yeah,
you
me too.
Just
I'm
ask
just
you, okay.
dwelling. I'm just dwelling.
So
I'm
all
sorry.
of you are casting spells now. I'm merely coded. Y'all casting spells. Okay. This
Oh,
obviously
bullshit, that's
saying
code.
is
talking.
because people say things you don't like that they're casting.
Yeah, yeah, it's just code.
No,
Code.
okay. I will explain. Okay. So obviously, right, we get resurrected bodies, right? We all understand that in the Christian faith, you get a resurrected body.
No, not physical body. No.
Yes, it is physical body.
It is literally that's a heresy, brother.
Hold on.
Is it really? Okay.
It is.
You are resurrected back on Earth. This place becomes Eden or paradise, and you have immortal bodies.
Yes.
That's-
And so at
that's-
that point, death is defeated. There is no more death.
Is this
Once the
in
resurrection
Revelation?
happens.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So at the end of time, so that's what it means. That's what I think it means. That's what most scholars think it means. At the end of time, right,
no.
death is defeated. It's gone. Everyone's in a resurrected body now, right?
No, that
And then
the
what?
Bible.
So until then,
The Bible's pretty clear. When the Jew zombie comes back to life, he's going to come on Earth and kill everybody.
Oh, shit.
Disavow everything Anson
Disavow.
said.
Let him
Okay,
speak.
Daniel, I see you. Daniel, you have to give me one of these to join.
Let
Oh, same with the dude. Daniel, and then give me one of these.
But I mean, that's the question though. Until then,
And then
like
thumbs up.
everybody
Switch
that
it up on both of you. Okay, bring you both up. You can cam down if you want. You can stay cammed up to you. But I'm gonna bring you up in 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, okay.
Oh,
there we
cool.
go. Oh, we got.
I was wondering if you could hear me.
Panel.
I kind of wanted to do my dishes too, but how's it going?
What up?
You guys got a lot going on.
Oh, that
Yeah.
you.
Do we?
What's going on?
Do we?
It's fucking busy.
It's fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's cool. You know, but
Maryland's
there was some
okay.
confusion. I heard
It is what it
at
is.
least some.
We're just telling Marilyn she's wrong.
Well,
Well,
that's the moral of the story, yes, but
What about
Maryland was
Same old,
casting
same old.
spells or something. I don't even. I can't remember exactly, but
you took that from me because I know what's going on here.
One at a time, or you have background noise, Marilyn.
It's
One at
all
a time, though.
between the- it's all
Marilyn,
between-
tell the Marine to shut off the TV if you can.
Yeah, we can't hear you with background
That's
noise.
not my background noise.
Big Soda's got background noise. It's all Big Soda.
Okay,
The only
I'm on
background
mute.
noise we
I'm
should
gonna
fucking hear
mute
from a
you.
woman is her baking a fucking cake.
we can't hear
I'm
over
in
all
the
the
kitchen
comments.
cooking. I am in the kitchen cooking.
I mean, baking should be pretty silent.
But I do.
You should be relinquishing your right to vote and own property and go make a goddamn
And
ham and cheese
actually-
sandwich, woman.
I'm actually just heating up New Year's Eve food
Well,
because
a lot of men should
a lot.
fucking vanquish the vote too.
Got
Fair.
black-eyed peas and sweet potatoes and collard greens and
Damn, woman, that sounds good.
cornbread.
Cultural appropriation. Cultural
Day
appropriation on
old
panel.
food, yeah.
How do you know her color? What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me? She's whiter than white can be.
Her name is Marilyn, you dumb fuck.
I made homemade banana pudding.
Are we all about judging books by colors?
Dude, if I ever met a black dude named Bryce, I would let him date my daughter.
Let's go.
I don't know. Hey, if I saw a white
It's like
buck and you're like, hey, how do you know if it's a white buck? I'd be like, that's a fucking white buck, bro.
Let's go back to death, shall we?
No, I thought you didn't want
Yeah,
to.
the
I thought that's
Please
something we shouldn't be
casting
talking
spells
about. What the
again.
hell?
Yeah, it makes my conversation sound
Now,
not so bad.
we're talking about
Yeah.
death. You're like,
What's
Marilyn's
going
like,
on,
don't talk
Marilyn?
about death.
You missed that spell casting.
No, let's talk about Maryland's 3-day-old food.
I take it back.
Yay.
I take it back. I take it back. I take it back.
3-day
Oh my
old.
God.
Let's talk about death, baby. Let's talk
Let's talk about you and me.
All right.
Death is
That's
interesting.
what my
happened
fucking.
to you.
That's where my brain went as
What
well.
happened to you and me and everybody? Can't you see?
Confluence, did you just put a Craigslist ad out for like 7 panel partners with IQs south of 89? How do you collect these unexceptional
disavow.
whites?
Disavow.
Fucking
Disavow.
reavow, pre-avow,
Disavow.
ultra-vow.
Dis-
Of fucking
Okay, so what makes you think that after you die, everything goes black?
What? Where did that
Wait,
come
who are you? Who is that directed to?
Maybe when you move to
Anybody.
Minneapolis when you
Most,
die.
most people think that death
What?
is the end.
from? But nobody
No,
made
we
that
go to
assertion.
Abraham
What do you
bosom.
think?
I think
We get
on
on
this
the
whole panel, I think only Anson thinks that, whose name is Black Fluence right now, but he's very white Fluence.
But we go to Abraham's bosom. That's what we're.
So how is it different than life?
Well, it's in the
What?
bosom. It's boobies.
Well,
It's bosom coded.
Oh, because we get to sit inside of Abraham's
You can't
boobies.
feel things after you die because the thing that carries you around no longer exists.
Yeah, the meat sack that we're
Yeah.
in.
I'll ask you a question. Do blind people see black?
I don't know.
Actually, yes,
that's
they
the,
do.
the black-white supremacy.
How would you know if they can't
No,
see?
no,
Why would,
black people don't. You can do this. You can close one eye
Hey, black people don't.
and then see what you see
people
out of
don't
the
see
eye
black,
that's
man.
closed. You don't
Yeah,
see
but if you-
black.
So like, black
Yeah,
people see
fair enough,
black and
but
white people see
their
white.
eyes don't work, so they can't see anything. Actually,
This
That's
is
what
what
I mean.
happens
So
when
it's
you
not- so
fucking
it's
let
not
white people
black.
smoke weed.
And
Jesus
that's what I'm
Christ.
saying. You can test that yourself. You close one eye and then you try to see. You close your left eye and then think about what you're seeing from your left eye. You're not seeing black. You're seeing nothing from your left
I
side.
see all these flashy things.
Actually, I do see black.
Is that a good thing?
well, I don't think
That's
you'd even
a-
see those flashy things.
I
That
do.
You just
I
don't
do.
have that ability.
You would say you
I'm
see
saying for a
I
blind
see
person.
these, I
Close your
see these
left
all
eye.
these white swirly things going around when I close my eyes.
Hey, Confluence, you're too
No,
good
it's-
for Ledge, by the way. I need you to know that. Professional entertainer to professional
Yeah, I just-
entertainer, you are far superior to him in every facet
For
yeah.
Lush, not in our subscriber count, okay? Brother, hit 5K.
Well, I mean, like no professional entertainers. Come on now.
If the world clamors for sugar water and fucking pop music, if that's what you want to give him, that just means you're not much of a man. He is literally ChatGPT, how to become moderately influential and popular on social media. Nothing about him has any fair flavor. Nice guy, like not dumb by any means, but the absolute lack of sincerity from that guy versus what I've come to know about you, it's fucking palpable. And
sounds like you're talking about me. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but at least you're self-aware on it. He just has this whole like fucking curry flavored Russell Brand thing going on. I don't know.
Listen, I just ate curry tonight. It's not bad.
Not the
Curry's delicious.
What kind of curry
is
delicious?
The kid is talented. I think he's afraid to have a real opinion on panel.
What color curry?
Whatever color blind people see.
You should
Valkyrie
see him
is
when
the
he's
hottest
drunk.
curry on
He's
the
got
planet.
some pretty strong opinions.
I love blind color.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I kind of agree with you. He tends to triangulate sometimes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to use flashy hand gestures, and I'm a good-looking guy with great hair. I'm going to fill up and filibuster and pander for the better part of 37 minutes without ever coming to anything that would be considered even a coherent
When did
point.
Lush become British? When did that
It's called
happen?
dwelling. It's called dwelling.
Well,
Yeah, he's
fucking
dwelling, dude. He's
the
dwelling.
Indians learned English from the British, and he's got a little Russell Brand flair. In my mind's eye, the kid is a professional entertainer. Of that, there is no doubt.
What do you mean by that? Or
Brief
your
side
understanding?
tangent. Egg, are you able to cam up for 2 minutes? Okay, because I have to take a pee really bad. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. So, and I don't want to have everyone on the screen while I'm gone. Okay, you're muted right now. I don't know if you know you're muted, but you are in
just
fact
stay muted.
muted.
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
don't. Fuck it. Yeah, I got you.
Then we're gonna try. I know
Fuck it, he
there's 10
says.
people. There's some questions.
The
We're
guy
gonna
on camera
try
looks
to
like
do a
Duck
round
Dynasty
robin.
got TRT.
Mountain Man.
Why is it
That's
just
the
me,
Mountain Man.
motherfucker?
Because I'm gone, so I
I
can't. You
know,
know,
I
it's
know.
Put
like goes
everybody else back
crazy.
up.
Let's
Because
everybody
I'm
talk
gone,
at
and
once.
I trust you, and I don't know.
Counting down in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
2
just
minutes.
put me
I
up
said.
there. Put me up there. You know,
He
you'd rather
loves
have
that
me.
weirdo.
What do you mean you're gone?
Yeah, I'm just
Are you
gonna
leaving
dwell.
somewhere? Confluence? Are
I
you
just
going
like to
somewhere?
dwell. He's taking a leak. He's leak
Oh.
fluent. He can't
Well,
hold his
He's got
bladder.
a small bladder.
I guess
He's
you're
got-
the-
he's got this
No, he
head.
doesn't have a bladder.
It's
I'm
the
sorry.
smallest
Girl's the
he's
belle
ever
of the
seen.
ball right now.
That man hits the toilet more often than any girl I've ever met.
So, what's everyone's favorite slur?
All of them.
Nerf herder.
Definitely Nerf herder.
Strumpet.
Strumpet's a
Ooh,
good
that's a
one.
good one. That's a good one.
That's a
Strumpet?
tough one.
What the fuck is that?
See,
My
that's
so
why
weak.
it's good.
That's so weak sauce.
It's a non-trumpet.
It's a prostitute.
Gotcha.
My favorite slur is bop.
Is what?
Bop.
Bop.
B-O-P.
Can you use this
I
in a
think the good
sentence?
ones are when you're required to explain it after, and you also make them feel stupid for that reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
I prefer mongoloid.
It's insult to injury.
Mongoloid's not even a slur.
It's
That's
injury
like-
to insult.
That's like using Oriental instead of Asian.
Yeah.
No,
That's not
look up the word bop. Urban Dictionary.
I can't look any of this
Just
stuff
tell us
right
the
now.
definition.
Why would
We'll
I do
just
that?
take for your word at it, Marilyn. Just
That's my favorite slur, though.
Just smack
right
It's just
now.
so much easier if you just told us what that meant.
Just
I
smack
love
the
that I
left.
can hear
That's
you
what it
all.
That's just
now
another
with
form
the
of power.
headset. I love
Can
that.
I get
love
it?
that.
Can I
up
get
and pee.
If I
a?
could hear
Can I get
Alex
the
saying
sword
that I have
slur?
like a shitty bladder worse than any woman he's met, I did hear that while I
I'm
was
so
peeing. So
glad
you know,
that
Good.
compliment.
I got that
I'm
Bluetooth
glad.
Avow.
going now.
Avow.
What the hell?
Motherfuckers.
Were you pissing like Austin Powers? Like just fucking
Yeah,
pushing that shit out?
fucking at 75.
Yeah, it comes out in a
Yeah,
checkered pattern.
trying to go fast. Well, then I heard Anson say mongoloid, so I was like, this is going off the rails.
He just,
That means,
he just
have you ever
fucking
noticed
cut
the
his
faster
piss
you try to
off.
pee?
He's
the
got to
faster you
piss
try
in
to
another
pee, the
30
slower it
minutes.
is. Yeah.
Also,
Did anybody read the
Bob
book
is like
Forrest Gump?
Bob is
Like
like
he
a-
brings that up in the first like one
I must
chapter.
have drank about 19 Dr. Peppers.
But okay, Marilyn, bop is like a Zoomer slang for like a good song, isn't it? Like that's a bop.
Like a
No, not fucking Kid Bop.
No, that is like if I swear if I looked it up, the first thing that's gonna come up is gonna be
Deep it.
like
That does bring a whole new life to Kids Bop, actually.
I
the
believe
50s.
Confluence is totally right here. Yes.
Yeah.
So when you buy one of those bop it,
Vindicated.
like that's just a slur. Like bop it, twist it. Everyone's
I
like,
don't think
no,
it's a
don't do that.
slur.
It's like when
There
you
is
bop
other
someone in the
slurs
head.
that sound like bop, but I
No,
can't say them
no.
because
Bop
they're
it,
actual
twist it,
slurs.
step on it with some high heels.
Hold on.
No,
Bop
don't do
is
that.
to like hit something over the head, right? You bop.
No,
them
that's
in the head.
bonk. That's bonk.
No, that could be
Bonk,
bop
okay.
It
too.
is
But
bop.
I thought bopping is what you do when you slap
Words
the pussy.
don't
Have you
mean
ever
anything
bopped someone on the
anymore.
head? No, you bonk them on the head. Nobody's ever bopped anybody on the head.
Oh, okay.
Anson, I need you to
I've bopped someone on the
Anson,
head.
I need you to cam up for 2 minutes. I gotta go pee.
It makes that.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
only
it's a
bopping I can.
sound.
I mean, that was little
Why
bunny
won't y'all
Foo
just
in the
look it
forest.
up?
He did
Yeah, I'm
bop them
looking
on
it
the
up,
head.
Marilyn. I'm looking it
I
up.
don't have any.
But
I'm looking it up,
my first
Marilyn. I'm looking it
definition
up.
was right.
Bop
Okay.
them. Okay. Bop them on the
guys,
head.
guys,
That's the
Okay,
only
so he's
instance
a
I can
bop.
think of, though.
I can
Or
see
she's a
that.
First
bop.
one. Oh, look at this. Look how based Confluence is. Okay,
He's
Use
a
Term is a
bop
good
or
song.
she's
To
a
say
bop.
that song is real good, and then Maryland's
What?
degenerate
Well, that was a
one
given.
is down here. A name to call a female who gives head to anyone. They call them a bop because they give head. They bop their head. So I'm assuming
So
that
wait, that
you're-
means to
But
die.
Marilyn's
Wait a
just
minute.
explaining herself, so it doesn't really
That's a
matter.
short
That
term.
is
Doesn't
Doesn't
count.
count. It doesn't count.
Disavow. Where's my
So we can-
disavow? Where
so
is
if we can
it?
doubt
Where's my
Doubt Maryland.
Hey.
What are we talking about?
Seriously.
Some woman
I'm
prattle.
We should have never had that topic. Thank God Leak Fluence is back.
So it's basically the same thing as a strumpet then.
Listen, my headphones
pretty
are
close.
dying. I'll be back when y'all start getting death cold ishy. I'm gonna let my headphones charge.
Oh,
That's
I'm
great.
I'm in the
We
death
are
cult
about
of
to, 'cause we're gonna-
Groundhog's Day. It's going to keep happening until we get it right.
Okay, so we're gonna try. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people, but it's 8's less than 10. Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question that I've written down about meaning. We're gonna try to bring us on track. Then we're gonna go in a clockwise motion. Big Soda. Who's Death? Y'all change your names. I don't even know who this is now. Who's
Nice.
Death right now?
Death has slipped into the chat.
Death has entered the chat.
Norm McDonald.
Just because it's going to go alphabetical, so I'll rename to Aardvark.
And then,
Yeah, I'm gonna be Zulu.
then Alex, then Voltaire, and we're gonna go. Okay, so try to sum it up in like 15 seconds, and then after everyone has said their piece, then we can chat about this. Okay, so is raising children a deeper source of meaning than pursuing any type of personal fulfillment?
What?
Big Soda, start with you.
I would
Wait,
say yes.
Do you have to give an
It's
answer
something
and
that
then
I
you
guess
got to
can
give like
outlast you as a human life. So I guess it would have more meaning than just you. It would, I guess, extrapolate to someone else.
Okay, Death. Still not sure who this is, now, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just figured everybody was talking about me and blaming me for everything. So,
well, you're the problem.
yeah.
Nah,
We're
it's all
just
good.
conquered. We need to conquer you, okay?
Okay.
Go
That took me a
ahead.
hot
Go
minute.
ahead. I'm used to it. Yes. No. Have lots of kids. Have lots of them. Sure. That gives you meaning. That gives them meaning. More meaning all around. So.
Red pilled. Alex.
Yes.
So kid coded. Voltaire.
Well, yes, obviously. You like, how are you going to pass down your own genetics or your own understanding of life if you don't have your own kids? And how are you going to what you can teach? Yeah, but how are you going to pass your genetics through teaching? Plus, how are you going to help populate the
why
world?
Your genetics matter.
Yeah. What if you're infertile?
Would you not want? Well, that's fine if you're infertile. I'm saying, would you not want to pass your own fucking genetics down? Like, would you not want to continue your own family tree? Would you not want to continue your legacy?
It depends on what kind
Well, if
of
you
life
don't,
you've
then
had.
that's fine.
Yeah. Depends on
Well,
legacy.
how does the life matter at all?
Because trauma is inherited.
What?
Trauma is
How is trauma inherited?
Okay, wait. It's that we will go. Okay, we go back. We'll put a pin in that. Ag.
You have to repeat the question, but I kind of agree with what Voltaire's saying, just based off all the answers I've heard prior to that. I missed the
Briefly,
question.
is raising children a deeper source of meaning than pursuing personal fulfillment?
Absolutely.
Any
Yes.
personal fulfillment.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Death 2.0. It's like Doomerang, but like extra.
Yeah. Having children is the epoch of personal fulfillment. So it's kind of like a stupid question. So yeah, of course, it's like better than personal fulfillment because personal fulfillment is an amorphous thing that isn't really defined. And you could define it as like just chasing hedonistic pleasure or like fapping all day, right? But certainly
My
that
favorite way.
like definitional, like, breeding and doing the thing for which you were born to do is going to give you more meaning and purpose. So I mean, it's kind of a double way.
There's a word for it. It's called being selfish. Yeah.
Okay, and Daniel?
I think your question is kind of loaded to be the same thing, but can I rehear it again, please?
How's it loaded? Anyways,
raising
because they end in
children-
the same place.
Is raising children a deeper source of meaning than pursuing any personal fulfillment? Like any possible personal fulfillment is the way I'm taking that.
So I think you can find a lot of fulfillment in raising children, but it doesn't necessarily need to be your own. I mean, adoption and all of these other things. The legacy that I'd like to leave would be just to be remembered as somebody that helped, and that can be inspiring to a lot of people. And all that you can really leave is your memory, even if they are your genetics.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hear the part when he asked me.
Yeah, but that's
I asked
second
to
best.
repeat the question, but I didn't hear.
If you ain't
genetics.
first, you're last.
Yeah, there was
Who cares
no.
about
In the
places?
question, there wasn't. Yeah, I did. The question doesn't mention anything about. It just
I
says
just
raising
heard
children.
raising
so it's kind
children.
of
I didn't
open.
hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. Apologies.
So now my response. Yeah, first of all, I think we saw this with, as Marilyn calls him, Fedru Wilson, where there was a time on whatever podcast, this just came to my mind, where he was talking a lot about like the genetic stuff, but then he was asked, because obviously he has like stepchildren and stuff, and he's like, and someone asked him, do you like your stepchildren less? And he's like, well, no, I see them as the same. And I feel like it was a bit of a like gotcha moment in some ways, like not in terms of the question, but just in terms of where the conversation led, because I think that is true. I think it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Most people who have stepkids, I wouldn't say they're like, they would say that they draw a line between the biological offspring and their stepkids.
Of course.
And so then to me, I don't know if I know we have a biological imperative to reproduce, but I don't know if that actually is like the most important thing is like the spreading of the genes, like from an animalistic point of view. I get that.
Well, at a certain point, it's kind of like adopting a dog versus getting one bred somewhere to me. And it's generally the more ethical thing to see as, adopt a dog at the shelter because it doesn't have a home and it needs these things. You would both benefit and feel better about it. Or you can go pay a lot of money to have somebody produce a dog for you, which, I'm sure is a great dog, but there's a ground there that you kind of choose.
I want to bring up Elder Lion's chat. Good to see you. Because the goal of a Christian is to become like God. That is a greater meaning. That's also what I was going to say, but it depends. I realize that the question has personal meaning, and maybe the panel, when we hear that, we think like hedonic meaning. Yeah, like so. I guess
no, he's got it pretty much there. I mean,
Elder Lion, you're going too far, brother.
No. Christians' goal isn't to become like God because God doesn't exist, right? So it's to become like
Christ-like,
right? So it's not necessarily a bad.
For Christians, it's to become Christ-like, not.
That's where there's some translation things that maybe happen poorly. I mean, I'll bring it from another religion. In Islam, they just say Allahu Akbar. It just means God is good. So to me, we can't produce goodness ourselves. Like any act of goodness that you produce is the God is working through you.
That's why Muslims call Christians infidels, because they believe in Christ, not Allah, like God directly.
I mean, they're playing the same game of telephone game we are. So there is that.
I mean, it's the Trinity. It's easy to explain. They don't believe in that.
If I just think that God is good and the intention is to be like good, it becomes very easy.
That's not the fucking argument at all. Elder Lion, can you just come up and just make your art so I don't have to fucking do it myself? But
big side
the goal of the Christian, is to become Christ-like, not God-like.
Okay, well, was Christ good?
Like,
Well, that's
like
not,
Did he
that's not what
teach? Did he teach
Fun, yeah.
trying to
not,
be good?
not godlike, but like
That's-
God. Like I don't.
Yeah.
How do you? You're conflating two different things.
You're asking two different questions too.
Are you seeing the goals that he had of treating each other well?
Christ or God
Christ.
or both.
I mean, in your Holy
God is
Trinity, they're all
Christ.
the same person, right? So let's you can walk in that
Right.
circle
Christ
all
is
day,
God.
I suppose. But most of
Yeah.
them should they should try to lead to you living a life that like you can be good in.
But we can only compare to Christ. We can't compare to God. Christ was human but perfect. God is perfect.
If you
right?
strive to be the ultimate
So
good,
it's
that
not
has so
really,
many
like,
entailments in
circular.
it. It's not just saying, "Oh, you got to be good."
No, you have to strive to be. We cannot achieve it without a divine
There
assistance.
What the
go.
hell? Who changed my
There you
picture?
go.
That is not what I look like at all.
I'm sorry, but that's what I was getting at. Yes. And it's not very Maryland coded, but we will never achieve it. But we can strive to.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's been said many ways. It's in the Declaration, the pursuit of happiness. It's the pursuit of goodness. It's the goal. We're going to keep falling every day like we do. But I mean, you see two things. Choose
I almost
the
thought we
one
were
that you think.
disagreeing, but we were just talking past each other. We agree.
That's a whole bunch of post-enlightenment, me-centered nonsense. That's basically led to all of these
Anson,
problems.
disavow your code. You're coping.
No, I'm not. That's a whole lot of my own personal Jesus bullshit going on here. That's why y'all don't make a damn bit of sense when y'all talk about.
No, but as much as you'd say we're coping, that's
all
coping
just
too.
made up shit. Is what y'all are doing. If the mythology don't fit, you gotta quit.
Well, we're trying
Which
But Anson, didn't you say earlier that we all do need a higher power? Otherwise, we just degenerate into like low birth rates and extinction.
Yeah, if humans don't believe in a higher, if humans don't believe in a higher power, then they can't find meaning in general. That's why.
Well, no.
With the expansion of atheism throughout Western society and in the industrialized world, the birth rates have plummeted, and people have expanded nihilism is because they're biologically hardwired to need that mystical thing that they can't understand to motivate them or make them feel fear to do shit.
The birth rates have plummeted because we all consume microplastic in every instance.
No, they're hardwired to be
as
fucking
an
gods.
atheist, what is the recommendation? What's the prescription?
Oh, there is no prescription. All the people
Just
that
die?
aren't breeding, aren't going to pass on their defective customs.
Yeah, but if our
and
birth rates, you bring up birth rates though. If our birth rates are in the negatives, then how do we come back from this?
Stop
there's nothing
abortions.
You have to do. There's nothing you have to do. It'll fix itself. That's the beauty of evolution. Right?
I wasn't asking what we have to do because a lot of us aren't going to do what we have to do.
I'm pretty sure that's
I'm
exactly
asking,
what you said.
What's the prescription?
Stop
What's the
abortions.
prescription?
No,
like what
I'm
would
just
fix
observing.
this?
I'm
Not like what would everybody have to do? Like
why would there need to be a prescription?
Not everybody's going to do what they have to do. But
Because you can't fix an illness
for a
without
negative
prescription.
decline, then human race will pass on, right?
Yeah, but why is that a problem?
I'm not. I'm just asking what's the prescription. I don't know if it's a problem.
Yeah, why is it a problem?
I think that would be the ultimate thing that's going to happen, anyways. But
Are you an antinatalist?
No.
I don't know if humanity would die, but it certainly morphs into another thing. I mean, in the same way that we evolved from other stuff.
Let's get down to basics. If we don't have kids, what's the next basic thing that's going to happen? Islam is going to take over. Islam is going to take over. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants Islam to take over. That's the next logical step.
Well, the people that are breeding do.
You want your?
I mean, you only see the extreme parts of that.
Of what? Islam?
Yes.
No,
what are you talking about?
Have you been to Iran? I don't know.
The people who are rejecting Islam right now in Iran, they're saying they want more democracy. They were taking off their hijabs.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
what?
are you first-handed news here? I don't know.
Yeah, I want to hear this out. Not Voltaire, Daniel. Talk about Islam.
Well, I have a Quran here, but also, I mean, you're looking at a religion that's been formed by years of, I mean, it's not
slaughter.
telephone anymore. Well, yeah, they choose the words that they follow, and then they interpret them in the way. So you have a lot of people that are of exact faith, and the words are different now. So you can always lead sheep astray.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Words are
The words are
now?
different. It's because it's the exact same Arabic as it has been since Muhammad wrote it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only read it in English, I suppose, but you can also interpret words in the same way that a fag is a cigarette in some places. Like the phrases can change too. I can say that this is another thing, and I can say it enough until people believe it.
When I want to interpret Islam, I ask an Islamist, and he says that death to the fucking infidels.
But I guess in Daniel's defense, and we might say they're misinterpreting it. I don't know, but obviously there are Muslims that will, like, I went to a mosque before, and they were all talking about how jihad, it's all an internal thing. That was like the whole message. It's never supposed to be externalized, which I think is probably a bad reading of both the Quran and history. But at least it's like, okay, I would prefer that form of Islam, right? Where they're saying that jihad is an internal struggle against yourself, right? It's not meant to be like violence against other people. I'm like, okay, yeah, if you're gonna be Muslim,
yeah.
that's,
I mean, there's
way
frequently like it's the self fighting the self. It's the devil and God. They rage inside you, and that is the holy war. However,
I got one question.
If you're the higher ups and they need soldiers, they take that as the holy war is actually us against them. It's not you against you. Horrific things.
I have a question. So if let's say if we never knew, like, you woke up as a blank slate, you knew everything like about like English language and all like Muslims, whatever, or not Muslims, sorry, Arabic and all this stuff. You didn't know any history at all. Which Bible or Quran would be the one that says, like, if you didn't know anything and you looked at the Quran, it would be like, well, kill every, like, it would literally tell you to kill the people who fucking are against you. Like,
yeah, most of the Old Testament and some of the New Testament predates the Quran.
But it's just funny because everyone's like, well, that's not what it means. But it's like, even if
so, I mean,
this is very much a choose your own adventure. Like you can demonize whoever you like, or you can kill them with kindness.
What's
that? What does that?
If there was a blank slate in all the world, we only had 2 fucking books, which one would be more peaceful and which one would be fucking murderous? And have like texts to say this is the reason why you needed to kill people.
There is only one book.
Well, there
are not even 2 books. Like those are one set of words that is interpreted by 2 different sects that needed that they pointed the directions of how they wanted to establish, and that wasn't God in charge of that. That was the rulers of the time, and they cemented that, and we live there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Saying?
I don't like. You're talking about like the Sunnis and the Shiites. Is that what we're talking about?
No, it's
well, I mean, he just said that if there was a Bible and a Quran, I'm like, that's the same story. I don't know.
But it's insinuating that 2 different holy books are written like.
Wait, how do you wait? In what ways?
Each one has story. Let's just concede that. Which one has better prescriptions, and which one actually prescribes death to people who actually war against you?
Yeah, that's the question, not who wrote it per se.
It's not who wrote it. It's the translation.
I can't remember who said this, but someone said that Christianity went through the Enlightenment and Islam hasn't. And I do find that compelling because you can find like troublesome passages, right, in the Old Testament especially. And I don't know if we can necessarily abrogate those with the New Testament. We still do hold to like the value of the Old Testament, but there is like slaughtering all the Amalekites in the Old Testament and stuff like that. If there are Amalekites alive today, would we be slaughtering them? I'm not sure exactly, right? But I don't think we would.
Yeah,
but
but
I don't think
the Quran says yes. The Quran says yes, no matter what, right?
Well, the Quran says different things at different points. I will say that, like the Quran, it says that that the Jews and Christians are people of the book in certain parts, and in other parts it says
but if you're true,
I think it reflects kind of Muhammad's increased militarization throughout his life.
The problem with the Quran is that it gives you prescriptions on how to deal with things through war. And it's like, well, and everyone's like, well, that was past. That was the past. It's different now. It's like, no, that's your prescription that you live on. So
But
when the
Old
bottom line
Testament
is
does the same thing, though. The Old Testament does the same thing.
Yeah, but how does that? Yeah, but we have a newer version, like through Jesus Christ.
I understand.
Yeah, well, it's because we didn't
get
listen to
that.
the old one.
Well,
the Quran was written by like one dude, right? Our Bible was written by like I don't even know, like I don't know, like 30 people or something. Like, and
the Quran.
And there's a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of books that didn't make it in. So, like, all of these things that were written by all of these people, they are still curated by all of history. The rulers of all of history omitted what they didn't want in because they might have less power.
None of this is really relevant to today, though. Like the only thing that's really important today is how the people in current times interpret the mythology that's basically within their culture, right? And you know, as far back as like 2005, I remember reading the Sam Harris book about religion and Islam and Christianity and the differences between the cultures depending upon where you lived. And it seemed from my understanding of the studies that have
been called The End of Faith.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I remember reading that book. And from what I recall is that the Islams, their culture is much more violent and accepting of terrorism because it's a part of who they are, right? It's a part of their identity. And so
it's because no matter what, they can fall back on their book, and their book is violent.
Yeah, and even the normal.
When we fall back on our book, it's not violent. It's the opposite of that.
That's
why I said you need
to. And it's a dog
even if
world.
even if the Old Testament says so, we had something to correct it. So even if the same thing, like what the Quran and the Bible, they came out in the same kind. Like when did the Quran come out?
It's either
600
or 1200.
It's like what is the average IQ over there? What is the average IQ of these people that you're all or
Less
not
than
all
80s.
of you? Sorry. Okay, so they're gonna do what they're told. So we're a little bit.
They have a baseline, and it's not good.
Okay,
yeah.
but
so like,
their baseline is
we
not
were able
good.
to look
Our
at something
is a
and
lot
say
better.
that yes. So what I'm saying is it's a different playing field.
But throughout, but beyond the race realism stuff that maybe we're edging toward, beyond that.
Well, no, I think that's due to like poisoning actually of various whatever. But yeah.
Okay, beyond the lead poisonings and various other heavy metals. I would say, like, if like again, this is why I brought up the whoever it was that said that Christianity has gone through the Enlightenment and Islam has not. The reason
that was you, Confluence. You said that.
Yeah, maybe it was me, original thought. But no, the reason I say this is because like right now, Christianity's in a good place where it's like, we have a lot of like good theology and not like to do a bunch of nonsense.
We have a good baseline.
Yes, but throughout church history, we did not have a good. I mean, there was Christians ripping people's tongues out with hot tongs and like doing like horrific
was that used
torture?
Was that used as an actual way of like being part of the church, or was that used to weaponize the church?
That was you. I mean, that's the only way you can answer that in a good way, like in the way I think you want, is to just like look back and say everything I don't like that the official church did, I would say they're not actually following God. But a Muslim could do that in the same way. And a Muslim could do and say, oh yeah, they just didn't really understand those passages. They just picked the brutalistic passages and they kept the good ones. And but Christianity, we could do the same stuff, right? There's a lot of like bad events in Christian history of people being like tortured and executed under official auspices of the church.
Where in the Bible does it say to fucking torture and execute people for certain?
There are many martyrs.
David made people walk through a brick kiln. Okay, so that's not saying to do it, but God did tell them to kill the Amalekites.
Yeah, they killed every firstborn in Egypt, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of passages that are rough, and it's like it's easy to look now at our like when we have this like knowledge of what Christianity is supposed to be. But I'm just saying, through 2,000 years of church history, there have been many disagreements.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, like so, does it not make more sense that Christianity, once it got a foothold, that it was corrupted and overtaken by people who just used and did not believe in the ideology, that has used it to fucking get their own fucking gains?
You don't think that happened in Islam?
No, but Islam actually fucking states it in their Quran. That
they could change the words.
Well, so the Bible does too, though, right? Like, it just depends. We just have a robust theology where we have a way to explain all the kind of negative passages and make sense of it. And if you talk to any Christian, they will waffle. I guarantee, I think if I asked any of you guys about the G side of the Amalekites, we would all start waffling because God is commanding the killing of infants and babies. And David in the Psalms is saying, blessed is he who smashes the infants against the rocks. That's in the Psalms. If that was in the Quran, we would all point to that. We'd be like, that's fucking mental. That's crazy.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, there are many calls to death there. Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, I am a Christian.
So like you're saying, I could ask any of you Christians, like, you're not one. What's your explanation?
Oh, I would. No. I include myself in the type that would waffle. If we talked about the Amalekites, I would waffle. I would say maybe it's just like, was the time, maybe they were like, maybe God knew that even the babies would end up being evil, and so it's somehow like justified, and it's somehow doesn't apply today, but like back in the day, even though it's the same God, I would waffle. I would fucking, it's a hard passage. I've never heard a good explanation of that fucking passage.
Well, I mean, who wrote that? I guess you could, because it's not God writing the words. I mean, you can kind of put some stuff in the margins there that can make it into the big book and be like, look at this, guys.
Right. That's the only way is to deny kind of like the infallibility of Scripture and stuff like that.
Is that New Testament or Old Testament confluence?
It's Old Testament.
Psalms.
Okay, then yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That's the whole point of my argument.
You can't just throw out the whole Old Testament.
A lot of people, you want to read the literal words and not between the lines. You don't want to understand the meaning of the thing, but you just want to say the words again and give yourself the power of speaking the words of God. There's no interpretation.
I'm like, not Voltaire. I'm Christian because I believe in God and I believe in Jesus Christ. But I'm always like asking questions, like Voltaire always did. And to me, it's like the Old Testament was basically our understanding of things without any guidance. So like, this is the things that we actually believe through whatever belief we had with the God that actually was violent or whatever. And the New Testament is like, God actually came down, was like, you guys are fucking interpreting this shit completely wrong. So
wait. So was Yahweh was Yahweh God in the Old Testament?
Was Yahweh God?
Yeah.
Like you're saying, like the burning bush, like Yahweh?
Yeah, like Yahweh, like the most common name of God in the Old Testament. It's usually written as capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D. But it's not. It's the tetragrammaton, the Yod Hey Vav Hey. It's just we write it as Lord. But anytime you see Lord in all caps, that's Yahweh.
I believe Yahweh was the fucking burning bush that Moses saw. But that's
the Greek interpretation. I mean, Yahweh is Greek. That's yeah.
Yeah. And to refer to somebody as Lord as somebody that's over you.
That name is the Greek name for God.
That's not a Greek name for God.
I'm just saying that God, everything was up to an interpretation. It seems like where Yahweh, people just interpreted what Yahweh wanted through like multiple years. He might have shown himself a couple of times, but he never actually was incarnate, until Jesus.
And furthermore, in those older languages, there weren't even nouns. It was just consonants after each other. You could fill in the blanks with the nouns you wanted for the noise you wanted to make.
Yeah, in Hebrew, in the original Hebrew, there is no vowel diacritics. That's true. I agree with that. But at the same time, it's like Voltaire. I guess I'm curious on this. Like,
yep.
If you'd have to the way you're talking, you'd have to deny, I guess, so much of like biblical inerrancy for it to be like a valid argument, because the Bible, like it is Yahweh, the same word that's used again. It's the most common word for God in the Old Testament, right? Yahweh commands the slaughtering of the Amalekites, including the slaughtering of the kids. So if you're are you saying? I guess you would have to say, and maybe you are saying this, which is fine, that you're saying they wrote it down wrong, that Yahweh didn't actually command that, and that someone transcribing it just got the whole thing wrong.
Does Yahweh mean Lord or God?
No, actually, I haven't actually.
Okay, brief explanation on that briefly. So Yahweh, when you see Lord in all caps, what that word is in Hebrew is Yod Hey Vav Hey. It's 4 Hebrew letters, but it was considered like a an ultra sacred name, and so people just in English when they write it in all caps Lord. So it doesn't mean Lord at all, but it's just that's something that we have done. We have like added that to the text. But anytime you see that, it's actually saying Yahweh or however.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to interpret the old texts.
It's just
I'm
a clear reference to the higher power, I think.
Even if it's not back then, shit was like Odysseus, like fucking all Prometheus, like not Prometheus, but like
not a great
Odyssey,
one, unless you want your liver torn out.
I'm just saying, there's to me, it's just like Christianity was the closest to interpretation of what God should be in what it makes logical sense. And like I have no real interpretations of the old fucking text, the old Bible, like the original.
Logical sense is pretty hard to make out of religion because the whole point is faith, and once you have evidence, it stops being faith.
It's not hard to figure out the logic.
But no. There's still logic in faith. There's still logic in
Alex, you're
in
so
the New
quiet.
Testament.
Can you turn up your mic at all? I'm trying to turn it up on my end. I can't do it.
It doesn't work.
I don't have much. I don't see much logic in the. I don't see much logic in the Old Testament, and I haven't actually gone through it enough. I mean, I'm sure Confluence has gone through a lot more than I have, and I'm just asking questions, like in like an actual sense. I'm not trying to be like I'm just asking questions. I'm asking just wondering.
I can explain this why the New Testament makes more logical sense than the Old Testament. It's because the Old Testament was Jewish mythology that was based on their stuff, and then the Christians came along, and the ones who wrote the Bible based a lot of their stuff on Greek philosophy and Greek understanding of virtue, and they had a more logical base for their ethics that bled into the Bible when they wrote it.
Yeah, and a lot of those stories are also from India as well. I mean, there's kind of overarching translations in a lot of these mythological cultures that are totally pagan. But oh hey, there's a flood myth, and oh hey, there's two brothers killing each other because one of them was favored by God more. And there's all of these other things, and these are just kind of stories to learn from. Like you take from it what you will, but the point is, don't be the guy that kills your brother because somebody was happier.
I don't exactly believe that. To me, I believe back in the old days, like anything could have been lumped in. Like I don't know. I guess I'm just being like I can cherry pick. I guess that's kind of what I'm.
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to argue that at all, but it seems like that's
if
what
I look
I'm
at the
trying to
Bible or
for,
the Quran or the Torah, these are all collections of stories. And what are you going to get from these? Well, maybe a way to live.
Okay, Confluence. You said like this murderous passages you were talking about. Like, I'd like to know the context of those because I don't know them. Like throwing the babies on the wall or whatever the hell you were saying.
The context makes it. The context makes it even worse because
I just want to know.
Yeah. So the context is that the Amalekites are like seen as like a bad people group that are occupying the land, and the Israelites are supposed to go in and murder all of them under the command of Saul, and Saul in fact spares a few animals and the king, and then Saul is punished for not killing every one of them. And in the passage, it explicitly it is the Lord Yahweh talking, and it's the commandment is to kill all the infants, all the men, all the women, leave none, kill all the animals, wipe them off completely, which is it's a hard passage to kind of swallow because
all right.
It says that the God is the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow, and all this stuff, right?
But is there actually like something to learn from it? Was there like a reason that God did this? Like, to me, God always has a reason for what he does. So if there's just a passage that says, just do this, it seems like something that was just stuffed in there just to be like, also do this, like it was something just added in there. Or some fucking random motherfuckers are just like, hey, Old Testament, we had this for a little bit. Let's just say that we should need to kill these fucking people.
I mean, sometimes the lessons from something are like, don't do that. I find in my life, at least, like I'll see something horrific happen and I'm like, oh, you can't do anything about it. You were witness to this. And what is the lesson? Well, you don't act that way to another person.
I got to just correct Elderline. This is what I'm talking about is specifically not poetry. It's like what I'm referencing is not the Psalms passage. The other one, I don't know if you're thinking of that one. That one you could argue is poetry. The thing I'm talking about is historical literature. That's how every biblical scholar interprets it. You can read it yourself. It's very clearly historicity. So
I'm not going to say that. But to be honest, I'm just I'm here just asking you guys questions, wondering you guys how you guys think of these things. Like I'd much rather talk to Emmett or Elder Lion or people who know more about this stuff to actually. But I like just talking about this stuff, right? Like it's just
that
fun
does sound like some Hitler level genocide to me, at least.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Like it's like what the fuck? Like
It
it's
is.
like
Now,
well,
But I mean,
the only
I'm sure
thing,
he
like,
thought he
there
was
is-
commanded by God. Like, why else would you do such things?
there is the kind of metaphorical interpretation, but I mean, again, the text is like history. But as the best way to take that in the New Testament is to see Amalek as a stand-in for the flesh, and so that's how we have kind of sanitized it, but that is probably the best way for us to take that in our personal lives, is that you have to root out all of the flesh, including the women and children, right? But on an internal way. But this kind of hits in the same way as now some Muslim scholars say that jihad is just an internal thing. It wasn't back in the day, and it still isn't now in a lot of places, right? But you can be a based Muslim and just see jihad as truly internal. And you can also be a based Israelite or a based Christian and see those Old Testament passages in the same way and just punt into the anagogical and all that stuff, right? And not taking it like ultra literally. But it is presented as a literal thing.
Yeah, you can see how I've been struggling kind of with I know Islam's bad, but it's like I understand what you're saying, how we got to this spot, because it's like, well, if there's such a close relation, and Islam basically it came from the Old Testament with its new fucking prophet who actually followed the Old Testament as this, punishing thing, and so yeah, I don't know, I haven't talked to enough actual people who've studied this stuff, or at least can make an understanding of it.
Well, functionally, the difference between Christianity and Islam is what Confluence said earlier, which is that Christianity went through an enlightenment, or the cultures that practiced Christianity went, and so the
Enlightenment was way later.
Well, yeah, it was, and the issue is that Islam just needs to have just the same level of destruction done to it, so that it's feckless and pointless, just like Christianity is.
But if you're arguing for you're arguing for the enlightenment of Christianity, but that had already happened after Christ through the apostles.
That's what I'm
saying. And now the enlightenment came through basically Jesus Christ.
No. You're off by like 1,600 years.
Through the original teachings of Jesus Christ.
The enlightenment
after it was weaponized.
The historical event, though, is when I say that. Like, Christianity was a bit what would go into barbarism an awful lot, right, throughout the Middle Ages and all that shit, right? And and then at a certain point in like the 1700s, right, it kind of became more like based, and now we are post-enlightenment, and now we have what Anson calls feckless, but what I would call probably the best interpretation that we have. And I would say that that Islam has not gone through that same phase, at least for most Islamic countries.
I want to get away from Islam, actually. I want to know, wouldn't it make sense the way that Christianity ran back then, like the Crusades and all this stuff?
No.
Certain thing. Why not?
For what?
Let's say today, a lot of people they're Christian nationalists and they want to do a hostile takeover. It actually kind of makes sense because everything's fucking going to shit. So I'm just saying back then it was very easy to do. It was a lot easier to do now. So wouldn't it make sense that that's how these people?
No, I don't think it would be easier to do now. There are much more people now.
No, I didn't say.
It's a very human response, but it's not.
I don't mean easier. Sorry, but easier for people to think that that's how it would work. I don't mean it's going to be easier now.
It'd be an easier human response, but it's not the actual Christian response.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off my phone and on my computer. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay now.
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. What I was going to say about earlier is my understanding of the Amalekite thing is it's. I think people keep asking this question: is what's good because God says so, or does God say so because it's good? Either of those answers will lead you to allow that God can choose who should die and live without being immoral. The reason why we can't is because we don't know who should live and who should die, right? So if God told them to kill the Amalekites for whatever reason, then it was a good thing to do so.
I agree, but this
There
is
is
kind
that.
of the waffling I was talking about in a way, because we all understand that if we saw that same passage in the Quran, we'd be like, what a religion filled with barbarism and savagery, right? They're killing the
Sure.
infants, right? Like, it's because we're Christian, we're like, well, God must have known better, and actually killing those babies was actually the right thing to do in a way. You know, like it starts to
Not in a way,
starts to feel but you know what I mean? It starts to feel a bit like
It pretty much
little
has to
bit.
be directly what is asked. Yeah, I mean that's the same.
Yeah,
Sacrifice your son upon the mountain, and hopefully they save him.
If
I just
God
want to ask
himself
a
is
question.
telling you these people need to die, those people need to die.
Well,
If
now
you're
we're insinuating that
deciding
everything
who
is.
needs to die, then that's very different.
You're conflating will and want, and that's not a good conflation.
Well, and we're conflating like
God
what it says is
God will be
Never mind,
done,
go
but
ahead.
it doesn't mean God wants to be done, right?
You mean he does what
Well, I
happens?
mean, in the text, I believe it was taken directly to the king.
This was my point
From
earlier,
God.
though. Is what it says exact or not?
It's exact.
It's exact. God specifically told
what is
them
exact?
who to kill and how to kill them.
What
Yeah,
what the
to-
Bible says and what God is saying. Is it exact or
Yeah.
not?
It's exact. Yes, God said specifically to kill the infants and the women and the men.
Because I brought this same thing up
Animals.
back when you were talking about Adam and Eve, and we went back to Genesis.
And
I
all
brought the
that,
same thing up. Is it exact or not?
It's exact.
I don't think
Well,
exact.
But
Okay,
yeah,
you know,
that's
all
up.
y'all. I'll pull it
When
up.
you hold on, when you say
It's been
translated too many times.
Well, hold on. Yeah,
If you change one word, then it
that's
ceases to
what I
be
said to begin
it's
with.
an
Like,
important
confluence,
question.
like, do you
we have to
think
go
that you
back
absolutely the Old Testament needs to be exactly fucking fulfilled? Like,
Well,
but word for
I mean-
word, it needs to be exactly how that's a prescription.
If we it's not fulfilled, I would say if we're any type of like at least normal Christian, which we don't have to be, we could get into heresy, but most Christians, right, would say that the Bible's inerrant, right? It's without mistake. And so we have to it's not it's a
Christian, the
command
New
for
Testament, the New
present.
Testament,
Confluence,
the New
can I ask you-
Testament.
can I ask you a question?
You can't. How can you keep conflating both of them?
It's you.
Okay,
you
I'd like to bring up the teachings of Jesus.
You're
I was
making
gonna
a
say.
division between the OT and the NT that's like
You guys
completely
are answering
unwarranted.
your
And you're
own
saying
questions.
inerrant. You do not mean it's historically perfect, like a perfect rendition of history itself. You're saying it's inerrant as in it is the good word of God.
No, I would have used a different word if I meant that.
So you think it is both
Is it
historically inerrant
divine?
I said to be anything that resembles a normal non-heterodoxical Christian, you have to believe that as the Bible was written, that yes, it is inerrant.
So if the Bible
contains-
posits a scenario instead of an actual like past event, you would say that scenario would be heretical because it's not historical.
No. I'm not saying that. Like, obviously, genres are important, but this is why I got annoyed with Elderline, who is saying I was reading poetry, which I'm absolutely not. We're talking about 1 Samuel. But yeah, when you're reading a historical text, then I think you have to treat it. It's in the Bible. If you're going to be a normal Christian,
Bible's not a historical text. That's ridiculous.
didn't-
Like all of the words used to mean something else, and they used to be in another language.
Notice how that's not what I said. Did you hear what I said, Anson?
No, I
Did you
didn't.
hear what I said? Because that's
Tell
not
me
what
again.
I said.
Tell me again.
I didn't say the Bible is a collection of 66 books that span a lot of genres. Some of it's poetry, some of it's allegory, some of it's a lot of shit, some of it's history. 1 Samuel happens to be presented as history. That is the genre of the book. Okay, just saying.
No, it's not.
Just saying.
No, it's not. It's not history though.
It
Is
is
1 Samuel
presented.
in the fucking
You
New
can
Testament?
present history,
Mythology.
you're
Or is it in
also
the Old
an atheist,
Testament?
so
When
I
he says the
understand
book, he doesn't
that.
mean the whole Bible. He's saying
Mythology is not history.
What-
Is,
Yeah,
is
but
First
there's a lot of
is
scholars
1
that
Samuel in the Old fucking Testament or the New one?
The Old
Why
Testament.
does that matter?
Exactly, and that's the
There's
one
a
you're
lot of-
conflating between the new one. And you said I can't
I'm
fucking
not
say that
conf-
anything's wrong with the bad one, But would Jesus
It's
fucking
not the
Jesus?
bad one. It's all
Jesus
the word
was
of God. It's not
Jesus
the bad
was the
one.
Jesus came here to be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe don't fucking do that. Maybe you should fucking actually learn
that's not what Jesus came to do. That's
I
not.
think most of what he was saying that they were
almost
guidelines because he's like, oh, hey, can't work on Sunday. Are you going to leave the sheep in the hole? Like, no, go get the sheep.
Jesus was like, which is God. He was like, hey, you guys are fucking retarded. And you
Voltaire, why
guys
do you
fucking.
think we have the Old Testament in like every Bible you've ever opened in your life? Why do you think we have the Old Testament there?
To at least
That's kind of
to know where to. Can you let me speak? To know where we were and to see how far we've come.
Okay, so you don't think any of so you don't pull anything.
I didn't say it. I did. Obviously, I'm not saying any of the Old Testament. All of the Old Testament is wrong.
So are you cherry picking the parts you like?
No. Apparently Jesus is cherry picking, I guess.
Well, he's God, so like maybe that makes sense.
Exactly.
But, like, for
Exactly.
you and for me.
Exactly. No, I'm going off
Jesus
what
say
God
the
has said.
Amalekite passage was not good?
I'm going off what God has said.
And did Jesus?
Which
did
is
God
Jesus
say
Christ.
the Amalekite,
Which is Jesus
did
Christ.
He say,
Which is
did he
Jesus
say,
Christ
you know
and
that
Jesus.
Amalekite passage? Forget that.
Can I get a clarification from you, Voltaire? What are you saying?
Can I get a witness?
What are you saying didn't happen or isn't actually true from the Old Testament?
I'm saying, wait. I'm saying that how can I know what is true or is not true in the Old Testament? I'm saying that through Jesus Christ, we should through His fucking understanding of through His reason, through God's reason, we shouldn't be like, oh yeah, we should continue listening to the old fucking Bible, the Old Testament, when He's given us the actual clarity of what He means through the things that we've misrepresented and misinterpreted.
Oh, I see where you're coming from, where the New Testament is essentially like a second draft of the first one or something like that. I mean, they're not the same stories.
Instead of being so blatant, it's like, okay, not even that. Instead of, the old one, how can we know that that's exactly what God said? Sure, there was this Yahweh, but was there actually this thing that came down and said, yes, this is exactly how you needed to interpret it? Their lightning came from the sky and burnt a fucking tree and like certain
I don't know if it's exactly what God said, but I do think it is exactly what the people needed to hear to change their ways in a way that was desired by
in certain ways,
the Lord
yes.
Father.
And how could that could have obviously been hijacked in any way along the way?
Yes.
And then God sent His own fucking God sent His own son to be like God sent His own fucking son and He's like and God through His son through Himself in human form said, listen, this is how you should actually understand things. And we're still like, yeah, but back in the day, this is what was said, and that's exactly what God meant. It's like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
I think the point is that we can't ignore the Old Testament and say that nothing bad happened in the Bible, right?
Okay, first of all, two things. Okay, so this is the passage we're talking about in 1 Samuel. Now go attack the Amalekites. This is God talking. Attack the Amalekites.
Sure,
and
apparently,
destroy.
Supposedly.
Why aren't you letting Stacy up? Stacy's trying to get up.
Text itself. Oh, Stacy, yeah. Stacy, give me one of these.
What the fuck is down here? I guess
that's not what I'm. No, Stacy, be precise. Listen to my instructions, Stacy. Focus. One of these. Stacy, I swear to God, you're not doing. Okay, fuck that. I'll give you a chance in a second. Stacy is doing the wrong hand signs. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, cattle and donkeys.
If I back out, it's my fault, and I'll be back. No, I'm still good.
And then this is the second passage I wanted to briefly talk about. This is in the New Testament.
Sorry, I'm on a phone. I'm on a phone, and sometimes things fuck up.
You're good.
That's fine. That's fine. You're good. Then this is the thing that you said. This is in response to you, Voltaire, if you can still hear. All scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness. Okay? All scripture is God-breathed. This is Paul talking about before the New Testament canon is closed, like a few centuries before that. So when Paul is talking about scripture, he is talking about the Old Testament. Paul liberally quotes from the Old Testament, treats it as fully true in every single case Paul has ever quoted it. So this is the New Testament saying that all scripture is God-breathed. Old Testament and what Paul might have considered the New Testament, maybe a couple of documents, but when Paul wrote this, there wasn't too much that would have been accepted.
Okay, I gotta plug my phone in.
What is your actual problem with
Just let me know when I can talk.
I don't care.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll come back in after.
Turns. I like turn taking.
Well, who just said?
Okay.
Can I talk? That guy.
I'm saying, let me.
Sorry,
let me know
I
when
can't
I
see
can talk. I'm trying to ask a question. So, can we all agree that maybe there's some writings that could be missing or added to the Bible? Can we agree on that?
Definitely no.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would disagree on that. Yeah.
Okay. So, do you think?
I guess it's just me and you, bro.
Well,
oh no, I'm in on that too. I've read the book of Enoch.
If even a
the whole
single word in
Pentateuch.
the Bible is suspect, then the entire Bible is suspect.
Yep.
That's the
there
point.
you go.
Okay, no. Okay, go back. Go back to your next question. Your next question.
Thank you.
Go back to the next one. Nice.
No, I'm going to the next one, but
I know.
So my question would be: do you guys think, or could you agree that maybe what the Jews, Hebrews in Israel, even now or back then, have a different set of scrolls, scripture, writings that they're reading that maybe not a lot of people see, not a lot of people read, like the Pharisees. The Pharisees had writings and scriptures from the Old Testament.
That the Jews are just holding things to themselves, like just like our Jew goals, you'll never see it.
Yeah. No, what he's talking about is true, right? There was the Jewish canon hadn't been finalized during Jesus's life. Actually, there were books that the Jews followed that they no longer have in their canon today. During the time,
same with the Bible.
All I'm trying to do to be able to say for myself is what the Jews believe is going to be completely different, not completely, but somewhat different and mostly different than what Christians believe.
Sure,
well, that's all I'm saying. And they have different texts. They have different.
To be honest, the biggest problem is is what everybody's taken away from. Like that's why I believe in Orthodox, because it's like those are that's the original apostles. That's the teachings of the original apostles.
You don't at all believe everything you've been saying has been anti-orthodox. What are you even talking about?
Saying that while we sit here, while we sit here and we go through scriptures and we want to sit here and make like this is the end all and be all, just remember that there's other scriptures that these people are going off of. You're talking about the Jews and the Christians are different people, and they are going off of different teachings and writings.
Not with the passages we're talking about, though.
The Hebrews don't
it's a different story to reach different people.
Hold on.
In my opinion.
Can I just clarify myself? I'd like to clarify myself.
Things, man.
Hold on. I'd like to clarify myself. So, like confluence, like I said, I'm Christian, but I'm just asking questions and I'd like to find answers, right? You know, like I'm not I'm just saying certain things make more logical sense to me. I know God exists, and I know that Jesus Christ exists, and Jesus Christ is God. But I'm just going through the question.
I mean, I even struggle on
I said that like I could ask better people, but like I'm just trying to have good conversations here, right?
If by better people you mean Emmett, I have to disavow that. I'm sorry.
And I apologize.
I think we're all pretty good here. I like this guy. He's got cool glasses.
May I ask?
I should get mine.
What? I didn't say no. I'm just not saying anything. There's nothing wrong with your confluence. I'm just saying that there's other people I could ask about this stuff who know a lot more.
Well, they might give answers that you liked more, but
can I?
Well, no. Well,
possibly not.
Can I ask a really quick question? Am I shed some light on this?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Go ahead.
The day I ask confluence for the actual answers of anything.
Not that
guy. So if the Bible is inerrant and correct, does that mean that it must be complete and whole?
That's
I think that's the implication. That's why I can't
know.
agree with the inherent
I can hold
part.
it in my hand. It feels complete and whole.
Everything it says,
I don't know.
Everything it says may be inerrant, but it doesn't mean it's complete. Correct?
Which Bible are you talking about specifically?
It doesn't matter.
It does actually. Functionally, it
does.
Does.
It does the concept of the book being. Yeah, for what I'm asking, it doesn't really matter what.
Well, then your question means nothing.
No, it means it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't. So Daniel brought up like the book of Enoch or the three books of Enoch.
That's why it matters.
I like the books of Enoch personally, but
same.
I think they're goated. but they were not
also
included.
Means giant, also means fallen, also means watcher. There's a lot going on there that I like. But that's also knowledge that, why didn't they put that in? If everybody thought these things, like if you put that out with all the other stuff, people can kind of go their own way. And I mean, furthermore, that the Bible there wasn't one in every household like there was. That was something that the priest read. Nobody could even read. And like, there's a lot of things that.
I gotta head out, guys. My phone fucked up, but it happened to give me a reason to fucking say I gotta go because there's another.
Good to see you, man.
I'm gonna. Right. Yeah, man. I enjoyed talking to all you, and this is my first time coming off on Confluence's panels, and I had a good time. So, God bless you.
God bless.
God bless. Good to see you, man.
Did you have an answer to that, Confluence, or not?
Your inerrancy thing? Yeah, I don't think inerrancy. Is that the question you're talking about?
Yeah, it being inerrant, does that make it complete?
A closed canon? No, I don't. No, I don't think it does. I do trust the church councils, like the Council of Nicaea. That. Well, okay. Well, I'm not. I trust it in a certain way. I do put higher precedence in the 66 books than I do in like the Epistle of Barnabas or the Gospel of Thomas or the First, Second, and Third Enoch. I do still like those books. I think they're valuable. I don't know if I'd put them in the same way. But again,
unless I have access to the Vatican archives to see all of the books from everywhere.
Right.
So it's almost now. I'm gonna give you all this from the atheist perspective. I
gotta take a pee. I know it feels like it's been a long time. Okay, so
it's been 30 minutes.
Remember, I can hear all of you. Okay, so don't talk about my bladder.
So what the Christians did was they developed this radical revolutionary ideology, and they were their leader was basically a heretic according to the religion that was prominent in the era. And in the area that he was in, and so he was executed for his crimes. And then the people that were his followers of this radical cult spread it across Rome, and it basically led to the fall of the Roman Empire. And as they gained more power, they realized that they had to standardize their ideology, and they just took from what they thought was the best stuff to cobble together something to try and keep all of their followers under control, right? Because it was this revolutionary ideology, and they didn't really have a good framework for controlling their people, so they had to put it all together. That's what y'all call these councils of priests, and you're venerating all of these basically power hungry people that destroyed one of the greatest civilizations that the Western civilization is known.
Yes. Well, and the conquerors can rewrite history, but they also use the guidelines of whoever they conquered because they had something they wanted. That's why they conquered them. And before the Romans, they were even the Greeks, and they have a lot of the very similar deities, worshiping planets and whatnot, and founders Remus and Romulus, the whole very interesting stuff.
A different relationship with the gods, though, right? You look more to the philosophy to explain how you should act instead of pretending like your God has all the answers for your behavior, because the gods weren't this great thing to look up to. They were more like this thing that you just had to put up with.
You were at the mercy of them.
I need one of these. Oh, there you go. Okay, it is Stacy. Sorry, we're on high alert, Stacy. Always are.
Weren't they like
Eduardo built?
Okay.
Do what?
They're gods, weren't they? Like NPCs, basically.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Wait, what are you talking about?
Non-player characters.
Yeah, they didn't. Really
they were.
No, thanks.
They were archetypes.
I didn't know what you meant by NPC. Fuck off.
They were kind of like an amalgamation of attributes, certainly. But they definitely had their own thing, though.
Yeah,
I think Athena actually existed. I've said this before. Some people's chagrin. I think Athena's like a real thing.
Gay.
That's
to me, they're
crazier than anything.
He has one worshiper left in all of in all the world.
We got more than that.
I still see it as like archetypes of certain personalities. Like that's somebody acting through you, and that may be the archetype of Athena, or whoever it may be.
I think all of kind of these pagan gods, maybe not all. But a lot of the pagan gods, I think, are archetypes of aspects of God himself. So I think Athena is a archetype of God.
And here I'd like to bring in Well, actually, I don't know about Luciferianism, but I know that one of Lucifer's first jobs was to be a prism, was to be essentially like nobody could take the full strength, the light of God to be shown. So it had to be reflected through this kind of a shattered glass. So it's spread all around. And I think that's kind of where a lot of those archetypes come from.
That's interesting.
They describe.
I mean, they were like angels essentially, or some shit.
Well, angels and demons. Yeah. I mean, if you believe in God, you should believe in the devil because he gave him a place.
Yeah. Okay. That's
because the devil believes in you.
I like it. Well, I mean, you don't have to. You have to at least acknowledge. You don't need to put faith in the. But you know,
don't put faith in the devil.
You don't want to be making enemies of these things.
Who said
there
that?
is harm that can be done.
Not the greatest trick devil ever pulled.
Oh yeah, that one's The Usual Suspects.
Don't exist.
Yeah.
No, the devil believes in you.
But yeah, I looked that one up the other day. I can't remember.
It's from a movie. I think it's Constantine or.
Oh yeah, that's it. I watched that clip like yesterday. That's I love that movie.
Well,
they're making a sequel.
Oh yeah, man.
With Keanu Reeves.
No. Oh yeah.
Not. Really?
Please.
Oh.
Well, he said that he would love to reprise his role, so that should just be a green light in my head.
Yeah, I mean, really.
That's a great character. That's
quote came from The Usual Suspects.
Oh yeah, that one was. Yeah, that's Kaiser Soze.
Can we talk about the meaning of life for nihilism or
there is no meaning of life for nihilism.
God
only if you don't pronounce it the way you just did. Oh my god, I hate nihilism that way. Nihilism.
Some nihilism.
It's nihil.
So when is Alex O'Connor coming on?
I think he called out today.
Is Maryland on here?
Not anymore.
Why,
I think she was making food or something.
You're a thirsty boy, Stacy.
She's tending to her husband.
She's got to get her collards cooked like a good woman.
No, those are 3-day-old collards, man. Those aren't good.
Don't eat that shit.
I would not.
No, I'm from the South, and
I'm a
that's
huge
no good.
fan of collared people and collared culture.
Nice,
motherfucker.
And a nice collared shirt.
You like the collars? You like to collar people?
Yeah, I love
shit, man.
I love doing that. Yeah, collared people are great.
Why do you want to?
And dogs.
Why do you like collars on people, man?
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a lot of like collared fatigue. You know what I mean?
Like spike collars, or what kind of collars are you talking about?
I'm just gonna hit myself with the "Where are you, Marilyn?" There we go. That's just about what I just said. Okay, just about.
Daniel,
okay, are we ready for a new question on meaning? Because I do have a few more. So if you guys,
yeah, I'm a Q-tip actually. That's my.
Hey, look at Keanu Reeves. Share the screen and look at Keanu Reeves and Constantine too.
Oh, I have to remove.
You're asking too much. Oh, he can do that. Nice.
It's not a real trailer, is it? Oh, look at that! It is.
No, he's.
Yeah, look at him in the original one though. Like,
I haven't seen Constantine 1, so.
What? I click it? I'm clicking it.
Dude, you gotta check. It's good. I also like Hellboy. They're almost the same.
Where's
they kind of are.
I don't know. I can't.
Well, I find that a lot of stories are similar.
I mean, they're all derived from like similar ideas and concepts. So.
Trailer.
That's what I think about the religions too. But the whole point is like, oh yeah, hey, it's a guy he's in a crappy situation. Do your best, idiot, and then he does, and that's great.
Is it better than John Wick though? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, it's way better.
No, I don't know.
It's in a different way. It's in a different way.
John Wick is like the only action movie I actually liked for real.
To be fair, I can't hear what's happening in this trailer either, but.
Yeah, there's
almost
like no.
as good as the Matrix.
Can you show the trailer for the new Predator?
Okay, you can stop.
What's going on?
So yeah, nihilism.
What is this? What is this? Stop saying nihilism. Stop saying nihilism. Just call it nihilism like a normal human, okay?
I pronounce it the way Emmett does.
Look, if I pronounced everything the way Emmett does, I'd say like half the words wrong that I've ever said in my life. Okay, I'm just gonna be real.
Emmett's accent is beautiful, and you love it. Don't even.
I
lie.
do love it. But me and Emmett, we're in our first fight. Okay, me and Emmett, we're in our first fight, which is terrible, terrible times. I hate it. But yeah.
Over what? What happened?
It's like it's all
me.
like it involves Alex. It involves Alex. It involves Voltaire, who was here, who's gone now. Just a
So
mess.
I wasn't here.
I think it was more me than Voltaire.
No, it was no. The main thing? I don't want to like say too much, but the main thing happened on my channel, and then I went to Emmett's channel to try to not bridge burn everything, and I feel like the bridge was just even more burned once I went on.
Did you go too soon?
I went as soon as I ended my thing. Then I messaged Emmett. He sent me a thing, and then we got into like a massive thing. And I don't even know how much was Emmett's fault. It was just there was like 4 people. Voltaire is one of them. OG was the second one. I like OG. I like Voltaire. So I'm not trying to, and I like Emmett. I'm not trying to say anything bad about any of these people. But then yeah, it was just like they hadn't seen the stream, and they were trying to, I guess, probably defend Emmett, and the whole thing just like was like not good. It wasn't good.
You're saying a lot, but you're not describing what fucking happened.
Yeah.
What the fuck actually happened?
Not at all.
Okay, fine.
What is everybody's ashamed and mad
It was about
about?
the Amalekites.
Just take this that this is from my point of view, okay? Just to be fully clear, right? This is from my point of view.
So the truth. Got it.
So the ultimate truth that you should unequivocally accept, yes. So Emmett had said before a while back on my channel, we got into this talk about animal rights and all this stuff, okay? And I think it started because I said that there's parts of the Bible that don't explain enough, and that we use Christian morality to punt beyond those things. So the example I brought up, which is a random example, I said the treatment of animals. And I said there's like maybe one passage in Proverbs that explicitly like tells you like not to like harm animals. But beyond that, there's like pretty much nothing in like the New Testament or like the most of the Old Testament that really talks about like treating animals with respect. Okay. So an Emmett maybe took issue, and he was saying, well, animals are property. And I pushed him on that. And I said, well, you can't, there is animal cruelty laws. You can't like do anything you want to animals. Like, even though under some definitions of the law, yeah, they're property. Like if you steal someone's dog, I think it counts as property theft. But also in like every state that I know of, if you harm an animal, if you torture an animal, you would get an animal cruelty law. Emmett seemed to take issue with this, and we went back and forth. Then the next time when Alex and Emmett fought on this at the time on the panel. Then the next time they join, then Alex says, "Oh, is this the guy?" Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. Alex says something like, "Oh, is this the guy who like tortures dogs?" Okay. I think it's kind of like
that's a good start to any conversation.
Yeah, and so I kind of like just like, you know, it was Alex said that like one time, and then Emmett and him got into it about like our animals' property and all this stuff again. But then Emmett got, I guess,
actually,
really annoyed.
It was later on that stream. I wasn't able to. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to get on in time to actually confront him on it.
Okay, so remind me. So then, how did we get to? Because then Emmett joins and starts making some very bad allegations about Alex.
Oh,
and
yeah. So he asked me if I had proof that he likes torturing dogs, and I said no, but he said it, so it sounds like it's true. And he didn't like that, so he said, "Well, I have no proof that you're a pedo, so I guess you are one." And then he wouldn't stop calling me one.
Yeah, it was really bad. I was on the panel then. He just kept doing it over and over and over again, basically flouting TOS and basically forcing Confluence to boot him off of his show. It was really immature behavior on Emmett's part. He was acting like a girl.
I think he got really annoyed. And I didn't even boot him. I kept like just telling him to please stop saying this, or I would have to boot him. I muted him a few times. He kept
I think he wanted
and
you to boot
saying
me,
it.
by the way.
Maybe because So all this happens anyway. Then Emmett eventually is like, "Fine, I'm just gonna leave then. So you don't even have to boot me. I'm just gonna leave." Then I join Emmett's thing later, and it's kind of Emmett and his like 4 friends are kind of seeing it that I in some ways betrayed Emmett.
Yep.
By not booting me. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, by not. And I was trying to explain. Well, okay, Alex said this comment one time. You said it like 600 times. And it's just it's a different thing, and they're all like, "No, it's disloyal. It's disloyal to Emmett because you didn't."
So it's a levels of thinking issue confluence. You see, you're thinking on the level that is above tribalism, but on Emmett's brain level, like he's from a third world country, Mexico, right? And so he's used to like gang violence and like basically a lower quality of life than us in the United States, or in your case Canada, right? So you just got to look at it from the perspective of he's more control consciousness, right? So you had an opportunity to show fidelity to his team, and you failed to do that, and he's mad at you for not being on his team.
I don't even know if he is mad. Like it's just if anything,
he's furious.
If anything, I got really annoyed, but it wasn't. I'm not going to blame. It wasn't. It was so everyone else had kind of, I guess, heard Emmett's side of things. So when I join, then again, it's all people I like Voltaire and OG and someone else that I can't remember now. But it felt like it was a real like gang up situation where they're like, "You must have been disloyal." I'm like, "You guys haven't even watched it," and all of them said they haven't watched it. So I'm like, you can't say I'm like disloyal or I did like something bad here if you like haven't watched it yet. And I felt like I was being like continuously attacked. So then I ended up leaving.
This is the definition of tribalism.
Why are you such a beta confluence?
Your loyalty doesn't depend on what the truth.
I wanted to touch on the topic of the argument, if I could, just of the ownership of another thing. Just because it used to, like it doesn't. Everybody treats their things differently, and I didn't come to this conclusion from the thought of owning a dog, which I don't. Which I love dogs, and maybe part of it is that because I wouldn't be able to treat it well enough. But in a lot of religions, at least, you own your wife. If you're married, you own her, and some people mistreat the things they own, and some people treat the things they own like treasure, like that's their favorite thing, like they would never mistreat their favorite thing. And there's so much interpretation that's wrong there, or not wrong, but translated in a way that can be like, I can do what I want with what I own. I'm lighting it on fire. I'm like, yeah, you're going to hell. Whatever it is.
Yeah. Ownership is technically, I think for marriage, ownership is implied both ways. You become each other's property, but most people don't like that second piece, so they just go with the first.
Oh yeah, and I view that differently as well, as you become one, and all of that. I'm unmarried forever.
That's why, like, mistreating yourself or mistreating them is the same thing.
Paul says the wife belongs to the husband belongs to the wife.
Yep,
and I agree with that.
Abraham's bosom,
but
etc.
He has to have some very big bosom.
It's a massive bosom.
That's
triple D.
That's the whole thing behind it. It's got to be a massive fucking bosom.
The bust of Abraham is
like
imagine.
Size bosom.
I mean, we're talking bigger than Mount Rushmore, gigantic bosom.
Yep.
Each one individually. Yeah.
Like Mount Rushmore would just be one boob.
So here's the problem. I attacked him first, technically, that first time. Not technically, I did. Based on what he was saying, and it pissed me off because I very much love dogs, and saying shit like that does not. I don't take well to it. But yeah, so he didn't like that, and since I hit him first, he just assumes that in the end you have to choose him no matter what. Although I think he would make that assumption regardless of who hit first, because
it's definitely partly like a tribal culture thing as well too. Because I've had friends that will do something, and I'm like, well, that's wrong, and they're like, oh, you're not on the same side as me. I'm like, I'm wrong, I guess. I thought we were,
I understand backing your friends like publicly against other people. I get that, but even in private, like No, I'm sorry.
And I think I even can be more tribalistic, but the problem is when, like Alex, I consider you a friend, and I consider Emmett a friend. So then it's like, I don't feel like I have like loyalty in either. Like, it's like
the first time I met him was also when he lost it, when he like had that really weird fight with Brandon.
Yeah,
that was the first time I met him too. So he was already like not on my list of people who I thought were good in any way.
Right.
It's the first time I've even seen your channel. It was in my feed, and I was like, I'll hop in there. Fun.
Well, welcome to the drama, Daniel.
Yeah, so I have no context. I don't know any of these people. Nice to meet you, everybody.
It's okay. You don't need to know us.
But me and Emmett, to be clear, okay, we have both apologized to each other, but it feels like the bridge is still like, you know, on fire and kind of, you know,
it's not on fire. It's been burned, and you either have to fix it or you don't.
Yeah, but I feel like I feel like I sincerely tried, and maybe Emmett did too. I feel like it didn't.
But if that was the day
work.
of, he was already hot under the collar.
No,
man.
I'm
You're not
talking.
gonna
No,
make
I
anything
messaged
better.
him. I messaged him like multiple days later, and we talked just like on Discord, just in chat.
Oh, sure.
And I feel like it was
Sounds like there's some.
better, but it just felt like it's not. Yeah,
Look,
it's not the same. I don't know.
I don't know how. Is he really young by chance? Do you know how old he is?
No, he's like around my age. I don't know exactly how old, but he's like somewhere in his 30s, I think.
I don't know, and I'm not going to speak for Emmett, but all I can say is give him some time. He's cool.
He is.
Emmett's a cool dude. Just give him some time. If he's mad at you, just try talking to him in a couple of days.
He says he's not mad at me, but it just doesn't feel the same.
Well, then
you
he's
know what I mean?
probably not. Well,
No, he is. He's mad.
You just give him a couple of days, man.
Yeah.
Let him cool off.
Give him more time.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes things need to happen for you to realize you're an idiot too. I've
yeah,
had a large number of head injuries.
Emmett's a good guy,
They
man.
help.
I can tell you. I know him personally on a slightly personal level, and he's a good dude. Just give him some time.
Unless you disagree with him or what?
Yeah,
I'm not
I will say, I do think like, so I
He-
said, I told
if
you
you
this before,
disagree
Alex,
with me,
like,
I'm going to argue with you too. So
well,
what?
it's not about arguing. It's the way you argue, right?
Yeah, he acted like like Emmett needs to.
I didn't see
apologize.
this, so to be fair, I didn't see this stream.
No.
but
So
I'm just
just
saying.
just from the 4 times I've seen him talk, and whenever he runs into somebody who doesn't like want to jump behind his what is this
Bandwagon.
Get on the coattails.
the tag argument. It doesn't want to play by his rules. He just kind of loses it and becomes really like, I don't want to use the word insolent, but he becomes dismissive. He doesn't care what you say. Just starts memeing. It's my preference. It's my preference.
Dig in
Shit like
with the
that.
staunch footing.
Yeah, it's not even footing though. I don't even know what to call it. He doesn't like care to have an argument anymore. There's no good faith about it. He just loses his shit and that's it.
Yeah, he's made up his mind and he knows what's right. And if you don't get it, then there's something wrong with you, right? It's tribalism. It's you believe it or else, right? That's why I said it's a thinking level issue, Confluence, right? You're up at a higher level where you've reached the point where like relativism is in, and you're all postmodern and shit. You know, the Bible can mean what it means to whatever it means to whoever. That's all that nonsense you're spouting today, right? It's like all this like postmodern BS. And so like you're on a totally different level than him. He's more like controlled consciousness, like Spanish Inquisition level, right?
I mean, admittedly,
unexpected.
I've been absent because of holidays and family shit going on, and I haven't seen a lot of these streams, so I don't know. But I'll tell you, he's a good dude. Just give him some time, man.
What? But that's the
I
thing.
pissed
and
him
I will
off more
say-
than a few times. I can tell you right now, and you just give him a couple of days.
when I talk to Emmett on voice chat one-on-one, yeah, it's like it's entirely different than I think the perspective Alex has gotten. I understand. I think Emmett comes in a little hot and heavy sometimes if he thinks someone like Alex, for example, like he thinks you're like a full atheist, and so I think Emmett is like very aggressive against people he sees as atheists. And so if he
that could
codes
be
you
it
as an
too.
atheist, then he'll be. But like it's very different than talking to Emmett one-on-one. So I will say that.
That's
but also
not-
Emmett, and this was maybe my fault. I don't know if you remember this, Anson. You had changed your profile picture. Remember, you're switching from like you changed it to Emmett and then Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you remember this. This was like a few streams ago, and so I had sent Emmett a message being like, Emmett, people are cosplaying you. And I meant like, because Anson, you'd changed your thing, your whole like screen, right, to a photo of Emmett. And Emmett apparently took that to mean that everyone on my stream is making fun of him. And I don't know. I tried to correct that and say, no, I sent that message because Anson literally put a photo of you up, and that's why I thought it'd be funny if Emmett came back into the stream and saw that like there's like it's Emmett on the chat. He took it in a different way, and I don't know if he believes me that is like actually what happened. I'm not sure.
He could go back and watch the stream, right? Like that's a
testable. He's not going to do that.
I know, but I'm saying that's a testable
he
thing. If he thinks it's one way,
when was this?
check.
How long ago was this?
It was like right before New Year's, right, Alex?
Yeah,
Is that
I
right?
think I don't remember if it was right before Christmas or right after Christmas. I think it was right before.
I think it was after Christmas.
Well, I mean, it just helps narrow down when this was.
Yeah, but I could be wrong. But I think it was like
The
maybe like
screenshot was on 12/29 of 2025.
okay.
In
Yeah,
3
there we
days.
go.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
So it's been 3 days.
And so I'm hoping I can rebuild the bridge. I'm hoping it's because but I don't know.
I think you're just in your feels, man. You just give them some
I
time.
am in my feels.
You know,
I
give
am
them
in my
some time,
feels.
man. I mean, if you're a low-level thinker from a third-world country, you can't possibly remember past a week because you're basically trying to survive every day, right? So just give him some time, and he'll figure it out. Okay?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Anson. Thanks for summarizing that.
That wouldn't alienate anybody, I'm sure.
Saying, yeah.
Shake my damn head. All right. Anyways,
Shake everyone's
let's-
damn head at this point.
fuck.
Sorry, not to go into drama. I'm not sure why this came up, but
What were we talking about before that?
some about meaning, maybe some about meaning.
Very Old Testament.
We
I have
moved
a
past
new
that.
question about meaning. If we want to move past, new question. How do you guys feel about this question? Can I hit y'all? Yes.
I got 2 minutes, so go ahead.
Do it.
Okay. Well, okay. In a world of deism, okay, if we know what deism means, okay, so God is for real, but does not personally interact with the world he created. Can you still have meaning? So in the world, if we assume deism is true, can you still have objective meaning? Is that
Yes.
even theoretically possible, or do you need to have? Well, so we're going around and cosplaying Emmett is that's Anson. So we'll go to Anson and then Daniel, then Alex, then we have
Wait, what was
Alex,
the,
now I'm gonna.
what was the question? Because that shit has me fucked up.
In the world, assuming deism is true, is it still possible to have objective meaning?
Yeah. So I was a deist when I was 13 years old. It was like one of the bridges that I took to atheism, and I felt like I had meaning at that point in time. And that's why actually I said it like that. Felt like I had meaning because meaning is basically just like some subjective experience that you have while you're walking around being a meat puppet for 70 or 80 years or how long it is. So yeah, of course you can have meaning.
I think he's saying objective meaning, not just meaning.
Oh, did you say objective meaning?
I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So objective meaning is not perceivable by humans because we are limited to subjective experiences only.
Very atheist coded of you, which is on brand. Daniel.
I think yes. It partly because I see no issue of being a deist and believing in a simulation theory. I don't think that these are at ends of each other. I think they're very similar. And if so, I have no trouble thinking of myself as a a true number random generator, which wouldn't exist in this other place.
Huh?
Okay. Well, I think that that we're pretty much made to generate random numbers.
DRAM? Where someone's DRAM?
Yeah. I mean, we're well. I mean, not even just RAM. I think it's, you know, deities may be betting on it, and there needs to be a truly random arbitration system, and humans are that. I think
it's interesting that you think that we're capable of being truly random. Okay.
Well, that ties into free will. Very much so. Like, you can believe you have it or you don't, even if the choices are laid out in front of you. You are still the one choosing.
Actually, okay, pin in that. I want to go into that.
Yes,
but,
thank you.
Alex. So free will. So Alex and then Ag, then me, and then we'll go.
I don't think you even need. I don't think you even need deism to have meaning, like defined objective meaning of some sort.
So even if it was an atheist world,
yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I'm not supposed to give my opinion at this point, but that's
no,
crazy.
give it. Call it.
Okay,
call me crazy.
Okay.
So, yeah, I got you.
Insane. Okay, Ag.
No,
Gorillapolis, full screening you, brother. Just cause.
Fucker.
Oh, get wrecked. Come on. Okay, if deism was true, a non-personal God who just set the universe in motion, like the clock setter or whatever it's called. I can't remember what term
he made a perpetual motion machine, and you can't take anything from it after that. Otherwise, it's not. So yeah.
Yeah. So there's no personal interaction. Can objective meaning still exist?
No.
Okay,
based. Elaborate why? Or
I mean, because meaning is based off of our consciousness. It's all subjective.
Okay. I will say my piece quick. I am not Alex coded. In the sense that I don't with atheism, I think you have no objective meaning. With deism, I think you still can. Because I think as long as there's a God that's like setting the foundations of what could be meaningful, then I think humans can approach that meaning. So I don't think we need direct personal involvement to necessarily still lead meaningful lives. So
you say
I would
theism or atheism?
So atheism, I would say atheism you can't, and theism and deism, I think you can get meaning.
Okay, I thought I heard you say atheism, like atheism, like atheism. My bad.
Nice.
Like, yeah.
Oh, you were answering from an atheistic point of view?
What's that?
You were answering from an atheistic point of view, or are you saying
that's what I thought he was asking. I apologize.
Oh yeah. Okay, wait, Alex. Sorry, not Alex.
I'm sorry.
Ag, do you want to revise under a deism? So God exists, but he's not personally interacting. He set the works in motion, but he's not doing anything.
Then probably, yeah.
Okay.
I guess so. I mean, for all I know, yeah.
Okay, Ans, I don't even know what that picture you pulled up is. I don't
That's
even know.
me.
Nice.
Is that actually you?
Yeah, 22 years ago.
Really?
Go get him.
That's crazy.
I mean, he literally put it in the description.
I know, but I thought 22 years ago it could have been, I don't know, Joe Biden 22 years ago, right?
I am
No.
taking a picture of that. Screenshot it.
Yeah, if I ever join a panel where you're on, Anson, I'm going to be
probably
using
fake.
that picture now. Okay, I'm just going to say that.
That's probably fake. Let's be real.
I'll have to
Anson's,
reverse image,
tech savvy and
search
shit.
it. Yeah. Okay, so free will. So Daniel and Alex, you guys were like kind of, there was kind of shots fired in either way,
There
like
were no shots fired.
Look, I'm trying to make it a little more, dramatic,
Yeah,
you guys both said some heinous shit against each other, which is a little out of pocket, to be honest. But
Man, the artillery.
Yeah, I think free will I think free will exists. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's a random. I think you can make choices, but it's within a region of like.
Oh yeah,
space.
no,
You
I
can't-
think that
you-
as
you
well, but
can't-
I think
you
the
can't-
outcome, or maybe, well, like your choice is still there, but the choices you can make are limited. Like I can reach into my
Yeah,
whatever,
that's what I'm
my
saying.
man purse. There's not going to be a giraffe in my man purse, but there might be some scissors in there, or even if I don't know what's in it. This black
Sure.
box, you know.
Okay, but what if we made it like really like kind of basic? Like if I'm to choose to raise my left or my right hand, in the moment I would say, oh, it's the right hand. Okay, it could be mirrored on your guys' end, but that was my right hand. Okay, I would say that's random. But now maybe the counter to that, the counter of that would be to say that humans are bad at doing random stuff. So if you asked me to raise my left or right hand a million times, you would be a statistician. What, you know what I'm trying to say?
That you may have a bias for that.
Yeah, because humans are terrible at actually predicting how random number generators would actually work, or how random
because we're asymmetrical. Yeah.
Right. So as an example, when you can tell if someone like flips 100 coins, you can tell if they did it for real most of the time, or you can tell if they faked it, because humans have a tendency to underestimate the amount of streaks that will happen. So if you flipped 100 coins, it's very likely you'll get like heads 5 times in a row or tails 5 times in a row. But when someone is like faking that they flipped it and they're just writing heads or tails, they underestimate how often that will happen. So they're more likely to only have streaks of like 2 or 3, if that makes sense. So on a big scale, we're very bad at producing randomness. But in the moment, if I'm just like choosing to pull one of my hands up, is that not random? It feels random.
Well, I think that's the only part. That's essentially the only part that is our choice, because the options are. It's like a choose your own adventure thing. Like you have it A, B, or C. These paths are already laid. However, your choice in them is going to be influenced by kind of the black box in your head of all of your past experiences, and maybe you want to go the path less traveled, the one that's well lit, etc. And that is what forms like there's too many variables to be measured at that point, and it becomes what I think is random, and that is how I assign purpose to myself. I generate random numbers for the deity that is upstairs, and they probably bet on it, as all hierarchy does.
Yeah, I think the reason why the paper thing happens is because, I mean, not to say that I don't know if people can be random or predict like how a random thing would work, but it's because we're seeing the past and we're realizing that we tend to, let's say, make one more common than the other. So then we try to correct for that, and that correction in and of itself is what causes us to fail to be random in any way.
Oh yeah, that your past experiences kind of form your bias, and your past experience could just be like, oh hey, it just came up tails 3 times, and that's informing your decisions.
Yeah, it's almost like you can't have objective anything in terms of what you can perceive. Like I said.
But that's kind of like
over. Yeah, I think that's what forms the truly random thing, though. I think because anybody else would look at not anybody else, that anybody seeing from the top down, like the kind of code would be like, oh well, they should do that. Why did they do something else?
Would that be an axiom or
an outlier? I guess, or anomaly. Like you can have these anomalous things, these very rare things that couldn't even be measured, and.
That's a nice picture of goy fluence. He's got this shit on the back drive ready to go. Holy fuck.
That has to be from today. That has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you move this stuff in the background periodically?
It's like my room is never this clean.
No one notices. No. But there is a tarot card, and that tarot card does switch out at different moments. Okay, so you can't really see what it is, but it's balanced. Yeah, so that's the way I tell.
Balanced.
I'm just not, I'm not with it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but okay, so with the free will, that I feel like what you guys are saying, that's what I mean by in the aggregate, humans can't make a free choice. But if let's say let's say I go live and let's say I have 12 people watching right now. Let's say I had a fucking million, okay, inshallah, okay, and now I put up a poll saying is confluence going to raise his left or right hand, and I'm not looking at the poll, right? Do you think they're going to be more or less likely to guess what hand I'm going to raise? I would say no. I would say everyone who guesses has a. So is that not a truly random choice?
No, well, given 50-50 is equal.
Well, you didn't give them an option of the middle hand.
Yeah, 50-50 is an equal chance. I mean, that's not really
right, but 50-50 over the aggregate becomes not equal from what I was saying, right? With the coin
that's
flip
the third
example
option.
I gave.
Yeah. Right. So what I'm saying is it's hard to get a random choice if you've only given them two options. And we have all of the choices that are available.
Well, no, but that's randomness doesn't need like infinite options. Random can still be between two things.
With infinite options.
Like a random number generator that pulls something that either is between like 1 and 5 or like 6 and 10 is still random, even though it's only
but it's
like
not like
options.
a flip of a coin, though. We do have,
but you can't prove that, like because I know in online poker at least how they generate this random outcome is they shine a light through a semi-opaque glass. And the light that refracts is measured, and the stuff that gets through is also measured. And like that is how they do that, because it's very hard to generate a truly random number.
It's almost it's impossible from a computer standpoint.
Yeah, and that is what I think we are.
Like atmospheric noise and all that nonsense, right? But
these are seeds. Yeah, these are seeds.
Why do you have a trans dreidel hanging from your curtain, Daniel?
Oh, that's a balloon. Or it's a hot air balloon. I bought it at a thrift shop.
You know, those colors
also,
didn't exist before trans people did.
It's a bit LGBTQ coded. I will say that.
Oh, here, there's a little bear in it. Here.
Oh yeah,
there's a little bear.
Oh, is it a trans
with a little bow tie?
That's so.
And there's that. And also here's Don Quixote. I don't know if you could see him. My phone went black.
Yeah, we can see it.
I see him. Yeah.
Yeah. There's Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, his squire.
The guy on the
if you've
horse
read
or
Cervantes,
camel, he looks pretty droid.
I gotta go, but thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Right, Alex.
All right.
Sweet dreams.
Yep. I'm not gonna sleep, but maybe. Yeah. All right, later.
Inshallah.
Disavow.
What is this disavow? What is it's my first time here.
I'm not claiming that.
So a lot of times we talk a little out of pocket. Sometimes we say stuff that, maybe is a little too edgy. And then we'll say disavow. And then so Marilyn, who was on the panel before, then I made a little sound bite when she was saying disavow one time. So that is a frequent panelist.
Okay, I'm seeing that.
I was saying it before she did. Let's be fair.
Yes. Yeah. It's been a long-standing thing, but so if you say something that you think you're like, maybe I shouldn't have said that, you just say disavow, and it all goes away. It's like
that's the backsies. Got it.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Oh no, it's good to have a back button.
Daniel, you're a Christian based on what you said, right? But what?
I think I might be Mormon. I don't know. I'm very, I look at a lot of things, to say the least.
This is where I would.
I've not even been to their church, but I've met them, and if I look at the end product of those people are very nice. It seems like a nice place to be.
They are very nice. Yeah, I like Mormons.
Because I was raised evangelical and also Lutheran. My dad was Catholic. I was atheist for quite some time when I was in the military. And then I'm also self-read in lots of things, rabbit holes and such. But
is this Bonnie Blue you just put up? Is this fucking Bonnie
I'm
Blue?
not laughing at you, Daniel. I'm sorry.
This is Bonnie Blue.
I don't know who these people are.
Bonnie Blue is someone who had sex with like 1,000 people in a day or some degenerate shit.
Good for her, I guess.
Yeah, see, this is where you should say disavow, because not good for
disavow.
her. Bad for her.
Well, I mean, she's getting what she wants. Who am I to judge that? Maybe she was asked to do that by God as a punishment.
She's doing God's work. She's doing God's work.
A lot of people get exactly what they want for, and that's also called hell sometimes, though. That's the problem,
It's not Abraham.
But we live there. Have you read? Well, I guess you don't need to have read Dante's Inferno, but I know like there's 9 circles of hell and there's like 9 planets, and the third circle of hell is one of gluttony. It's where nobody can decide what's enough. And I'm pretty sure we live in that place, and I don't know how to get out, and that's okay.
Well, currently there's only 8 planets, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Did they take Pluto back again?
Yeah, no, that's been for
I
a
thought
while.
they brought it
now, I
back.
believe.
Didn't they just
Did
have
they
the
bring
I
it
thought there
back?
was something else even further
So
out
is this
too.
so is this subjective? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think Pluto.
Well,
was
also it was
removed, but
written
then
in
they
such a
have,
time,
I think
you know.
found new things, so I'm not really sure.
I'm just
anymore.
trying to start shit. I'm just kidding.
That's why
Yeah,
always
are the
just
writings
follow
of
the
Cervantes?
seven
I'm
planets of
just
the
fucking
ancients.
around.
Okay,
Man.
always
All
follow
right.
that.
Don't
Which
spend
makes
too
the
much
moon
time
a
dwelling.
planet, by the way, which is goaded. The moon is a planet. Fight me.
I think it's a
You all
satellite.
agree? Okay, great.
I don't know. Well, I suppose it could secretly be very heavy, but I mean, there would be some gravity
So is
issues
the
there.
sun. The sun is one of the 7 planets of the ancients as well. So, the ancients had some
Well.
interesting ideas, but I agree.
Where's
The sun
Alex
is
at?
planet coded.
Yeah, I mean that's where I tend to interpret things, because like, oh well, this meant this then, like gymnasium. The word gymnasium meant to exercise nude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it meant nude exercise, and I was like, huh, that's kind of crazy. But then I think about their society. That's where like the people with erections were barbarians. I'm like, oh yeah, that's because everybody was nude like half of the time, and why would you be erect in public? That is a barbaric thing. like you should probably have some self-control, and you might be called a barbarian for not having any.
The
And also,
question
if
is,
you
why
exercise
wouldn't you
nude,
be
like
erect
everybody's
in
gonna have perfect form. Like you're gonna do a perfect squat because everybody can see all of your like muscles articulate and stuff. Be like, hey, your back is a little bit funny. Like, what's up with that? Work on that. Like in a society, they would actually help each other in that way, I would imagine.
That's why
kind
every
of a
time I go to
weird
the
place
gym,
to
I'm
go.
also fully naked, just so I can get pointers from people. So I actually agree with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I
Well,
work out at home. I don't like going to the gym because it's something else now. I mean, yeah. I mean, just exercise in general is something else now.
I'm not sure what that means, but
Well, it's very, people go to the gym to meet people. They wear perfume. I mean, they're running on a treadmill, but they go to the place to run on the treadmill. Outside is there. And
tell me you don't
it's
live in
very,
Canada without telling me you don't live in Canada. Okay, it's like minus like 30 where I am right now. Okay, so running outside is just like not a feasible activity one can do.
I mean, I've run when it's pretty cold, like in the snow.
Minus 30 Celsius.
No. Well, what even is that Fahrenheit? I don't know what that is. Is it
Like
zero?
No. Way colder.
Minus 30.
It is
I don't know if
minus
that's colder
22.
than zero.
Minus
That's
22
okay.
Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Jeez, are you in the
Minus
that's
40
Yukon?
is
way
where they
more.
converge.
That's way more than minus 30 Celsius, bro.
Yeah.
Damn. I'd be out there jogging, man. What are you talking about?
I've gone for a walk in
Minus
minus
30. You would
I have
jog
been
in
outside.
Bro,
I
like,
have
it's
been
only cold if you
outside and
stop.
had a good
in
time.
minus 22 Fahrenheit.
I have been outside and had a good time with my kids building a snowman in minus 17. So I don't know if minus 22 is that much further than that, but
It's not
yes.
jogging though. I've been outside
No,
and
building a
minus,
snowman in the
40.
snow though. Come on,
That's
man.
not the
Oh, it's
same
only
as-
cold
that's
if you
not the
stop
same as
running.
running. That's not the same as running.
It's like it's
I
only
was
cold if you
joking
stop
about the
running. Those are the
running.
rules.
But I'm telling you, I was minus 17 and I was building snowmen with my kids and then we were having a blast.
Yeah,
Look,
confluence.
that happens like every winter where I'm at. Okay, that's normal. Running in that level of cold. It hits.
Yeah,
different.
I was joking
Your
about
fucking
that.
lungs.
Well, I mean, and running wasn't a great example. It's kind of like the gym anymore. People aren't getting fit there. They're getting like aesthetic. It's a bodybuilding thing. It's not a fitness thing.
Yeah.
It's,
I was preemptively joking, but I was giving you a real example of when me and my kids did that, and it happened, and it was fun, and it's possible. But I wouldn't go for a run in fucking minus 20 or whatever 23 degree.
I might, if it gets that cold now, I will. And it won't be
Celsius is
far
way
because I
colder.
don't run well anymore. But I used to run a lot.
Minus 30 degrees Celsius is fucking way below.
Well, that's the way that the
Although
scale
remember,
works is actually pretty confusing at a certain point. I don't like that whole thing.
minus 40 is the point where they meet. So minus 40 Celsius is the same as minus 40 Fahrenheit.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So
that's useful to know. That's
it's a strange kind of convergence.
like I can always remember 0 and 32, and then when it gets into the higher up numbers, I don't know what's going on. Also, but
it's still like
40 and 40. I remember that now. That's
it still frees your balls off. That's fucking
cold.
Yeah.
I don't know, Confluence. I just think you need to stop whining and rub some dirt in it.
Dirt. I don't know where I'm rubbing the dirt, but
the permafrost. Rub some permafrost.
Yeah.
Rub it where the feelings are.
Yeah.
With the W. Wub it.
Trying to think if we have more questions. I don't know. What are you guys feeling right now? I mean, this is like.
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping that Bonnie Blue does a tour of the United States. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Wasn't she arrested in Indonesia?
Yeah, but she got released with a little, slap on the wrist.
They shouldn't have let her out.
Slap on the ass.
She's going to go to every drive-through in America.
Yeah, hopefully.
They should have kept her. Just saying.
Oh no, there's a double entendre there that I won't make.
No.
Okay, actually, I do want to ask a question.
Meaning of life, and that was it. Nihilism.
Yeah, we have 2 questions left. Okay, 2 questions left. And I feel like, actually, well, no, I don't want to poison the well. Okay. If life, this is for you, Anson, first. If life has no objective meaning, is creating your own meaning fundamentally different from just distracting yourself? A bit nihilism coded, to use your pronunciation, Anson.
Say that one more time because I'm kind of dumb.
Okay, if life has no objective meaning, is creating your own meaning actually different from pure distraction?
You can't create your own meaning. Objective meaning exists, but we can't perceive it because our perception is based solely in the subjective domain. But the pursuit of understanding the objective meaning should replace the ability to actually perceive the meaning because you can get close to it. So I think that not having the God as the meaning doesn't negate the ability to find the meaning or be on the pathway to find the meaning. And no, I don't think that's the case at all, that it's just a distraction. I think it's necessary to the like being a human to have something to point to that's outside of yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that, yeah. Or I can agree. Sorry. I'll have my own take, hopefully.
Well, it's your turn. Are you co-signing it?
Oh dear. I will co-sign on that. But yeah, I think even if we have an objective meaning, we're kind of, and we should be blind to it because that would kind of negate its purpose, I think. But once you kind of assign your own meaning to your acts, that can be its own goal, I suppose. But I find that I can do that, and it will work myself into a dark place if I assign myself a meaning that I don't actually believe in. Or maybe it's doing the thing that makes me realize that. But yeah, pretty much goodness is what I think. What I try. The church of being good as well as I can.
Okay. Agrillapolis.
I think most people are mostly selfish. And if they haven't reached the point yet, they're trying to find that, like this happy, sublime point in their life. And if they've already reached it, they're continually trying to recreate that.
So just in terms of the question, so if we assume there's no objective meaning, then any meaning you create, is that the same as just distraction? Or do you think it can be beyond that?
What?
So imagine a world where there's let's say there's no God, right? So there's nothing, or at least God is unknowable, I guess, to maybe leave it broader. And so you can't get to objective meaning. Is anything you do, family, friends, whatever, is that the same as just distraction? Or is there actually something deeper going on in that world where either God doesn't exist or God is completely unknowable?
Is that the same as distraction?
Yeah. Like the whole, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, right?
Well,
I would say
yeah.
that example hits because that is just a distraction. You're just like making some kind of pseudo meaning. It's ultimately illusory. Doesn't probably mean anything.
I wouldn't say that's the
Past
same
time.
thing. No. What
That
it
may
is,
be
I
the-
don't. I mean, that
I mean, I
that
always
would be
kind of
like
felt
something
like
that's.
Sorry.
I was going to say I mean that might be something that like might plague our physical brains, but that's not something we're going to be thinking about like in that last moment in time. Like I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question, bro.
I
Like
want
I'm
to go
trying
to.
to ask, if you imagine,
Are there going to
world
be
of-
people that like rearrange chairs on the Titanic, even though it's going down? They're just that fucked up in the brain or autistic or whatever the case may be. I'm saying from one side to the other. Sure, there's going to be those people, but like what?
But are
what do
they
you mean?
doing a meaningful thing? That's kind of the analogy is that if there's no
That's
God,
subjective.
then we're all
bro.
kind of sinking, right? And so does it matter if you just sit there? Does it matter if you rearrange the deck chairs on a Titanic?
That's up to that personal that person, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's not going to be
like,
up to me. I can't decide for
do
that
they
particular person.
do they find meaning in that? And
am I
like,
going to
are
sit there and
they
try to?
in which way are they doing it? Like, are they doing it like it haphazardly, or are they doing it as best they can? Because like in my head, this is not a fight you can win. However, you should still do your best. And that's kind of the myth of Sisyphus and a lot of things like that. People are put in impossible situations and like, oh, we're going down with the ship. Well, I'm still trying though.
Well,
That's
Very
kind of the point.
coded, but I like
That's
it.
the
Yeah.
no-win scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Kobayashi Maru. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so
And how do you win? With grace. And you do well.
With
And then
dignity,
confluence,
right.
I guess we'll turn it over to you. What do you think? Well, what was the question again? Can you repeat it for me? Okay. If life has no
Repeat it
objective
'cause we're
meaning,
stupid.
is creating your own meaning actually different from distraction? I would say no. I would say I'm going to be black-pilled on this one. I think that if life actually has no objective meaning, then I think whatever we call subjective meaning, I think another term for that would be distraction. And someone can definitely make a hierarchy. Oh, the dude's in the back chat. The dude, give me one of these. I don't know how long you've been sitting there, brother. Sorry about that. But yeah, there he is. Okay, I'm bringing you up. But yeah, I don't think there's actually a fundamental difference if there is no objective meaning. Then I think what some people call distraction, other people could say is meaningful, but it's all in someone's head, and anyone could call anything any meaningful.
Yeah. That's subject. It depends on the person. I
You
mean,
definitely choose your own meaning, I think. The things that you find meaning in are certainly of your own volition. Because I can do something that
black-pilled thing I would say is that I think that meaning is rightly called distraction. That's what I would say.
Or
So like
cope.
if I found
I
or
think it's
cope,
just
yeah.
work.
Like cope would be a better word than you're thinking of distraction, because you'd already be distracted even in that kind of world.
Yeah, just
But to cope
something
and,
that's
and
yeah. It's not like if I found out, let's say tonight, I somehow a genie
let's just
possessed
say,
me
yeah,
somehow
like
and
all
says
of a
there's no
sudden we found
God,
out
then, yeah,
God
I
doesn't
think then
exist or something.
then I think everything I do, even though I might personally identify things more meaningful, I would say that is my preferences of what I prefer. But it's equally cope, it's equal distraction, it's equal whatever. It's not. There's nothing to grade it on. It's just in my own head, and someone else could like totally disagree and be like, yeah, I want to go back to what I originally said a long time ago, many hours ago now, of like some guy who counts marbles in his basement. There's nothing to say that's like better or worse than caring for your family if there's no
that's
God.
objectively worse.
Yeah,
I don't
kind of
think it
waiting when you don't know a time.
Well,
it's like you're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah,
that depends on your belief system. Like the person counting marbles can probably conjure a belief system in which what he's doing is meaningful. Like, I don't know what that is, because that subset that's somewhere I don't want to play. but yeah, I mean, there is a whole, I mean, it's pretty great, but there's a Rick and Morty episode in which his battery dies, and and there's a whole universe in here that he steals a percentage of their labor from, and that's what powers his car. And I was like, well, yeah, we can be in that place, and you can still find meaning in your life if you're in that place. And the only people who have trouble with that are the incredibly smart people. And you're like, well, there's no way out. Go back to work and find some meaning. Apply yourself. And in that universe, the person counting marbles, he is doing a thing. So there's that.
I don't know if I would agree that doing a thing is better than not doing a thing in a world that doesn't have God or any like objectivity in it. Because then it's like doing like why then I feel like we're giving some like false importance to doing versus non-doing, which if God exists, then I would agree with that. But if there's no
like
God, then
versions when you fucking drive a truck into a restaurant, like that type of a false promise.
I mean, it could be whatever.
Nice.
I would say nothing really means, whatever you want. For me, at that point, it's like a free for all. It's like you just
and you're one of those people that needs a God, right? And you're describing what I was talking about before, right? Where if you don't,
I think everybody needs a God.
No, they don't. I don't. There's a large amount.
I think you do, Anson.
No, I don't.
I think
I
you
don't.
very much
There's
do.
a large amount of the population that is like you, and you assume that because you are like you, that I am like you, but I am not. Right? You have a bias towards. You have a bias towards.
No, I objectively contribute more to society than you do.
Okay, that's fine. So what you just said was
so that you're with efficiency.
How are you objective?
No, me.
I mean,
How do I
in
objectively
efficiency,
contribute more to society than he does?
I'm 3 1/4. Yes.
in efficiency, most jobs wouldn't exist.
Sorry,
and neither would
said this
housing,
the other
neither
day,
would
though.
people.
To be a nihilist, you almost have to be like a highly gifted, person who's never actually done anything of substance. But that the uncultivated intellect is that's the foundation for nihilism.
Yeah, what is it that you call Anson all the time?
I don't know if that's an argument.
What do you mean you don't know if it's an argument? It's a statement. I wasn't trying to argue.
Yeah. Well, then, welcome to the place, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, final P of the night. You guys talk about what you want to talk about. We have one more question left. Final P of the night. Okay.
Why are you gay? Last question.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
I'm just, that wasn't the last question. But, I'm not good at.
Oh, did we pick the last question?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on.
Is that what he just said?
I don't know. I think he's going pee or something. His bladder.
Oh, that's likely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's every about an hour.
It's been 30 minutes. It's.
No, but really, I'm not running the show. I just figured. Thanks for having me up, Confluence. Thanks for the conversation.
Do you guys believe in original thought?
Yeah.
No. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm joking.
I believe in a novel idea. I mean, original thought, if it all originates out of the same place. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to be like that type of guy, you could say nothing is original at that point.
No,
that's where I live. Yeah. Like everything I have is an amalgamation of things I've quote unquote discovered, but they were there for me to discover.
We're all an amalgamation of our cumulative life experiences and influences and interactions. We're basically AI that's continually expanding. I just scoff at those who.
I don't know that. I'm pretty sure we're like, what do you do with the monkeys and the typewriters after they already wrote Shakespeare?
I
you leave them
wasn't
there.
actually calling us AI. I was making a comparison, meaning that we're building on our own knowledge base. Like the sentience has reached version 7.0. You know, if Tony Stark had an, we're the Mark 47 at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this generation has there's like a faux intelligence that comes with it, because there's actually no need to hold on to information. Everything's so readily available. There's a real like academic arrogance that accompanies most of the nihilistic, ne'er-do-well, chronically negative people. Takes a lot to piss me off, but that's usually the group of people that
It's like a goldfish, the goldfish memory thing.
Yeah, there's, so I'm not, it's not a flex, I'm multilingual. And now with the smart glasses, like there's no more need for anybody to be multilingual, less the fact that people that are multilingual have like a 73% less likely chance of developing dementia or Alzheimer's or any cognitive decline. Like arguments not.
That's technological dependency, though. Like you can lose a server. There can be ways, and then like there's a lot of people in the dark after that.
Oh, I'm with
who don't know anything.
I'm just saying the way that it has shaped like the zeitgeist or the interaction amongst people or the just the prevailing attitude is. We used to aspire to greatness and intelligence and what we would usually refer to as original thought. And, from Vine to Reels to clips, the collective attention span is, I don't think humanity's in, the Medici, the Renaissance period till now, the only difference is we can Google something at 5G speeds. I would say those people probably had more cultivated intellects than we do.
I don't know. I kind of disagree.
I mean, because they had, like you actually had to figure things out at that point. And sometimes there was just no, if like they say, what is it? Necessity is the mother of innovation. Well, we don't need a lot. There's no need to innovate anything because it's readily available. And if it isn't, you can figure it out fast. And not figure it out, though. You can just look at the Wikipedia or whatever it is. Yeah.
So you kind of get where I'm coming. I'm not even really trying to make an argument. It's just it's empirical observation. I like to study, what makes motives, rather than actions. I like to look at motives.
And I do think that and the attention deficit is definitely a learned thing. It's a program of the ways that, society has gone. And because of that, we have a lot of people who can't pay attention to one thing, and it's an issue.
All right. So my point on this. So the dude asked if I believed in an original thought, and I've got one here as my profile pic.
I did not ask you that. I did not ask you that.
I absolutely believe in original thoughts, and Lily Phillips is 100%. She's got my endorsement. I'm behind her. Anytime
she is an original thought. I actually do agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were about to say you believe in Lily Tino.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. That sounds good too.
You should Google that person, that thing.
I'm gonna disagree. I don't think I want that information. There's plenty of things I've learned that I did not wish to. Ignorance is bliss.
Lily Tino is the rage-baiting trans person who will videotape herself himself or theirself being misgendered at a restaurant, and then crying non-binary wolf.
Yeah, that sounds like a good racket.
I could live my whole life great.
People watch it.
Having seen that. Yeah.
Well, that's the car accident
I'm
thing.
sure.
It's the National Enquirer. It's the corners of Pornhub that nobody wants to find themselves scouring. The lowest common denominator.
The thing for sale is your attention, and they pay.
Well,
they want it.
If you go to Japan, if you go to Korea, they celebrate greatness, and here we celebrate mediocrity. We have a world full of uncultivated feminine men, and it's fucking sad. Just like incels.
It depends on where you find them. Like, where are you looking? You watch the news? What's wrong with you?
No, I'm talking about my personal interactions.
Yeah, I want to know, how do I get cultivated? Like, I'm uncultivated currently, so I want to get cultivated.
Brother, I'm speaking about the ether and objectively. Like, I don't know you well enough to make a. I told you guys the other night. It's not my job. There's zero profit, but I have a couple of houses for guys getting out of incarceration, trying to turn their lives around, and find some meaning and find some direction.
Yeah,
Like, there's
not
a
for
level of
profit.
status.
So like you don't own them.
So
No,
get
I own
cultivated.
houses. I just don't make any money on them.
You go
They
out
don't
and-
appreciate in value. That's not an asset.
I guess you could argue at that point.
Whoa. Oh, there's an entire industry based on making money from that. I could argue that. That's a fact.
Well, if you want to talk about the industry, they put 2 to 3 people in a bedroom. I've got a 2,800 square foot 5-bedroom house where I have 4 men currently residing. So they have a guest room if a kid comes by, and they pay less than what they do in the if you want to
Is it government subsidized?
No, God no. Absolutely.
Okay.
Not.
Well, but the house is, in a way, because if the government subsidizes housing, so you're still a part of that pie. There's no getting out.
Yeah, get in the pie. It sounds fun.
Everybody is in the pie. Nobody is exempt from the pie.
The greater point, what I was trying to make is, instead of going to a nightclub or
It sounded very holier than thou.
No, I didn't say that. I literally said this is not a flex. I was just making a point.
You said that about a lot of things.
Okay, what do you contribute to the betterment of your fellow man? It's a fun conversation. I don't think anyone who's ever done something like that feels worse about it.
What do I contribute?
Like, what's your philanthropy? What's your mission? What's your passion project?
I work weekend security at a retirement home.
Is that like for employment or is that volunteer work?
Oh, they do pay me, but it doesn't actually pay my bills now. I prior military, prior truck driver, prior construction, prior poker player, lots of dumb shit. It takes a lot of ways to get where you're going. Yeah, whatever, semi-pro, sure, yeah.
You ever playing a World Series event?
Actually, I'm playing one in 2 months. Yeah, I'm going to Prague on March 31st to play events 1 and 14. If you need to know. Big O, also PLO 8. But the game I played most of the time is just Limit Hold'em. Like for money, cash games.
I sincerely wish you the best of luck in that, man. I hope that you fucking make a shit ton of cash and have some fun and make an amazing memory.
I mean, I'm going to do my best in the tournaments, and I'll have 10 days in between them.
You're a truck driver
and I have 3 months to study.
Security that's going to Prague. That is a fucking dope life experience.
Well, no, those are just previous things I've done. Like I don't do all of that anymore.
No, but I'm just like, not how many people have never left the country? How many people have never left their region? How many people have never left the state? I think there's a great.
I was that person too. Like this is pretty much my first out of country vacation.
I don't understand why there's value in travel. Like, what's the point?
I was that person too, and I'm still kind of that. But I get to kind of work in a little bit of work with this. I get to earn it in a way. Like I'm going to study for a couple months, and
work related is different, right? But like travel for the sake of travel, like just to have experience. I don't.
Well, part of my I don't know. I gave it a negative annotation before because there's so many travel influencers, and they just go to a place and take pictures and like, look where I am. And if you go somewhere and you don't take pictures and you just kind of try to be a local there, they know you're not a local, but get on the bus, whatever, and you can experience things that are genuinely different from where you are. And I've lived in that box for such a long time that's incredible. And I've only really experienced that where I went to Maui like 2-3 months ago. My mom took me. It was wonderful. Well, me and my sister, but yeah, and we just went for a few days, but it was nice just to have, it gives you perspective on where you live and where you have been living and how small that is.
It also shatters,
it's pretty easy to be in this loop.
It shatters your certainties on how things operate. Travel will hopefully give you a perspective on how how small of a part of the puzzle we all are. I mean, if you've seen the Grand Canyon or Yellowstone or Zion National Park or Machu Picchu or, fucking
Yeah, and
touchdown Jesus at Notre Dame.
if you haven't traveled around and seen the world, I mean, that sucks.
Why?
That sucks, man. Just because you don't know what you're missing. There's
Yeah,
a whole world out there. You're not stuck in just Alabama.
Well, there's more than it's like you can see it on places, but it's
but
just
being
different.
there is different.
The smell, honestly, I don't know how to even bring it. You don't get the smell of that.
Well, if you go for the smell, don't go to New Jersey.
Yeah, don't go to Florida.
Yeah, don't go to India. Don't go to
fishy smell there. But everybody wants to go to these kind of places, and when you get off the plane and you're like, that's not like the first thing everybody's thinking.
Yeah.
Right? Oh no, it smells like fucking shit. I'm in India.
Well, and that can happen too, but it's different when you get to the location and you're like, like, what is that? Like, I have no idea what that smell is. And then somebody will tell you, like somebody local, be like, oh yeah, that's like the hibiscus factory or whatever the hell. I'm like,
what if we found out through evolutionary biology that Indians were born with? What if we found out that Indians had like less olfactory nerve sense than we do, and that's what perpetuated like the whole non-bathing and the scent thing? What if we've been like biologically insensitive for
that sounds like a lot of like what if cope.
Yeah, what if it's because they've been burning plastic there for 100 years?
What if it's because they shit in their own fucking rooms and they don't care?
I think you guys know I was being silly.
No, I know. What if we knew you were joking? Yeah.
Yeah, and the dude, I gave it some thought, dude, and I realized what you meant by uncultivated, and I found a picture of 6 uncultivated women for us to look at.
Fine.
Yeah. No.
Well, like I said,
why not?
That's
just a Marlboro chick.
If the world takes me, if the universe takes me home tomorrow,
not that interested in that actually. That's some of those
universe
are pretty unappealing to me.
If the universe takes me home tomorrow, I think by most metrics, I was what was called like a pretty good looking guy in my youth. The prodigal son tells the story perfectly. Like I had to go run around the world, go to nightclubs and, touch and sleep with all sorts of women and do all this self-serving kind of shit.
Sorts. So many women.
Say again?
Doesn't matter.
Just avowing what you
no, and then you realize, like at the end of the day, all those false idols we put on the mantle. At the end of the day, they're just not fulfilling. And that's where when I said cultivated, it's have you lessened the suffering of other people? Have you made other people have an easier path to have a quality of life? Have you lifted the spirits of somebody who can't find a reason to live? And if you haven't done those things, that's your prerogative. You have every right to do what you want to do. I would just, by my definition, I really wouldn't call you like a man.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm not a man by that definition.
Okay. Doesn't make you a bad person, just not my kind of person.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand. I'm comfortable with that.
Do you have friends that come over to watch football or play cards or go fish? Like, do you have guys that'll call up and share good news and bad news with you?
I have in the past. I have gotten rid of all of my friends except for Confluence, who is my best friend.
Have you ever met him in real life?
No, I have not, but he's in a safe place on the internet where when I decide that I'm done talking to him, I can just push a button and never talk to him again.
So that's true. Just to be objective and take a step outside.
My real life friends are in that place too, by the way. I've done that.
So if you were to take a step outside yourself and look at your experience, would you say that that's a emotionally developed or like spiritually healthy? And I'm not I'm really not picking a fight.
Yeah, actually, I would. At the stage of life that I'm in now, I absolutely would say that. I've done the like have friends thing, and I've done the have wife thing and have kid thing and have a good job thing and graduate from college thing and experience a bunch of bullshit thing. And at this point in time, I just don't want to fucking deal with real people, to be honest with you, because they're all full of shit.
That's fair.
Whoever
well, it
said
depends
that's
on what
fair
real
is-
people are. Maybe the people are fake. I mean, fake is just as good.
Yeah, I'm done with most people. I mean, there's
But
like
I definitely get into places sometimes where I'm like, yeah, it's easier to stay home because every time I go out, these things happen, and I'm so confused by them. But it also depends on where you are too, and where you're going out to, I guess.
Yeah, I have a friend group that I can hang out with regularly still, and I've just been neglecting them for about a year. And yeah, I'm just in a place where I just don't want to fucking deal with them, and that's where I am. And I have built things, dude. But I've come to the conclusion that it doesn't fucking matter because nihilism is a way of life.
Stop saying it like that. Just stop saying it like that, though. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I find that
Just
when I was
call
in
it
that place
nihilism.
before, like when I was in that place before, I found it was because I was, casting pearls before swine. Like nobody was listening to me, and I was like, well, this is good, but I wasn't taking my own advice, and it seemed that there's no reason to give advice if people if they see how well you're doing and where you've been before, they will ask why. Like they will come to you and be like, how'd you manage this?
So
Like
I
if you're
think
this
you're about
shining beacon of creativity or whatever you could be,
You're talking about the truest form of proselytizing. Like nobody should go out and like shout the word of this is what you need to do in life. It's self-serving and it's narcissistic in nature. But if you live a life where people kind of latch onto your coattails a little bit and try to find, if people try to find meaning within life, that nihilistic thing, that's fine. But if I look at my life and yours, I don't know enough about yours, but I'm gonna guess that I'd probably take mine.
And you should, yeah. I mean, that's the way it should work, I think.
I was talking to him, not you, but either way, yes, I'd probably still take. I don't want anybody's life but mine. But there's millions of men out there that don't want their life.
Yeah, they want to be Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt, whatever,
Yeah, and eventually they delete it, and then the problem's solved. Permanent solution.
I pray to God that no one ever tells one of your offspring that was an ugly comment, sir. I hope no one ever tells one of your children like that's if one of your kids, heaven forbid, finds themselves in that dark place. I hope no one says, "Hey, deletion will solve your problem."
It was an observation, not a prescription.
Yeah, it happens, is what he's saying, but it sucks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were. I thought
Oh
you were
no, I'm
advocating
not.
that.
In fact, I've gone out of my way in the past to get people help who were going through that.
So
I've talked people out of pointing things at themselves that would have completed that task, right?
And did you not feel any sense of? You didn't feel any sense of like something stirring up within you when those events happened, where you're like, "Oh my God, like I'm part of something different that I didn't know."
No.
Okay.
Not in the slightest.
Okay. So if you saw one of the people you talked out of pointing something at themselves just randomly, you saw them with a wife and a kid in a stroller and they smiled and they said, "Hey, thank you for not letting me give up. I wouldn't have experienced this." You don't think that you would feel something internally that would like lift you?
Yeah, so I did actually. There's an analogy here that's directly related to my example. So a year later, he ended up finishing the job when I wasn't around. So it was actually a pointless.
That's kind of how I thought the story ended. Yet it feels like a waste of effort if there's a recapture kind of thing. I have a habit of imagining the worst possible ending, and then like that's what it ruins all of Hemingway's books for me because I.
Yeah. but it's more of a function of you just have to accept that the only things that you can control are the things that you can control through the actions that occur between your ears, right? The only thing that everything behind your nose is what you're in charge of. And so I've just sort of accepted that none of the other, things that are going on around me are within my control or purview. And it's actually made me a lot happier. It's not exactly nihilism. It's more like accepting limitations, like in a radical way.
I agree. I think copium often makes people feel better, Anson. So I agree with you.
No, that's super based, man. That's kind of like.
Well, I mean, it's not.
I think that's radical copium. That's what I think.
If you've made, you can make all of the correct choices and still lose, and then the only thing that you can affect is how those things affected you. and
that's true, but that's not
that
the
is
same.
control.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. You can definitely influence other people. You can influence the world around you.
Yes,
right?
no,
Like, you
I'm
don't
saying that you
just,
can.
you're not.
I'm saying you
This
can
is
do your
not
best
just
and
your
lose.
purview. Yeah,
Like you can do
that's
everything you
absolutely
can,
true.
and it cannot be enough. But
That's
the
true, but
upside
that
of
sounds
that
like a
is
different
you
thing than
cannot
what
feel
you were
like a
saying
failure
from
after that.
Anston.
But you
I
only,
know that's
you
the
only,
upside
only
of the copium, but the truth is that like we can affect other people, right? Like that.
you can affect,
That's
but
just
you
like
only ultimately have control over yourself.
yeah, like ultimate control, yes.
Oh, yes,
But
that's
like
what
if
he
we
just
talk about
said.
like okay, if that's what Anson means, but you can. But
That's what he
it
meant,
sounded
I
a little
think.
black pilled when Anson was
No, there was
talking. I don't
nothing.
know.
There was nothing black pilled in that. That was.
Yeah, but you were talking
No, it
about
didn't
like
sound that bad.
Oh. I'm
okay, maybe it's hitting
high
my
on,
ears
look,
differently.
I'm high on life, man. I'm doing great.
Well, it's good that you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, fuck everybody, it's great.
Yeah, definitely not black pilled. Okay,
Well,
on that note,
I'm still here,
on that
Anson.
note,
Either way, and I mean, I still have really good memories. Like, remember when we were arguing with Steelman about mushrooms and shit?
Yeah, that
on
was
your
good.
channel. That
Yeah,
was
good
fucking
time.
awesome.
Yeah, my channel was better than Confluence's channel. I wonder why it got taken down.
yeah, if
that's
only
a
yours
woman
still
show.
existed. Anson,
Did it
if
get
only.
taken down?
Yeah,
I thought
it got
you
taken down.
told me you deleted all your channels.
Yeah, well, yeah, I did all of them. Yeah, I've had several.
So
I
did it
did
get
that
taken
before.
down, or
And-
did you delete it?
Yeah.
Well, and Anson still.
I didn't have any open forums. I just had me doing the guitar covers. But then people would comment. I'm like, yeah, these are sad.
Yeah, they are. Aren't they?
Well, then, like, yeah, it was one of my ex girlfriends too. She's like, "Why do you cover such sad music?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, you're right."
Well,
Okay,
what
Confluence
I'm
is
trying to
best
say
place
is
right now. Okay, final thoughts. Final thoughts.
well, I was just gonna say what I'm trying to say is I'm glad you're still here, Anson, and you make me smile and laugh a lot, dude. So
Well,
have
this
some
is
more
getting
confidence and faith in yourself, bro.
weird. This is getting weird, man.
No, it got weird when you were like, "Fuck everybody else."
Yeah, well, fuck everybody. But I mean, that's in the
No,
most
it's a
loving way
fine.
possible.
Oh yeah,
No.
no. Sometimes you can fuck the world in a literal way, and that's one of the best ways.
Alex,
That's cool,
with
and that's cool.
only
And
super
Anson,
chat of the night. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta pause for Alex. It sounds like you're just exhausted of being the rock for others. That dependency can eat away at the best of us.
Yeah, and like I was gonna say, man, I still got respect for you, Anson. Either way, whatever the fuck you decide, bro. But
wait, is Anson about to like game end? Did I miss something?
no,
What is he
dude.
deciding?
He's just
Anson,
reached
oh,
the point
game
where he's
end? Is
like,
that-
he's
what are
just
we
reached the
talking about?
point where some personal shit's fucking going on, and he's like, "Fuck everybody." I get it, man.
Well,
I've been there.
it sounds kind of
I've been
heavy,
there.
but I always think that somebody stole fire from God and they lit my fire with it, and the only person that could ever turn it out is me. And we're supposed to let it shine. And it kept me alive in some really dark places, those thoughts. So I was the only light there.
Sometimes I think Johnny Cash said, right? I cut myself today to see if I still feel. It's
Those are 9 Inch Nails song.
Well, Johnny Cash said it better.
Yeah, there
he
is
said
that.
it with more bass.
Yeah, but
yeah, no, that was a better cover.
Irregardless,
Which is a word, irrespective of the previously aforementioned comment, because I am a dumb smart guy, or I'm a smart dumb guy. I'm not sure. One or the other is bound to be true.
Overachieving in both ways.
Yes. Well played, sir. See, now you got me all flustered, hot and bothered.
I bet if I could sue, you're turning red.
Oh, I'm Irish, man. I am 50 Shades of Red right now in my kitchen. There you go.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, pretty red coated.
Red coated.
Looks
that
like you're
idea of Johnny
making-
Cash saying, I cut my, like, if you have nothing else to feel, I think sometimes live in the pain or they live in the memory of a lost one because, there's just certain things people can't get past. And like, we're social creatures by nature. Like, I do believe that, like, genetically we're meant to connect and be of service and be served by other people and be part of society, like we're not lone creatures. Like you, biologically, like you couldn't survive by yourself without technology. Like there is, I don't think there's a way. You know, communities in our DNA. Like we're supposed to have.
I suppose even God couldn't. I mean, that's why we're here. It's something to take care of.
We would survive in like the all natural, better.
Did you call us God's chia pet?
Chia pet, nice. Like, I gave my sister one of those for Christmas. It was a hedgehog.
God's Tamagotchi.
More or less.
That's actually a really funny fucking thing to think about.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly.
Tamagotchi was alive. Would it?
I think we're actually like we are a very close to true random number generator, but that's not too far removed from being
no, we're pattern recognizers. Yeah.
Well, transformers either way, but in the mathematical sense of a transformer, not a machine that's also a whatever.
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
I thought we were going another way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like not Decepticons.
Decepticons is what I call trans people, by the way. That's a great fucking nickname for trans women.
Nice.
I was.
No, but a transformer is also used in AI to like interpret language. Like a transform is and it's used in like calculus. It kind of just means that we're saying the same or we're seeing the same thing, but you need this algorithm, which is a transformer algorithm, in order to understand that we're also seeing it from a different perspective.
No. We're saying that the Decepticons are beyond the transformer level. They've transgressed into the.
Well, they're seeking the same spark that we have.
They decept you.
Look, I don't care what any of y'all say, that they're not going to take trans from me. Trans Am was the best car ever made. Smokey and the Bandit. Hell yeah, let's go.
Well, do you know what Confluence and my first car had in common?
Let's find out.
They both blew a tranny.
Sounds more the dude coded to me. I'm not gonna lie. So
I'm going to reserve my. I got to reserve my 2026. My they them am. Okay, it's coming out.
I don't know. Did you guys agree? Like we're, built to be social, or do you think people can be in isolation and happy? I'm genuinely curious. Everybody's take on that.
I think it's. I think most of us are. I think there's some people that I think are.
Well, I guess there's fairly decent scientific significance to that, where like even in isolation, you will hallucinate people. So like if we're hallucinating more, we're hallucinating social interactions at that point. So it's probably something you need.
No, I don't. I would disagree on the science aspect of that. That's like if you put people in like sensory deprivation environments. But if you imagine like a guy living in the woods, I don't think he like is hallucinating people just automatically. Like the stuff you're talking about is in a controlled environment where like you're cut off from like a lot of other shit too, right?
Not necessarily. And the alleged this hermit and I was kind of thinking like in like 2001 A Space Odyssey or any of these. Those are deep isolation.
I love that
20 years. Well, it's just that they frequently personify another thing to interact with, and the hermit in the woods will do the same thing. They will personify a fox.
Is that your like theory though? Like, is that? Or is that?
Well, it's in a lot of books, and it's also it's a personification of inanimate or animate objects. Of like even on like Walden Pond and Thoreau, like he's interacting with nature. He's not there alone.
Yeah, and a lot of it,
right? That's what I'd say. So if that's what you mean, and like I think if you took a random person and you dump them into like the woods, even if they have all the amenities met, I think they'll probably start,
dying.
Making
They'll
up
start
people and stuff. Or if all this stuff was, I said if all the amenities were met, they have everything set up. But if you take I think there are some people are dispositionally just like, more like hermit coded,
Yeah, and what you're talking about was what I was going to say. Basically, I think that assuming that you have to be social in order to function as a human is more of an indication that the person saying that statement has an extroverted personality, right? If you're an introvert, then interaction, like for me, interaction is a draining task.
Oh, it is. I agree.
And I feel much more energized alone or in a very small group than I do in in the company of a lot of humans. I don't like lots of humans together. They do stupid shit. And
Oh yeah, no, I have
George
fear
Carlin
in
actually said that. George
fear
Carlin
in
said,
crowds, and yeah.
I love people. I hate large groups of people with similar thought patterns. Fucking good. Rest in power, George Carlin.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I went to like a Friendsgiving thing, and there were 20 people there, and I was like, dude, I know 5 of you. I was in the garage the whole time. I mean, go back in for whatever, but if that's even that many people is too many for me. But that there's so much unfamiliarity. There's so much, even the people I've known for a long time. Like sometimes there's a breach in trust, and I can't like, oh, I thought you were this person. You're not. Well, multiply that by 30. That's too much risk for me, likely for you, for a lot of people.
Well, I've
And
just been
it's
in large. I've been in large groups and seen humans stampede. Right? Have you ever seen
Oh,
a
yeah.
human stampede?
Just the video of it.
Yeah, it's insane. People
Oh, yeah.
try to run over each other to get away from something. It's and so you don't know at any point in time. Like I'm sounding like an agoraphobe right now. I guess I am being a little agoraphobe coded, but I don't know. It's just the unpredictability of it, and the lack of agency.
What was
It's
that?
just like
What was the context you saw this human stampede?
I was at
nightclub fire.
Oh,
well, I've seen the videos, but I mean, like, where has Anson seen it IRL?
Yeah. So I was at a air show, at the airport, and they were like the old like World War II planes or whatever, and they were doing tricks in the sky. It was the middle of summer, and where I am in the summer, you have like random thunderstorms that just pop up out of nowhere. Well, one of these random thunderstorms that wasn't on the radar at any point in time randomly popped up and came to exactly where we were, and it became clear pretty quick. They said, "Hey, we're gonna stop the air show, and we'll start it back up as soon as this storm goes past." Well, the random pop-up shower ended up being a massive like micro thunderstorm. It was a really bad thunderstorm, and all of the crowd basically just started running towards any cover that they could get, walking over people, stepping on people, pushing people out of the way. And there ended up being a microburst that pushed a whole lot of stuff and caused damage. And it was just like a total like random chaos, the worst of people. And I just, as soon as I saw that, I realized like what I was around and who people are in groups. And ever since then, I've said, if I don't have to be, I'm not going to be in a group.
Yeah, the witness of the crowd mentality.
I mean, seeing like certain like crowd crush events is terrifying.
Yes.
Like just like that concept that people will like mechanically asphyxiate one another to, yeah. So I agree. That's terrifying.
Yeah, the madness of the crowd. It's a poem by Charles Bukowski.
Yeah, well,
Rest in power.
Bukowski.
Yeah, I mean, I've in that few moments, like I witnessed like elderly people getting stepped on. Like something that in normal interactions would get people arrested. In that situation, it was just like, well, there was a moment of insanity, so let's just forget about it.
Yeah, survival of the fittest for that one, 8 minutes or whatever. Yeah.
On that happy note, okay. Gonna take off. Everyone think about crowd crush as you fall asleep. Imagine being trampled, okay?
That's every night. That's
oh, okay.
Always, I've enjoyed our conversations, brother. Compliments. Thank you for the opportunity to talk shop and talk shit. Always It's an interesting space you made for yourself over here.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thank you, the dude. Thank you, Ag. Thank you, Anson. And first timer. Thank you, Daniel. Feel free. I go live every day at usually 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're always welcome if you find it interesting. Pop yourself up.
Yeah,
Thank you, chat.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
having
just
me.
might be back. Might also not. Don't know.
If you believe in
But anyway.
God, hit the like
Inshallah.
and smash subscribe.
Yeah.
And if you're
Yeah,
not nihilist,
and
hit the like.
subscribe, you guys. You know, if anyone's watching who's not subscribed, I mean, come on. Okay. Thank you, Alex, for the dono.
Everybody be safe.
Thank you, Marilyn,
God
if you're
bless.
still there. Everyone be safe. And yeah, take care. God bless.
Oh, yeah. Stay hungry,
Peace
stay
out.
free.